Scientific Cultivation of Immortality, beginning with a wish. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 101, The cave is opened and a shocking treasure is hidden! Exclamation mark. After reading the tips of Path 1, Chen Mo was slightly relieved. Otherwise, there would be a fight when the cave was open tomorrow. Next, Chen Mo signaled Wang Zan and the others to observe around Lichao Lake, and then stopped far away in the outer area, waiting for the arrival of the Thunder Waterfall at noon tomorrow. The next day. At this time, the black clouds in the center of Lichao Lake became thicker and thicker, and there were lightning and thunder in the sky. The Thunder Waterfall accumulated for a month poured out crazily at this moment, like the anger of the 9-day Thunder God. At this time, more and more monks came to Lichao Lake. Some of them came here to practice thunder magic, while others came to watch the wonders of this place and try to see if they could bring some insights to their practice. Of course, there were also many people who just watched the excitement. At noon, under Chen Mo's prompt, Wang Zan drove the flying boat with everyone and flew carefully towards the center of Lichao Lake. At this time, there were also many monks from all over the world flying around them. By Jianfei. At this time, Liu Di, who was standing next to Chen Mo, suddenly shouted. Everyone looked in the direction he was speaking when they heard him. Sure enough, in the distance, there was a group of Linghe sect disciples dressed in white clothes with a misty aura. They were standing on a flying carpet-like magic weapon and surrounded a handsome figure flying towards the center of the thunder wave in front. And that handsome and free-spirited figure was Bai Jianfei. Chen Mo had seen this person in the mission hall. Bai Jianfei, the giant in Xianjiao ranked 29th on the Linghe sect's Daozi list, has strong magic power and brutal means. A few months ago, this person killed a military foundation building team in Zhuanzhou, causing a lot of shock. This person's appearance and aura are not unfamiliar to the people of Blue Star, and his head has long been recorded on the military's mission list. Why is he here? After recognizing that figure, the faces of several people were not very good. After seeing Bai Jianfei's figure, Wang Zan's face flashed with a hint of fighting spirit and hatred, but he quickly controlled this impulse. Today's goal is to find the cave treasures of the great venerable Nanming. Now is not the best time to go to find Bai Jianfei. Chen Mo glanced at Bai Jianfei's group of Linghe sect disciples from a distance, then retracted his gaze. It was obviously inconvenient to meet them at this moment, so he quickly reminded Wang Zan and said, Major General, let's fly to the center of the thunder tide over there. I have already faintly sensed the location where the cave mansion was born. While speaking, Chen Mo casually pointed to the 9 o'clock direction of the center of the thunder tide. This was the location he had already known when he made a wish yesterday. Wang Zan frowned slightly when he heard this. Are you sure? The location Chen Mo pointed to was exactly the core of the thunder waterfall. Even some cultivators who specialized in practicing thunder magic would stay away from it. Chen Mo took the Nanming token, activated the token and sensed it. It was found that at this time, a kind of formation was indeed faintly sensed at the 9 o'clock direction. Chen Mo nodded and said in a sonorous voice, sure, the cave mansion should be at that location. At this time, Liu Di and the others also summoned their own magic tools and carefully observed the surroundings. Once the cave mansion is born, it will inevitably attract competition from others. Okay, then you stand firm. Wang Zan gave an order after hearing this, and then increased his magic power to activate the defense formation of the flying boat, flying towards the 9 o'clock direction of the center of the thunder tide. At this time, the flying boat was like a lightning flying fish, breaking through the layers of sound barriers and squeezing all the way to the center of the black cloud in lightning. Look, what are those people doing? Why are they flying towards the center of the thunder tide? Soon, Chen Mo and his movements attracted the attention of the monks not far away, and they began to discuss. At this time, Chen Mo and his men finally passed through the thick black cloud and arrived at the 9 o'clock direction of the center of the thunder tide under countless lightning snakes. Suddenly, Chen Mo felt that the Nanming token in his hand was sensing heat. Huh? This is because the token sensed the cave of the great venerable Nanming, and it is about to be born. He hurriedly urged the spiritual power in his body to flow to the formation in the token. Bang! Suddenly, a shocking sound came. At this time, Just in front of Chen Mo and his flying boat, a cave house in a sacred mountain about 100 feet high suddenly appeared out of thin air. Outside the sacred mountain, there was a ray of spiritual light from the formation. The appearance of the cave house squeezed the surrounding space, and there was a huge noise. The countless electric snakes whipped the cave house formation frantically, and there was a loud crackling sound. The cave house has appeared. Quick, activate the token and go in quickly. Everyone didn't expect that the cave house of the great venerable Nanming would appear so easily. They thought they would have to go through a lot of hard searching. Wang Zan was afraid that Chen Mo had no experience, so he hurriedly reminded him. In fact, the cave house appeared because Chen Mo activated the formation pattern in the token. Before Wang Zan and his friends reminded him, Chen Mo had already tried his best to activate the token formation. The loud noise when the cave house came into being had already overwhelmed all the sounds and shadows around at that moment, attracting countless eyes and attention. Look at that. Oh my god, there are cave ruins. Did the people on the flying boat just now open it? Someone in the distance couldn't help but exclaimed. When the smart people found the cave mountain in the thunder waterfall, they immediately rushed over here. Quick, hurry up and get in first. Send a sect signal and ask the powerful people from the nearby sects to come quickly. No one except my Linghe sect can get the opportunity of the cave here. The moment Bai Jianfei found the cave, his eyes showed excitement and sharpness. While he was flying forward, he quickly sent a message with his mind. At this time, in front of the cave mountain, Chen Mo was seen frantically urging the Nanming token in his hand. After a few breaths, in front of the Lingshan formation with spiritual light fluctuations, a portal leading directly to the center of the cave suddenly appeared. Seeing this, Chen Mo hurriedly reminded loudly. Let's go, hurry in. After speaking, Chen Mo took the lead in stepping into the formation channel. The others also hurriedly followed in. In an instant. After entering, what appeared in front of them was a stone room divided into several rooms, with various cultivation facilities arranged inside. Stone table, stone chair, meditation cushion, alchemy room, cultivation room, spirit pool. When everyone was observing quickly, Chen Mo quickly observed the circle, and his eyes immediately fell on a 9-inch jade ruai on the stone platform in front. The word Nanming was engraved on the jade ruai. He rushed forward like an arrow, picked up the jade ruai and poured his mind into it. It was indeed the array talisman that controlled the cave, but it was a pity that the array inside was too complicated, and he really couldn't refine it in a short time with his mind cultivation. No wonder the Golden Finger asked Wang Zan to refine the array talisman within 2 minutes. After confirming the array talisman, Chen Mo handed the jade ruai to Wang Zan without hesitation, and quickly said, Major General, please be sure to refine the control array talisman within 2 minutes to open the hidden array of the cave. In this way, people outside will not be able to find this Lingshan cave, which is enough for us to look for opportunities in this cave with peace of mind. Seeing Chen Mo said so confidently, Wang Zan took the jade ruai and poured his mind into it to refine it with all his strength. During the delay of several dozen breaths, Bai Jianfei and many cultivators had already flown outside the cave and began to frantically attack the formation outside the sacred mountain. Especially after seeing the figures of Chen Mo and others entering, the people outside started to frantically try various means to break the formation with red eyes. If you go too late for this kind of cave opportunity, you will only get a hair. Formation Master, is there any Formation Master here? Hurry up and break this formation, otherwise the opportunity inside will be taken away by the people in front. Someone shouted loudly. But no matter how frantically these people attacked for a while, the formation outside the cave was still somewhat solid. Seeing this, Bai Jianfei's eyes were sinister. He glanced at the hairy-faced monk next to him and shouted coldly, Have you sent the sex signal? Send people to surround this sacred mountain quickly. Even if the formation cannot be broken for the time being, the people inside must not be able to get out. The hairy-faced monk quickly replied, Brother, I have sent out the sect's flying sword talisman. It won't be long before the fellows nearby receive the sword talisman and rush over. Okay. Bai Jianfei responded and began to continue trying to break the formation. At the same time, he was secretly observing the foundation of the nearby monks. Ignoring the various attempts of these people outside to break the formation 1 minute later, Wang Zan's face in the cave turned pale. Fortunately, at 2 minutes, a white light suddenly emerged from the jade ruai in his hand. It's done. Wang Zan held the jade ruai's hand and suddenly exclaimed. Under the urging of his extreme divine thoughts, He finally barely refined the formation talisman to open the cave's hidden formation. When Wang Zan's voice fell, Chen Mo was happy, knowing that Wang Zan should have refined the formation talisman. In this way, no matter what happens outside, they can temporarily obtain opportunities safely. When Wang Zan opened the cave hiding formation, the people outside saw that the huge sacred mountain in front of them suddenly turned into a small black dot and disappeared. Seeing this scene, everyone was a little unprepared. The cave is hidden. Bajie Anfi glanced at the people around him and ordered his fellow disciples next to him, "Let's go, surround the outside, and no one can leave here from now on. I don't believe that you can hide this cave, and you can move it away." There are many people who think the same as him. Many people gathered around the Thundertide Lake and were unwilling to disperse. You must know that although the Blood Netherworld is a high-level world of immortal cultivation, it is difficult for ordinary people to encounter such a place of opportunity. Now that such an opportunity appears in front of them, how can they give up easily? Inside the cave. In order to show fairness before, no one took action when Wang Zan refined the formation talisman. After Wang Zan refined the formation talisman, several people finally began to prepare to observe the facilities inside. The main stone chamber in this cave has a practice room, an alchemy room, a scripture room, and several stone chambers for storing sundries. In addition, there is a medicine field covered by a formation in the cave. There are still a few spiritual medicines in the medicine field. Seeing this, Chen Mo took the lead in entering the main practice room to search. His main goal of this trip was the sea-suppressing stone. This was also an item they had agreed to let Chen Mo pick first. Not long after, everyone followed Chen Mo into the main practice room and found that in addition to a stone platform for practice, there was also a carved stone cabinet on the wall of the stone chamber. There were only 3 scattered objects on the stone cabinet. There are things. Seeing that there were treasures on the stone cabinet, everyone felt relieved. It was good to have treasures. I was afraid that the opportunities in the cave were taken away by its previous owner. It would be a big loss to make a wasted trip. This kind of thing also happens frequently in the world of immortal cultivation. Not every cave has opportunities. After the few people approached, Chen Mo soon found a goose egg-sized stone-like thing among them, which was exactly the target of his trip. The sea-suppressing stone. Liu Di exclaimed. Obviously, Liu Di and the others also noticed the stone. An array of excitement flashed in their eyes. The stone is oval in shape, with flowing cloud patterns on the surface like waves. The most important thing is that the inside of the stone will occasionally emit the sound of waves crashing. The sound of waves, 9 shallow and 1 deep. It is indeed the sea-suppressing stone. Wang Zan put his eyes on the stone and added, "He." Chen Mo chuckled, walked to the stone cabinet, carefully took the sea-suppressing stone in his hand and looked at it carefully. He couldn't help but feel happy. The sea-suppressing stone is finally in hand, and now he can finally break through the foundation establishment realm. Seeing Chen Mo's actions, Nuang Jin, the only female cultivator in the team, said with some envy, "Chen Mo, the thing you said you wanted to pick up first, it must be the sea-suppressing stone." Chen Mo responded affirmatively after hearing this. "Yes, I need this item to break the limit of the spiritual sea barrier." Hearing Chen Mo's affirmative answer, several people showed a trace of envy. In addition to being a little jealous, they also gave a little blessing. However, they could not think of anything else. Because except for Chen Mo, everyone present was at the foundation building stage at the lowest, and had already missed this heaven-defying opportunity in the key training stage. The sea-suppressing stone in their hands was just one more top-level spiritual item that could be used for exchange, not to mention that they had already made a binding oath before setting off. After Chen Mo carefully put away the sea-suppressing stone, the mood of the next few people became more and more expectant. With the example of the sea-suppressing stone in front, the remaining 2 items would not be simple. The remaining things belong to them. At this time, Wang Zan walked to the stone cabinet and carefully took the remaining 2 items in his hand. A broken flag. A jade slip. Everyone looked at the 2 things in Wang Zan's palm. "Everyone, how about I identify these 2 things first?" Wang Zan said after looking at everyone. For this kind of treasure, only whose status and experience are the most qualified. Of course. Please. Everyone responded one after another, looking at Wang Zan eagerly. Wang Zan nodded happily, took the jade slip and put it on his forehead first, and used his mind to explore it. Suddenly, his eyes became bright. "Fendian Jiayulian. Good stuff. Wang Zan looked at everyone excitedly and introduced. The Jade Slip contains a magical power cultivation method called Burning Heaven Jiayulian. This magical power only needs to find 9 kinds of strange fire to refine, and then it can be cultivated into top-level flame magical power. At this point, even Wang Zan's eyes flashed with a burning heat. In the world of immortal cultivation, high-level cultivators who want to master the fighting power of a region must have powerful magical powers. In the world of immortal cultivation, there is a saying that immortal methods are easy to cultivate, but magical powers are hard to find. This shows the preciousness of magical methods. Although the cultivators born in the late stage of Blue Star can develop innate magical powers when their immortal bones are born after practicing the 108 body tempering techniques, most of those magical powers are very ordinary and weak. Even if Chen Mo cultivates the top artistic conception in the Xiantian realm and then cultivates the top innate magical powers, his magical powers can only play a huge advantage after Chen Mo's strength improves. Otherwise, in the early stage, there are also many powerful spells that can overshadow the power of magical powers. But this Brahman 9 refinements is different. As long as you find 9 kinds of powerful strange fires to refine, you can master a top-level magical power. After listening to Wang Zan's introduction, everyone's eyes couldn't help but ignite a trace of heat. Burning Heaven 9 refinements. Just by listening to the name, you know that this magical power is not weak, and it dares to be named after Brahma. And this kind of magical power cultivation method, they can completely discuss it and let everyone learn it. You must know that Blue Star is now facing the absolute pressure of the Linghe sect, and it is not a big problem for them to master it. Major General, take a look at what's so special about that flag. At this moment, Nongjin on the side urged impatiently. Wang Zan nodded, and also probed his divine sense into the flag in his hand with some expectation. After a while, he frowned slightly, a little puzzled. Ferry to the Immortals flag. Ferry to the Immortals flag. Hearing this, everyone echoed with some doubt. Wang Zan nodded and explained. The array pattern inside this flag is very complicated. For the time being, I only know that the name of this flag is the Ferry to the Immortals flag. Chapter 102, Crossing the Immortal Flag, A Wave of Fat. The Immortal Crossing Flag. What a resounding name. Feng Zhao, a weapon refiner, praised. Can you tell the level of this flag? Liu Di asked anxiously. Wang Zan shook his head and looked at Feng Zhao. After all, Feng Zhao was the only weapon refiner in the team, maybe he could tell something. Let me try. Feng Zhao excitedly took the flag from Wang Zan's hand and checked it. When his mind touched the inscription of the formation on the flag, his face changed. He murmured, gathering spirits, soothing souls, space, stability, 10,000 waters, sharp rules. Everyone saw that Feng Zhao's face first showed a huge surprise and excitement, and then the excitement on his face slowly subsided and turned into confusion. Liu Di and the others' minds also became confused along with Feng Zhao's expression. How is it? Can you tell the origin of this flag? When Nongjin spoke, the originally gentle voice also appeared a little hurried. Feng Zhao glanced at the banner in his hand and shook his head in a complicated way, saying, with my level, I can roughly tell from this banner that it contains traces of dozens of different mysterious formations such as gathering spirits, soothing souls, and space. However, I found that this banner only has the body of the weapon, and there is no weapon spirit inside. Although the materials used to refine this crossing immortal flag are not simple, without the weapon spirit, this flag is ultimately just a broken weapon with special materials that cannot emit the power of immortals. Nongjin said unwillingly, what if I refine a weapon spirit into it again? Ah. Feng Zhao sighed, shook his head and explained. It's difficult, it's difficult. This crossing immortal flag, I guess its original level is at least a high-grade Taoist weapon. If you want to restore such a high-level Taoist weapon and nurture the weapon spirit again, I'm afraid no one can do it with the weapon refiners currently known in our Blue Star immortal cultivation world. After listening to Feng Zhao's explanation, the interest of others in this banner suddenly decreased a lot. But Chen Mo was moved in his heart. It can be listed together with great magical powers such as Hene Stone and Burning Heaven 9 refining, and it is named Duxin. How can it be simple? Make a wish. What should I do to restore the spirit of the Duxin banner and play its role? In the information analysis of this world, the first way in the wish analysis, in Zhuanhong City, ask Elder Lu Guang, a 4th level middle grade refiner of the Yuanying level, for help. You conceal a subdued Yuanying-level soul and refine it into the Duxin banner to play the power of the Duxin banner's first-grade Taoist weapon. Way 2. In the Chilan domain, there is a hermit in Baolianai village. There is a bitter mountain woodcutter who has reached the highest level of human weapon refining. In exchange for the 10,000-year-old green divine bamboo, he can capture an ancient soul of a mountain spirit and refine it into the Duxin banner to restore it to a top-level Taoist weapon, with a power comparable to that of a lower-grade immortal weapon. Way 3. Subdue a true immortal soul, let him willingly acknowledge the master and enter the immortal crossing flag. After 10 years, the soul can merge with a formation pattern in the immortal crossing flag, and restore the power of the immortal crossing flag as a mid-grade immortal weapon. After digesting the hint in his mind, Chen Mo was secretly shocked. This immortal crossing flag is really not simple. It turns out that it is a mid-grade immortal weapon. This is the second immortal weapon he has seen after the Changguang immortal sword, and this time the immortal weapon is not as badly damaged as the Changguang immortal sword. If it is placed in his hands, it will soon be able to restore some of its functions. Chen Mo stood aside, his expression calm on the surface, but in fact, many thoughts in his mind were thinking quickly like lightning. If you want to make the immortal crossing flag work, from the many ways, there are roughly several methods, namely, ways 1, 2, and 3. Or, like way 1, capture an ordinary soul as a weapon spirit, and use the immortal crossing flag as a Taoist weapon, but I feel that this method of repair is a bit insulting to the immortal crossing flag. Or, choose way 2 and ask the great man to help. This method can be used if he can find a specific trading item. Way 3 is to subdue the immortal soul of the true immortal level and make it voluntarily become the weapon spirit of the immortal crossing flag, so that the power of the immortal crossing flag can be fully exerted. This method seems to be the most difficult, but it suits my heart the most. And for way 3, he actually has some preliminary goals in mind. Well, let's temporarily decide on ways 2 and 3, and then see how to plan it in detail later. The idea in his mind was determined. Chen Mo took the immortal crossing flag from Feng Zhao in the name of checking it, and checked it. After the attention to the immortal crossing flag decreased, then everyone's eyes quickly turned to the remaining alchemy room and the treasures in the medicine field. First, the group checked the alchemy room. Generally, the alchemy room is used for alchemy, and it is also one of the most abundant treasures. The layout of the alchemy room of the Great Lord Nanming is also very simple. In addition to the ground fire formation in the middle that has been extinguished for many years, there are only a few exquisite alchemy bottles placed on the inner stone wall. Perhaps because it is the interior of the Great Lord Nanming's own cave, there is no profound forbidden formation pattern on the stone wall. This time, Yu Quan, who was born as an alchemist, took the lead in checking, mainly because he was afraid that some elixirs had some elixir collection techniques. Yu Quan walked carefully in front of the stone wall and stretched out his hand. 3 bottles of elixir fell into his hands. Then he used the most common elixir collection technique in the alchemy world and successfully opened the sealed stopper on the elixir bottle. At this moment, the eyes of several people were looking at his actions with expectation and trepidation. When Yu Quan pulled out an elixir bottle, a strong elixir fragrance wafted out. Suddenly, Yu Quan shouted excitedly, "Infant formation pill!" When they heard about the infant formation pill, several people's expressions suddenly paused, and even Chen Mo was very surprised. This is the infant formation pill that can improve the efficiency of breaking the pill into an infant. If it is placed on the blue star, it is a treasure that people will break their heads to fight for. When they heard about the infant formation pill, if there is one person who is most excited in the field, it must be Wang Zan. He has been promoted to the late stage of the golden core, and the next step is to condense the nascent soul. At this step, I don't know how many hard-working cultivators in the world of immortal cultivation have been trapped. With his qualifications of a high-grade golden core, if he can get this infant formation pill, it will undoubtedly add an excellent help to his nascent soul condensation in the near future. So, several people quickly gathered around, and all their eyes were focused on the 2 remaining bottles of pills in Yu Quan's hand. Boom! The pill bottle opened. This is also an infant formation pill. The surprise did not stop. Yu Quan continued to exclaim. Then everyone found that there was also an infant formation pill hidden in the second bottle. At this moment, everyone was completely stunned by the surprise. Then everyone focused their eyes on the only remaining slightly larger pill bottle. Boom! When Yu Quan carefully uncorked the bottle, Liu Di and the others instantly had a red glow on their faces. Xianli Dan. A top-grade elixir for forming a den. It can greatly increase the chance of forming a den. If one's cultivation is already in the early stage of forming a den, it can quickly consolidate and enter a stable period when the realm is raised. The Yingying Dan in front is what Wang Zhan desires the most. The Xianli Dan in front is what Liu Di's foundation building team vowed to seize. What makes everyone even more excited is that there are as many as 6 Xianli Dan in this bottle, which is enough for everyone except Wang Zhan to share one. The 5 members of the Shenfeng team looked at each other tacitly, and their excitement was beyond words. Let's go, check the medicine field quickly. Seeing this, Nuangjin urged impatiently. The harvest of the cave mansion treasures this time is really too big, so big that they dare not even think about it. Although there may be countless cultivators gathered outside to besiege them at this time. But at this moment, no one has the heart to think so much, they just want to quickly sweep away all the treasures in the cave, and then divide them up. Yu Quan nodded excitedly, and after plugging the pill bottle, everyone quickly came to the medicinal field in the cave that was covered by the formation. Look! That's the ice spirit fruit. Fire crystal date. And the green lotus fruit. Chapter 103, Divide the treasure and build the foundation. Hearing Liu Di's exclamation, Chen Mo looked through a faint spiritual light array. The 7 people found 3 spiritual medicines growing vigorously at a distance in the medicinal field that was more than 10 feet long and wide. One of the 3 spiritual medicines was an ice spirit fruit, a small tree about 2 feet tall, with an ice blueberry the size of a longan on the tree top. At the other end of it, on the blue-black soil of the medicinal field, there grew a green-leafed red date tree more than 1 meter tall, with more than a dozen bright red dates the size of a thumb joint hanging on the date tree. Liu Di, who had the spiritual plant skill, could be said to have a very accurate vision and called out the names of the 3 spiritual medicines at a glance. Chen Mo looked at them carefully through the array pattern. Comparing what he had learned in the Book of All Worlds, he had seen both the ice spirit fruit and the fire spirit date. The ice spirit fruit is the size of a longan, and its flesh is as delicious and sweet as a pearl. The fruit contains extremely pure icy spiritual power, which is a very precious 3rd-level mysterious spiritual medicine. The fire spirit date is a spiritual object that contains pure fire spiritual power. Taking this date raw can use the fire spiritual power to forcibly break through some bottlenecks in the practice, but there is also the danger of forcibly igniting the mana. As a 3rd-level earth-level spiritual medicine, it is even more necessary to be extremely careful when taking it raw. However, the one in the middle of the medicine field looks a bit like the Xiantian snow lotus. There is a green fruit in the middle of the flower bud. It is a spiritual medicine called the green lotus fruit. Chen Mo did not recognize it. However, judging from its appearance and the location where it grows, its level is obviously not lower than the other 2 spiritual medicines. Because in this medicine field, only these 3 spiritual medicines are still absorbing the spiritual power in the medicine field to retain their thriving life, and some of the spiritual medicines that originally existed among them have long since turned into withered spiritual plant remains. At this time, after looking at several spiritual medicines, Yu Quan also added, "It is indeed a 3rd-grade ice spirit fruit and fire crystal date. The one in the middle is a 4th-grade mysterious green lotus fruit. Taking it can help people comprehend a trace of the green lotus sword art." Hearing the 2 people's discussion, everyone's eyes were filled with eagerness to try, and they wanted to break the formation immediately to get these spiritual medicines. Chen Mo's eyes were on the ice spirit fruit. His immortal bone is a 1st-grade ice-attributed ice sword bone, and the fundamental practice of his own cultivation is the water-attributed Hanhei Changsheng Sutra. Therefore, if he can take this ice spirit fruit, not only can it greatly increase the spiritual power in his body, but it can also purify the cold spiritual power in his body and make the cold spiritual power in his body more condensed. Just after refining the sea-suppressing stone, he can quickly cross the long process of accumulating spiritual power with the spirit fruit. Then, Liu Di studied the formation covering the medicine field for a while, and saw that it was a 2nd-grade spiritual plant formation that he could break, and he breathed a sigh of relief. He turned around and looked at Chen Mo, Wang Zhan and others, and discussed. Once this spiritual plant formation is broken, it is best to collect these spiritual medicines as soon as possible. What are your opinions? Liu Di's words clearly meant that it was time to divide the treasures. How should everyone divide them next? Well, let's check all the other places first and then discuss it. Wang Zhan nodded as a reply. Then he turned around and checked the remaining stone chambers and corners with everyone. After finding nothing else, he returned to the medicine field to discuss the division of the treasures. At this moment, everyone was excited and complicated. Even in the surprise, everyone couldn't help but feel a little greedy. This is also the time that tests people's hearts the most. People in the world can often share adversity, but when they share happiness, they can't help but have dirty hearts. Because such an amazing opportunity treasure, if it is given to one of them, it will definitely take off all the way with this opportunity. If it were in other immortal cultivation circles, I'm afraid they would have been ready to take the treasure for themselves at this time. The people of the Blue Star Military Department did a little better than other people in the cultivation world in this regard. In addition, Chen Mo asked everyone to swear a great oath before setting off, so there was no need to worry about everyone turning against him. Of course, what really reassured Chen Mo was that these people were all teammates he found according to the instructions of the wish-making path, so he was so bold to cooperate with them. Haha, we can finally share the treasure. Standing in front of the medicinal field, Nong Jin said excitedly. And Nong Hong, who had been standing beside her and seemed a little honest and taciturn, couldn't help but smile. Nong Hong's smile made it easy for people to ignore his late foundation building cultivation. Chen Mo, what do you think? At this time, as the only late giant and master in the team, Wang Zan looked at Chen Mo and said. After all the opportunities today were brought by Chen Mo, and he still had to ask Chen Mo's opinion first. Chen Mo shrugged and responded with a smile. Let's divide it according to the proportion we agreed on before. Boss Wang will take 40%, and I and the Kamikaze squad will each take 30%. Everyone can tell us what they need, and then we will discuss it. What do you think? After listening to Chen Mo's words, everyone nodded. Wang Zan thought for a while and said first, if that's the case, then I'll speak first. I think everyone can learn the magical power of the Burning Heaven 9 refinements, and there is no conflict. Then I want one infant formation pill, I want the 4th level Zhuan grade green lotus fruit, and I want half of the fire crystal dates. After saying that, Wang Zan looked at everyone, waiting for others to express their opinions. Fair. Liu Di and the others listened to Wang Zan's request, nodded without expressing their opinions, and still agreed in their hearts. After listening to Wang Zan's words, Chen Mo felt that his requirements were very fair. In addition to the exercises and the Dukes and Flag, the most valuable ones are the 2 infant formation pills and the 4th level Zhuan grade green lotus fruit. Strictly speaking, Wang Zan's selection did not account for 40% of the treasures. Chen Mo was very impressed with Wang Zan's performance, as he did not use his status to bully others and did not take advantage of small profits. If needed in the later stage, Chen Mo did not mind asking him for help. Next, it was Chen Mo's turn. Chen Mo accounted for 30%. He stated his requirements first, so that the people of the Kamikaze team could discuss it. Seeing this, Chen Mo stated his requirements. Everyone, we agreed that this Henhei stone should not be included. So for the rest, I only want one Xianli pill, the 3rd level Zhuan level Bingling fruit, and the incomplete Dukes and Flag. After hearing Chen Mo's requirements, everyone looked at Chen Mo in surprise. Chen Mo, are you sure? Liu Di looked at Chen Mo in surprise and confirmed. Sure. Chen Mo nodded and replied calmly. Because in their opinion, Chen Mo would at least take half of the Xianli pill, and then choose the remaining Jiang pill, and the remaining half spiritual fruit and the incomplete Dukes and Flag. As a result, Chen Mo's choice was far beyond the expectations of others. Although the Immortal Crossing flag was originally of a high rank, it was ultimately a broken flag without a spirit. Its value might not be as practical as the infant forming pill. Excluding the sea-suppressing stone, the value of the things Chen Mo chose was less than 30%. Chen Mo nodded upon hearing this. With the Immortal Crossing flag in hand, this choice was definitely not a loss for Chen Mo. Moreover, with a golden finger in hand, he had no shortage of resources. Chen Mo only picked out the things that suited him. What if he gave away the other small profits? He could also make a group of connections. You know, there was a large group of outsiders preparing to block them at this time. It would be more appropriate for the team to unite as one. After hearing Chen Mo's affirmative answer, the other members of the Kamikaze squad were also relieved. With a treasure delivered to their doorstep, no one would be stupid enough to push it away. They quickly used their divine thoughts to communicate with each other for a while. Finally, Liu Di stood up and said, in this case, I would like to thank Chen Mo and Major General Wang on behalf of the Kamikaze Squad. Thank you. The others also hurriedly thanked him sincerely. According to the above distribution of treasures, each of them can get a much-needed Xianli pill, half of the fire crystal dates and a Jiang pill. So far, the division of the cave mansion relics has ended. Chen Mo got his Henhe stone, a magical power of burning heaven 9 refinements, a middle-grade fairy weapon Dukes and flag, remains, a Xianli pill, a bingling fruit, and a hidden cave of the great venerable Nanming. The harvest is not insufficient. After dividing the treasures, everyone first imprinted the magical power of burning heaven 9 refinements in their minds, and then picked the spiritual medicine and sealed it. After packing up everything, several people came to the cave mansion to meet and discuss the next plan. Chen Mo spoke first. Major General, after you refine the array talisman, is there a way to move the entire cave mansion away? Wang Zhan shook his head and explained. This cave is located in a space node in the center of the Thunder Tide. There is a Sumeru in the Mustard Seed Formation on Lingshan Mountain. The Lingshan Cave can only be hidden in a space node and cannot be moved. At this point, he hesitated and said, today is the outbreak period of the Thunder Waterfall in the Thunder Tide Lake. At this time, countless cultivators must have been attracted outside. If we break the formation and go out at this time, we may be besieged by countless people. But if we stay in the cave for the time being, we are afraid that the great cultivators of the Linghe sect will come and directly break through the space to find us. What do you think? Wang Zhan expressed his concerns and turned his eyes to the few people. Chen Mo heard this, thought for a while and said decisively. We have just obtained so many opportunities, so we should take this opportunity to refine them into our own strength first, so that we will be more confident when we go out. The safety here can still be assured. If the great cultivator is so easy to find, he would not have waited until now without finding it. After listening to Chen Mo's words, the people of the Kamikaze team also felt that there was some truth. Nodding, everyone discussed for a while and finally decided to stay in the cave to practice and improve their strength. Wait until some of the people outside disperse before breaking out. Chen Mo did not delay. After discussing, he came to the practice room first, ready to break the limit of the Sea of Ki barrier again. Sit cross-legged. Soon Chen Mo entered the deep practice state of the vast Sea of Longevity. At this time, the sea-suppressing stone in his hand was also silently refined by him into the Sea of Spirit. He had already understood the limit of the practice of Ki in the vast Sea of Longevity. Now all he lacked was to break the barrier of the Sea of Spirit and expand the foundation of the Sea of Spirit. Huahu! Huahu! At this moment, in Chen Mo's Sea of Spirit, one after another huge wave sound came. The sea-suppressing stone fell into Chen Mo's Sea of Spirit, and it was like a sea-suppressing needle in the Sea of Spirit. The sea-suppressing stone was deposited in the center of Chen Mo's Sea of Spirit, and endless waves continued to surge from the inside of the stone and hit Chen Mo's Sea of Spirit barrier. Bang! Bang! As the waves beat, the barrier of his spiritual sea gradually became loose. Later, as the waves of spiritual power in the spiritual sea rolled and squeezed, the barrier of the spiritual sea kept moving outward 4,000 miles, 6,000 miles, 72,000 miles. Bang! At 7,200 miles, Chen Mo felt that the barrier of the spiritual sea had expanded to a limit again, and became slightly stable. The barrier of the 11th level of Ki training. At this point, Chen Mo's heart moved. He infiltrated a trace of divine consciousness into the spiritual sea and saw that the sea-suppressing stone had only shrunk by half. It has not been refined yet, and it can continue. As the sea-suppressing stone in Chen Mo's spiritual sea continued to refine, more and more waves of spiritual power continued to surge out, and continued to hit the barrier of the spiritual sea, expanding 8,000 miles, 9,000 miles, 10,800 miles. Bang! The sound of a limit breakthrough came again. Chen Mo finally refined all this Henhe stone and completely merged it with the spiritual power sea in his body, and his spiritual energy barrier limit also broke through to the 12th level of Ki training. The diameter of the spiritual power sea in his body has reached an exaggerated 10,800 miles. It directly crushes the 900-mile width of the ordinary 9th level of Ki training. From the 9th level of Ki training to the 12th level of Ki training, the diameter of his spiritual sea has expanded 12 times. The spiritual power inside has increased by an unknown number of times. If we talk about the depth of the spiritual power in his body, I am afraid that a wave of spiritual power in his body is enough to easily kill an ordinary 9th level of Ki training cultivator. Even Chen Mo himself couldn't help but sigh. This is really an extremely heaven-defying key training foundation. At this moment, Chen Mo suddenly exhaled a long breath. A 10,800-mile-wide spiritual sea. After being delayed for so long, it's time for me to break through the foundation-building realm. As soon as the thought fell, he swallowed the prepared ice spirit fruit into his stomach. Suddenly, endless ice blue spiritual power quickly poured into his spiritual sea. The spiritual sea, which had originally seemed a little thin after his widening, was quickly filled and stirred by circles of ice blue spiritual power. The spiritual power of a third-level ice spiritual fruit, corresponding to the giant in realm, was enough to fill his wide spiritual sea. At this moment, he only had to wait for the spiritual sea to be filled before he could break through the foundation-building realm. At this moment, Chen Mo concentrated on comprehending the breakthrough method of the foundation-building realm. He forgot about time and space. What lingered in his mind were strands of Tao perception, which were his countless experiences and perceptions from refining skin and forging bones, to forging first-grade immortal bones, and then to practicing Qi and cultivating, step by step to the present. I don't know how long it took. The countless perceptions in Chen Mo's mind eventually turned into the cornerstone of his cultivation. The foundation of the Great Dao was established. Bang! He broke through. The foundation-building realm is established. Just at this moment, a strange vision suddenly rose behind Chen Mo's head. Above a vast and boundless sea, a bright cold moon rose. Foundation-building vision. The bright moon rises over the sea. Chapter 104 Ancient Legends, Strange Phenomena and Secrets. Above the vast sea, a blue moon was suspended. The moon is rising from the sea. Chen Mo could not help but exclaimed in surprise when he noticed the strange phenomenon behind him. Is this a strange phenomenon that will occur when one breaks through the limit of key training and builds the foundation, or is it a strange phenomenon that will occur when practicing the Hanhei Changsheng Sutra? He had never known about this before, nor had he seen similar records. However, it is always a pleasant surprise to have strange phenomena accompanying the breakthrough of the foundation. Chen Mo explored for a while with a hint of surprise and found that the phenomenon of the moon rising from the sea would not usually appear, but when he pushed the spiritual power in his body to the extreme, the phenomenon would appear behind him. When the phenomenon appeared, Chen Mo found that the speed of the spiritual power in his body would become faster, and the power of the spell would surge to more than 1 times. This is an additional bonus, a bit similar to the fighting demon fist he used in the body training, but the phenomenon of the moon rising from the sea is inherent in the key training, and he does not need to practice it extra. In addition, after breaking through the foundation-building stage, Chen Mo found that his spiritual sea of consciousness had also suddenly increased by more than 10 times. Originally, the initial sea of consciousness in the key training stage was only more than 10 feet wide, and the divine consciousness could be projected more than 100 feet away. Now Chen Mo's spiritual sea of consciousness has increased to 10 feet wide, and the divine consciousness can extend to more than 10 miles away, which is far more than 10 times that of the general initial stage of foundation building, and even suppresses the spiritual power of many people in the middle stage of foundation building. Feeling the many mysterious changes in the strength in his body, now whether he casts spells or activates the power of supernatural powers, he is many times more powerful. This is the strength of the foundation building stage. Not bad, very good. Chen Mo suddenly had an idea to find a foundation building strongman to try his hand. Now the 3 paths of key training, soul training, and body training have all advanced to the foundation building stage. The next step is to impact the middle stage of foundation building. As for the real comprehensive combat power now, Chen Mo has a vague judgment. With his current strength, he should not be afraid of masters with a cultivation level of the late stage of foundation building. However, he will soon be able to verify this idea. It's time to come out of retreat. As soon as the thought fell, Chen Mo stood up and pushed open the door of the training room in the stone chamber and walked out. When Chen Mo walked out of the stone cave, the aura after his breakthrough was still unstable, and everyone's eyes were on him. Foundation building realm. It only took 5 days to break through. What a fast breakthrough speed. Chen Mo, congratulations on the breakthrough. Seeing the powerful foundation building aura exuded by Chen Mo, Liu Di and the people in the kamikaze team couldn't help but be shocked. With Chen Mo's foundation, it was inevitable that he would successfully break through the foundation building, but they didn't expect Chen Mo to be able to refine this Hanhei stone within 5 days and then advance to the foundation building realm. Noticing Chen Mo's exit, Wang Zan, who was originally closing his eyes to comprehend the Kinglian sword Dao in the Kinglian fruit, turned his eyes to him. Wang Zan's divine consciousness swept over Chen Mo, and noticing the strong foundation aura on Chen Mo, he silently nodded and praised. The spiritual power is strong and the realm is solid, not bad. At this point, he paused. Suddenly, a trace of curiosity flashed across his calm eyes, and he asked in confusion, I wonder what kind of vision you condensed after breaking through the foundation building this time. Vision. Wang Zan's question made the kamikaze team feel a little confused. Obviously, they didn't know the secret how visions might occur after breaking through the limit of the key training realm and breaking through the foundation building. Seeing the puzzled looks on Liu Di's faces, Chen Mo first smiled and bowed to them to thank them for their congratulations. Then he immediately looked at Wang Zan and asked, how did the Major General know that I condensed a vision when I broke through? Wang Zan stood up, walked in front of everyone, looked at Chen Mo with a little surprise, and explained. After breaking through the limit of the 9th level of the key training realm, visions will generally be condensed when building the foundation. This secret is only spread among true evil geniuses. The spiritual energy of Blue Star has not yet recovered. Some disciples are too ambitious and have not made the information public. It is normal for you not to know. After listening to Wang Zan's explanation, everyone suddenly understood. But then everyone looked at Wang Zan with a hint of speculation in their eyes. Wang Zan can be ranked 38th on the Jinden Xianjiao list, maybe he is also a genius who has broken the limit. Seeing the change in everyone's eyes, Wang Zan shook his head and laughed. You don't have to guess blindly, I didn't break the limit of the 9th level of key training. The reason why I am sure that Chen Mo can condense the vision after breaking through is because I saw others perform visions in our 9th army and learned about it. After listening to Wang Zan's explanation, everyone's interest was aroused even more. Even the 38th ranked Jinden Xianjiao didn't break it, so who was the other person Wang Zan mentioned? Wang Zan didn't keep it a secret, and read out the name before everyone asked questions. Leng Chuan. Major General Leng Chuan. Chen Mo repeated. He didn't expect that the other person Wang Zan mentioned was actually a half-acquaintance of his, the temporary commander Leng Chuan who led their group of geniuses. Wang Zan nodded with certainty after hearing this. He looked at Chen Mo and said with a little envy. Leng Chuan broke through the foundation building after breaking through the limit of key training once. When he was building the foundation, the vision of the long river of sword condensed behind him. So you broke through the foundation building after refining the sea-suppressing stone. I am a little curious about what vision you condensed. Chen Mo heard this and thought for a while. The idea flashed through his mind quickly. So that's it. As long as the limit of key training is broken, the vision will be generated. It is not because you practiced the Hanhei Changsheng Sutra. As for his vision, there is nothing to hide from his own people. It may be discovered by others in the future battle. So, Chen Mo's spiritual power moved, and suddenly a magnificent sea appeared behind him, and a blue moon rose slowly in the sea. My vision is like this. The moon rises in the sea. Wang Zan saw the vision behind Chen Mo, his pupils shrank suddenly, and he exclaimed in shock. This is a real monster. Could it be that refining the sea-suppressing stone can give birth to such a vision? After seeing the vision behind Chen Mo, Wang Zan's heart also changed. He forced himself to suppress the shock and a slight envy in his heart. At this moment, Wang Zan's attitude towards Chen Mo also changed rapidly. At this moment, he truly regarded Chen Mo as an equal, as a true fellow Taoist on the road of cultivating immortals. With the talent and vision that Chen Mo showed, as long as he did not die halfway, Chen Mo would definitely catch up with him one day, or even surpass him. The motto of cultivating immortals is wealth, companion, law and land. That companion is not just a Taoist companion, but also means a fellow Taoist. Hearing the shock in Wang Zan's mouth, Nuangjin and the others became more curious about Chen Mo's vision. So they all looked at Wang Zan, hoping that he could explain it. Brother Wang, tell us, what is so magical about this vision of the rising moon from the sea that Chen Mo condensed? Nuangjin stared at the vision behind Chen Mo and asked Wang Zan curiously. Wang Zan heard this and hesitated for a moment before explaining, I don't know much about the details. I just learned a little bit from some ancient books after learning about the visions. Since ancient times, geniuses and evildoers have broken through their limits and condensed countless visions, but there are 10 visions that have been recorded, also known as the 10 legendary visions of ancient times. Hearing this, Chen Mo was also a little curious about his visions. He put away the moon rising from the sea behind him and waited quietly for Wang Zan to continue. The 10 visions are: chaos planting green lotus, immortal king coming to the 9 heavens, stars shining in the blue sky, yin and yang life and death diagram, bitter sea planting golden lotus, bright moon rising from the sea, immortal king opening the world, dome of the universe 10,000 monsters diagram, punishing gods and cutting off the sky, purple air coming from the east for 30,000 miles. After talking about the 10 visions, Wang Zan added, "Of course, these 10 visions are just what I saw from a fragment of an ancient book. There must be some hidden and unknown visions in the world of immortal cultivation, which should be no weaker than these 10 visions. It is also possible." After listening to Wang Zan's explanation, everyone looked at Chen Mo with shock in their eyes again. The moon rises over the sea. The 10 great legends of ancient times. So that's it. Ignoring the shock of others, Chen Mo thought of another question about the path of Taoism, and he asked it without hesitation. "Major General, is it possible that people will condense strange phenomena in the subsequent realms as long as they break the limit in the process of cultivating immortals? For example, the subsequent realms of foundation building, golden elixir, and nascent soul?" Hearing Chen Mo's question, Wang Zan thought for a while and answered carefully. "I don't know about the other realms later, but there are strange phenomena when the limit is broken in the golden core realm." After speaking, Wang Zan also reminded Chen Mo, "And each strange phenomenon will have different magical changes, which depends on your own experience. Whether to pursue breaking the limit in the subsequent realms, this also needs to be carefully chosen." Chapter 105, Make a Wish, The Way Out. After listening to Wang Zan's narration, Chen Mo also had a new goal for the cultivation of future realms. That is to use the role of the golden finger to consolidate each realm to the extreme as much as possible, break the limit and then break through the next realm. Truly realize the cross-level battle across the realm. After talking about the problem of the anomaly, Chen Mo talked about cultivation with a few people for a while, and asked about the breakthrough experience of the foundation building realm. In the 5 days of Chen Mo's breakthrough, he found that everyone had their own gains. After refining the green lotus fruit, Wang Zan had vaguely touched a trace of the green lotus sword art hidden in the green lotus fruit. Quan and Feng Zhao made the greatest progress in the Shen Fang team. Because they both have fire spirit roots, they rely on the spiritual effect of the 3rd level earth level fire crystal dates to forcibly break through the bottleneck of the practice and advance to the late stage of foundation building. Now, except for Nongjin, the talisman master, who stayed in the middle stage of foundation building, the other 4 people of the entire Shen Fang team have all become masters of the late stage of foundation building, and the strength of the entire team has undergone a transformation. This makes everyone more grateful to Chen Mo. At this time, seeing that Chen Mo had also broken through to the foundation building stage, Nongjin once again raised the question of going out. "Brother Wang, now that everyone's strength has improved, what time do you think we should choose to go out?" Wang Zan frowned slightly when he heard this. He thought for a while and said, "Everyone wait for me for a few more days. I have already touched the threshold of understanding the Kinglian Sword Dao. After a few days, when I enter the Kinglian Sword Dao, my strength will be greatly improved. At that time, we will have a greater chance of killing the enemy and going out." "Well, okay." Nongjin nodded and responded. After the time to go out was determined, everyone began to practice and busy themselves. Wang Zan came to one side and continued to comprehend the Kinglian Sword Dao. Liu Di pulled Chen Mo aside mysteriously and said with a smile, "Brother Chen Mo, now that you have broken through to the foundation building stage and have such a good relationship with our kamikaze team, how about I invite you to join our team now?" Chen Mo looked up at the other party. Looking at the other party's eager eyes, he smiled or shook his head and politely refused. "Thank you for your invitation, Brother Liu. I just came to the Blood Underworld not long ago. I haven't considered joining the team yet. If I really have an idea in the future, I will first consider our kamikaze squad." After Chen Mo's refusal, Liu Di did not continue to insist. He knew that immortal cultivators have their own decisions in their hearts, and there is no need to pester them like in the mortal world, which would be inferior. Moreover, with Chen Mo's qualifications, it is very easy for him to choose a strong team to join. He proposed that today just to take the opportunity to leave an impression in Chen Mo's mind and make friends with Chen Mo. Facing Chen Mo's refusal, Liu Di laughed and said without any concern, "Haha, thank you first, brother. Our kamikaze squad will put its name on yours first. Then he explained the reason for pulling Chen Mo into the team. Our 9th Army has quite a few tasks now. Sometimes, having a few more trustworthy companions will make it easier to carry out the tasks and earn more merits. The 9th Army usually works in teams when going out. I hope that in the future we can have the first day of fighting side by side. Chen Mo nodded, bowed to Liu Di, and replied, yes, there will be one. Regarding Liu Di's invitation, Chen Mo actually had his own thoughts in his heart. With his strength and progress, joining any team would only be temporary for him. In fact, what Chen Mo wanted to do more was to go out of Zhuanzhou after he had the strength to protect himself, and to venture out in the Blood Underworld to gain opportunities. The Blood Underworld was too vast, and there were too many places of opportunity waiting for him to collect and improve himself. After all, the 9th Military Headquarters of Zhuanzhou was just his first stepping stone. Of course, before leaving Zhuanzhou, he didn't mind helping Blue Star to flatten the great enemy Linghe sect first. By the way, Brother Chen, you have been in the Blood Underworld not long ago, and you should not have seen the prosperity of some of the immortal cultivation world in Zhuanzhou. If you have time after you go back this time, how about I take you to experience it? Liu Di quickly changed the topic and talked to Chen Mo. What prosperity? Chen Mo asked curiously. Liu Di chuckled. There are many, such as the famous Qianyang Xuxin market in Zhuanzhou, which is a famous trading center for Xuxin items and Qilin domain. There are many sects, independent cultivators, and interstellar wanderers. There are many good things. And there is also the Xiansheng Renjian Zhou Pavilion. You know the girls there, he. At this point, Liu Di showed a knowing smile between men. Seeing this, Chen Mo laughed. He clasped his hands and said, Brother Liu is indeed knowledgeable. Later, I will trouble Brother Liu to take me to see the depth and breadth of the Xuxin world. Okay, okay. Liu Di said as he slowly taught Chen Mo some of his experiences in Zuming. Time passed slowly. Outside the cave, the Thunder Tide Lake, which was originally filled with dark clouds and thunderstorms, had already calmed down. But at this time, many cultivators were still gathered above the calm lake. Since the news that a cave had appeared in the center of the Thunder Tide Lake, many nearby cultivators have all rushed here. At this time, some people who knew a little about formations were flying around the lake, trying to find the hidden cave. Some cultivators simply guarded the various directions away from the Thunder Tide Lake. Inside the cave, while Wang Zan was painstakingly comprehending the Kinglian Sword Dao, Chen Mo also began to make the final preparations before leaving. In the beginning, he made a wish based on how to safely obtain the opportunity of the great venerable Nanming. The hint he chose was for him to invite a 5-member foundation building team and Wang Zan to escort them throughout the journey, and to seize the opportunity treasures in the cave with a Nanming token. Now that the opportunity is in hand, he just needs to wait to return to Zhuanhuang City. His previous wish was based on his own safety. As for whether the kamikaze squad and Wang Zan could return safely, he needed to make a new wish to calculate. Or maybe the Golden Finger had already calculated everything in the previous wish, so he needed to replan how to do it. Make a wish. I want to know how everyone can return to Zhuanhuang City safely from the cave of the Great Lord of the Southern Ocean. The information of this world is being analyzed, and the wishes are being analyzed. The first way is to practice in the cave for 20 years, and then you can safely go out of the Nanming cave and return to Zhuanhuang City. The second way is to go out of the cave when the thunder waterfall erupts again on the 9th of next month to avoid most of the siege. Use the escape talisman to become invisible, open the cave and throw some spiritual objects into the ring as bait to lure the besieging monks in, and then go west along the Lichao Lake after killing the pursuing monks. After going west for 200 miles, immediately jump into the Lichao Lake, hide at the bottom of the Lichao Lake, and continue to go west for 50 miles to avoid the Lengayu Ring Sky Array, and then fly forward for another 500 miles. After killing the second-level encirclement and suppression master of the Linghe sect, you can return to Zhuanhuang City safely. Path 3, you need to upgrade the escape talisman to the second grade lower grade within 10 days, and make 15 second grade lower grade escape talismans. After 10 days, you need to fight your way out of the cave and use Wang Zan's extreme strength of the Golden Core to clear the way to the east. After leaving the cave, Wang Zan must kill Bai Jai and Fei and the foundation building masters of the Linghe sect with a blue lotus sword intention within 10 breaths. After getting rid of the core siege, Wang Zan needs to take the soul-devouring pill without hesitation and burst out the Yuan Ying's strength to deal with the second-level siege masters. The kamikaze squad needs to replace Wang Zan after getting rid of the siege of the second-level monks, escort everyone to the Jinsha River within half a day, use the second-grade escape talisman to avoid entering the Jinsha River, and use the natural power of the river to flow 60 miles. After landing, flee to the direction of the Evil Wind Valley to return to Zhuangherong City safely. Chapter 106, Fighting Out, Devouring Souls and Strengthening Gods. After reading the prompts in his mind, Chen Mo's eyes were slightly hesitant. Path 1 requires 20 years of retreat, so he gave up without thinking. What made him hesitate was Path 2 and Path 3. Both paths can get out, but each has its own advantages and disadvantages. Chen Mo looked up and silently observed the people who were practicing, especially Wang Zan, who is closing his eyes to comprehend. From Path 3, Wang Zan will definitely be able to get started with a green lotus sword within 10 days, and his combat power will be greatly improved. At the limit, he can also take the soul-devouring pill to burst out the combat power of the nascent soul. However, it is obvious that taking the soul-devouring pill will have considerable sequelae, and he will need the members of the Divine Wind Squad to replace him later, which may affect Wang Zan's future practice. Moreover, this path has a prerequisite, that is, he needs to upgrade the escape talisman to the second level within these 10 days and make a second-level low-grade escape talisman. This can be done with his current foundation building cultivation in divine consciousness. However, Path 3 seems to be quite risky, and the only advantage is that it takes less time. Choosing the second route is obviously safer, but the disadvantage is that it will take longer until next month. When he left the Immortal Valley on Mars, the life fruit needed 136 days to mature. According to the current time, he will have to rush back to Mars as soon as he leaves the cave on the 9th of next month. The time is a bit tight, but it is still in time. How to choose? Chen Mo thought to himself. Forget it, it is safer to choose the second route. Since he started cultivating immortals, he has always been based on stability, and in the process of stability, he can seize the greatest opportunity and benefit as soon as possible. If he chooses the third route, if any link does not meet the requirements of the prompt, something will happen. With a firm idea in his mind, Chen Mo began to prepare for the breakthrough next month. Chen Mo first found a stone room to stabilize the realm he had just broken through. When breaking through the foundation, Chen Mo noticed that the Changguang immortal sword in the spiritual sea seemed to have recovered a little bit, and the impact on the spiritual power in his spiritual sea became a little greater. At this time, the spiritual power released by Chen Mo had a little more edge than before. After spending a few days to stabilize his realm, Chen Mo focused on several general methods of divine power after the breakthrough. Now his more powerful means of attack is the Immortal Bone Divine Power Ice Sword Domain, and the Body Training War Demon Boxing Method, followed by the soul-devouring divine power that has not been used in actual combat. Other conventional spells such as Kangyang Sword Art and Water Control Art cannot reach the combat power when Chen Mo uses divine power. Therefore, in addition to practicing fundamental skills, Chen Mo puts more energy on divine power. Time passed quickly. The sunlight shines through the cracks in the cave and sprinkles on the blue stone in patches. Everything seems quiet and peaceful. In the blink of an eye, 10 days have passed. On this day, a majestic sword intent suddenly came from the cave where Chen Mo and others were. Seeing this, Chen Mo and others pushed open the door of the stone chamber, and saw a sharp sword momentum bursting out from Wang Zan. This momentum is like a sword lotus standing in the void, trying to cut through the blue sky, leaving a blue sword shadow that cuts towards the sky. Wang Zan's eyes, which were originally tightly closed, suddenly opened, and a sharp sword light flashed, and then his momentum returned to calm again. Breakthrough. Wang Zan faced the crowd, and said with a smile on his face. Congratulations, Brother Wang has comprehended the Green Lotus Sword Dao. Congratulations, Major General. Hearing this, everyone came forward to congratulate. Wang Zan nodded, thanked everyone for their congratulations one by one, and the confident smile on his face never diminished. Obviously, this breakthrough has improved him a lot. After everyone congratulated, the topic came to the departure from Nanming Cave Mansion. During the discussion, Chen Mo took the initiative to ask, Major General, I wonder if you can detect the situation outside by refining the Array Talisman. Wang Zan poured his mind into the Jade Ruai Array Talisman, and replied with a worried look, although our cave is hidden in the depths of space and has not been discovered by them, I can sense that there are many powerful auras gathered outside through the array. Everyone nodded. Obviously, they had expected this in their hearts. If you want to get the opportunity to go out, you must go through this. Seeing the solemn look in everyone's eyes, Chen Mo took the initiative to speak. I have an idea. Now that we have been in the cave for half a month, why don't we just wait until the thunderstorm breaks out next month before going out? At that time, with the help of the hidden black cloud thunder waterfall, we suddenly open the cave, and then throw some ordinary spiritual objects into the cave, which will inevitably attract many cultivators to rush in to compete, and the surrounding area will inevitably fall into chaos. And we can also take this opportunity to get rid of most of the siege and break out of the siege. After listening to Chen Mo's plan, Wang Zan and Liu Di thought about it carefully. Taking advantage of the thunderstorm to get out is indeed a way, and opening the cave on this day will obviously divert everyone's attention. Some people will wonder if they have not controlled the cave. This is a good idea, then everyone should prepare for the next time. When the thunderstorm breaks out next month, we will rush out. After discussion, Wang Zan finally made the final decision. Then, everyone began to prepare for the means to fight the enemy. Chen Mo was not idle either. For the next half-month, he had been hiding in the stone chamber and silently refining the soul-melting bottle. He was going to use the soul-melting bottle and the soul-devouring divine power to try to condense the Soul Deo golden body. The time came to the 9th day of the next month. On this day, the thunder waterfall of the Thunder Tide Lake was just as usual, and it burst out crazily on this day. Boom boom, the black clouds in the sky rolled down with countless thunder and lightning. The cultivators who had been searching around the Thunder Tide Lake for a month could no longer suppress their anger. They drove various magic tools and rushed into the thunder waterfall like the wind to search for the traces of the cave. During this month, a cultivator who was good at deduction and calculation said that the cave would only appear in the world when the thunder tide broke out. In fact, this prophecy was half right. In the cave, listening to the rolling thunder outside, Liu Di and others carefully hid some ordinary spiritual objects and spiritual medicines that everyone had brought with them in various corners of the cave according to the prior discussion, and set up some formations to cover them. Finally, everything was settled. Everyone gathered in the cave. Chen Mo looked at everyone who looked serious and said calmly, "It's time." Wang Zan nodded, summoned his flying boat again, and ordered, "Everyone come to the flying boat. I will open the cave's concealment formation later, and we will take the opportunity to rush out." Chen Mo heard this and silently took out some pre-prepared space escape talismans and handed them to everyone, and ordered, "This is a space escape talisman I got. After sticking it on the body, it can be invisible, traceless, breathless, and traceless. As long as the realm is not much higher than ours, it will be difficult for people to find it." Nongjin and Nonghong took the talisman, and after hearing Chen Mo's explanation, they suddenly showed a look of shock and curiosity in their eyes. This talisman is really as magical as Chen Mo said. As a talisman master, how come they have never heard of it? But now is not the time to discuss these things, so they suppressed their curiosity and did not speak out. When Chen Mo handed the space escape talisman to Wang Zan, he suddenly sent a telepathic message to Wang Zan and said in a sonorous voice, "Major General, after we go out, you must remember to urge the flying boat to fly to the west of Lichao Lake. Remember." After receiving Chen Mo's voice transmission, Wang Zan paused, and then he nodded silently. As for why Chen Mo made this judgment, he must have his reasons, but as a late giant and cultivator who has experienced many battles in the cultivation of immortals, he will make his own judgment based on what Chen Mo said. At this time, Wang Zan said solemnly, "Are you ready?" Hearing this, everyone nodded coldly. "Let's go." As soon as Wang Zan's voice fell, the originally hidden Lingshan cave mansion formation suddenly opened. Bang! I saw a shrunken cave mansion black dot suddenly become larger in an instant, squeezed out from the thunder waterfall black cloud. The cave mansion is out. Charge! This instantaneous change naturally alarmed the immortal cultivators who had been guarding on the side. Countless figures flew, and those with weak cultivation took the opportunity to shout out, trying to take advantage of the opportunity to fish in troubled waters. Swish, swish, swish. The cultivators who were close to the cave quickly approached the cave formation. Chen Mo, who had already hidden himself, activated the Nanming token to deliberately open the cave formation. Soon, figures flew into the cave and quickly searched for Chen Mo and his companions. Spiritual medicine. Exercise method. Stop, hand over the pill bottle. Almost in an instant, the cultivators who entered the cave earlier did not see Chen Mo and his companions, but found some ordinary spiritual objects that Chen Mo and his companions deliberately left in the cave. However, the cultivators who came in after them were unaware of this. When they saw that the people in front of them really found treasures in the cave, they began to attack and rob the people who came in front of them like crazy. With a treasure in front of them, they didn't care about so many things. They just grabbed what they saw first. For a while, the cave quickly became a chaotic fight. There were also smart people who quickly searched for Chen Mo and his companions, but unfortunately, these people were a little lower in cultivation after all, and they didn't find Chen Mo and his companions hiding aside for a while. Seeing more and more people pouring into the cave, they were afraid that someone would soon discover their hidden figures. At this time, Chen Mo and the others communicated with each other. "Let's go." Puff. The flying boat with the escape talisman cut through the space fluctuations and rushed out of the cave in an instant. "Well, what is that?" Bang, bang. The smart people immediately used their magic power to block the passage in front. At this time, Chen Mo and the others' hidden flying boat had to show up. Flying boat. It's those people who went in before. Some monks who reacted wanted to chase them out. However, under the urging of Wang Zan, the giant in Xianjiao, the flying boat had already broken through the sound barrier and rushed to the middle of the Black Cloud Thunder waterfall in an instant. At this time, there were still uninformed monks outside, and circles of people formed a circle around the center of the Thunder waterfall. "Let's go, to the west," Chen Mo suddenly reminded. Wang Zan heard this and saw that there were indeed fewer monks to the west of the Thunder Tide Lake, so he hurriedly urged the flying boat to shoot to the west. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, all the monks blocking their way, whether they were people or flying magic weapons, were directly knocked away. When encountering monks with deep cultivation, Wang Zan urged his magic power to force them away. But this abnormal scene soon attracted the attention of the monks who came from behind. No one is a fool. This flying boat is not running inside but flying outside. It is either those who have got the opportunity or those who entered the cave last month. So countless figures behind began to attack the flying boat. Bang, boom, bang. In an instant, countless magic spells bombarded Wang Zan's flying boat. The invisibility effect of the escape talisman on Chen Mo and others who were attacked was also broken. "It's them." After seeing the figures of Chen Mo and others, someone soon shouted out their identities. At this time, looking at the oncoming attacks, everyone's pressure also increased. Chen Mo shouted coldly with a serious expression, "Charge, as long as you break out of this encirclement, you will be safe." Hearing this, Wang Zan urged the flying boat with all his strength. He would only block the attack of the giant in level. Liu Di and the others were fully engaged in dealing with some attacks from the foundation building and key training realms. Soon, the flying boat carried everyone at a speed several times the speed of sound and plunged into the crowd in the west. "Kill, whoever blocks me will die." At this moment, Chen Mo's strength was not hidden at all. He stood directly beside the flying boat, and the endless spiritual power in his body surged to form a spiritual power barrier to protect his whole body. And his physical training combat power of the barbarian soldier realm was completely released at this moment. Use spiritual power to protect yourself and use physical training combat power to kill the enemy. Fight the monster. Chen Mo shouted coldly in his heart. Fight, fight, fight. A series of golden physical energy burst out from his body, and at this moment an invincible aura of fighting heaven and earth emanated from him. Die? At this time, a cultivator in the early stage of foundation building held a golden mace-like magic weapon, and while Chen Mo was blocking the attack from the side, he smashed it at his back. Bang! The golden mace brought a strong wind and smashed the ice-blue spiritual barrier in front of Chen Mo, which was like water, but it only made Chen Mo stagger. How could an ordinary cultivator in the early stage of foundation building imagine the strong spiritual defense in Chen Mo's body that was like a vast ocean? After being attacked, Chen Mo suddenly turned around and stared coldly at the thin-faced cultivator behind him, who was a little shocked. At the moment when he was stunned, he had already made a move. Die? When Chen Mo spit out the word die coldly, his arm that gathered the power of the dragon had already blasted out instantly. Bang! This attack was like a dragon going out of the sea. Chen Mo's arm brought a huge force and suddenly smashed down on the thin-faced cultivator's head. Bang! Puff! In an instant, the opponent's head exploded like a watermelon. Chen Mo's bodybuilding attack exploded like this. The first bang broke the spiritual barrier formed by the opponent's defensive talisman, and the second sound was the sound of the head exploding. A master in the early stage of foundation building was destroyed in Chen Mo's hands. After destroying the opponent, Chen Mo did not stop. At this moment, he quietly used the half-style magical power he got from Wuxin. Soul devouring. I8. In Chen Mo's deep eyes, two vortex-shaped deep black holes seemed to appear. Woo-woo. A faint soul shadow struggled to be sucked into Chen Mo's mouth. Opportunity. I can get the opportunity if I kill him. No, please let me go. If you want to die, your ancestors will die. Ah, I hate it. I curse your inner demon to invade. I curse you to perish in disaster. After swallowing the opponent's soul, countless resentful consciousness and backlash instantly devoured Chen Mo. Is this the soul-devouring magic power? Feeling that the remaining chaotic consciousness of the opponent wanted to drown his own sea of consciousness, there was a cold flash in Chen Mo's eyes. Chapter 107, The Soul Soars, and the Desire to Swallow the Golden Pill. Chen Mo's eyes flashed coldly. HMPH. You are just a cultivator in the early stage of foundation building. You can't even take a punch from me when you're alive, and you still want to stir up trouble when you're dead. At this time, in Chen Mo's sea of consciousness, countless consciousnesses were twisting and shouting wantonly, trying to pollute and impact Chen Mo's consciousness. But with Chen Mo's consciousness far exceeding that of the other party by 10 times, how could a sea of consciousness be easily overwhelmed? Soul-devouring divine power, refine it for me. As Chen Mo became ruthless in his heart, the soul-devouring divine power was activated, and a furnace of divine consciousness instantly formed in his sea of consciousness. This furnace was forged with the power of his sea of consciousness, with divine consciousness as the burning firewood, and the opponent's residual soul consciousness as the soul material to begin refining. Woo-woo. After Chen Mo activated the soul-devouring divine power, an invisible soul divine light passed through his sea of consciousness. The countless backlash thoughts hidden in his sea of consciousness were immediately gathered into a group of residual souls by this invisible soul divine light, and thrown into the furnace of divine consciousness to begin refining. So that's it. Seeing this scene, Chen Mo understood it instantly. It turned out that the power of this half-style soul-devouring magical power lies in that, first, it can directly open its mouth to swallow the soul of others and incorporate it into its own sea of consciousness, and second, it can form a divine furnace in his sea of consciousness to refine the soul of the other party. After the first time he really performed the soul-devouring magical power, Chen Mo realized the domineering nature of this half-style magical power. However, when he refined the soul of the other party in this divine furnace, he also realized that this half-style magical power could only refine souls with the same strength as his own soul at most. If the soul of the other party exceeds his own, it is very likely to break his divine furnace, and his consciousness will completely backfire on himself, causing his soul to be confused, or even ruptured. This makes it necessary to be careful when performing this magical power later. Chen Mo wondered if he could solve this drawback if he got a complete soul-devouring magical power. But this idea was quickly thrown aside by him. He changed his mind and thought that there was no need to worry about it at all. In the future, when you encounter a soul stronger than yourself, you can use the soul refining ability of the soul melting bottle to refine the other party, without having to take this risk yourself. All these thoughts are slow to say, but in fact, they only happen in an instant in Chen Mo's sea of consciousness. Outside, Wang's Hanyu drove the flying boat all the way to the west. Kill. Liu Di and the Divine Wind Squad and others also showed the power of true late-stage foundation building masters at this moment. One after another, spiritual power spells and talismans formed a sea of spiritual power as they waved their hands to clear the obstacles in front. Bang bang. The sound of violent collisions kept coming. Chen Mo's 11 major divine storages were fully opened. A wisp of endless physical strength surged out from each divine storage, burning his ancient fist of fighting demons, and hitting a series of shocking energy fist shadows. Instantly. Puff. Puff, the sound of heads breaking 3 times in a row was heard. The 3 late-stage key training monks who stood in front of Chen Mo were directly blown up by his fists. The brain burst, and the blood sprayed out. Then their bodies were quickly blown into a ball of blood mist by the spiritual power colliding around them. Swallow. After destroying the opponent's figure, Chen Mo did not hesitate at all. He directly stretched out his hand to take the opponent's storage ring and activated the soul-swallowing magic to refine the opponent's soul. Several more furnaces of divine thoughts were added to his sea of consciousness. Since he was attacked, there was no mercy at all. The only ending was death. Chen Mo felt that at this moment, he had completely transformed into a ruthless butcher and fell into the mood of crazy fighting. Fighting, slaughtering, tirelessly. Body training moves, key training spells, as long as the moves that could kill the enemy were used at will. He didn't even notice that his body was stained with countless blood. In the end, one life after another was killed by him. Don't fight, go. At this moment, Wang Zan's cold shout suddenly came to Chen Mo's ears. Chen Mo looked intently and saw that they had already driven the flying boat to break through the blockade of the cultivators in the center of the Thunder Tide Lake. Let's go, continue to the west. Seeing this, Chen Mo woke up and hurriedly reminded. Wang Zan used his divine consciousness to scan the front and was relieved. Chen Mo is really right. Although there are many people besieging them in the west of the Thunder Tide Lake, there are fewer real masters, otherwise they would not have rushed out so easily. Next, as long as they get rid of the divine consciousness tracking of the people behind them, they will be much safer. After breaking out of the siege, Wang Zan's spiritual power poured into the flying boat's spiritual weapon like it was free, causing the flying boat to instantly turn into a clear shadow and disappear in front. At this time, the first divine consciousness furnace in Chen Mo's sea of consciousness was finally refined. The soul thoughts that originally belonged to the thin-faced foundation-building cultivator were finally refined by him into a pool of colorless pure soul liquid, and those backlash thoughts and consciousness eventually became nothingness. Wow! This divine consciousness furnace exploded. The pool of pure soul liquid instantly merged into Chen Mo's sea of consciousness. Cool. So cool. After absorbing this pool of pure soul liquid, Chen Mo's sea of consciousness began to surge rapidly. 11 feet wide, 12 feet wide, 13 feet wide. Soon, Chen Mo's sea of consciousness surged to 3 feet wide, and his divine consciousness range also increased to 13 miles. This taste was countless times more comfortable than any elixir he had taken. He felt that his soul was sublimated at this moment. The soul-devouring divine power is really amazing. The improvement of the power of the soul has not stopped. After refining the souls of the foundation-building period, the souls of the 5 key training realms and 1 early foundation-building period that Chen Mo killed were also refined by his divine consciousness furnace, one after another. His sea of consciousness once again ushered in a surge. His soul became more and more condensed and powerful. In the end, Chen Mo's sea of consciousness surged to 18 feet wide, and the range of his divine consciousness also surged to 18 miles, which was far beyond the divine consciousness of ordinary mid-stage foundation-building cultivators. Chen Mo felt that his spiritual cultivation had already come from behind and had taken the lead in ki and body training. As long as he swallowed the soul, he could strengthen his spirit. This cultivation speed was too fast. At this moment, Chen Mo's eyes flashed with amazing desire. It's not enough, there is still a chance to improve today. Did the Linghe sect set up a second level of encirclement and suppression more than 200 miles away? Today, I will kill as many people as I can along the way. The flying boat carrying 7 people left a startling rainbow in the sky, passing through countless reflections of the blue sky. The cultivators fighting in the Nanming Dazen cave mansion soon discovered that the real opportunity in the cave had already been taken away. So countless cultivators chased in the direction of Chen Mo and his group like angry mad bulls. During this period, there were also some evil cultivators hiding among them, taking the opportunity to rob and kill other cultivators. In the world of immortal cultivation, as long as there is an opportunity to be born, there will be a bloody struggle. Whether it is an opportunity or a disaster, everything depends on one's own ability. At this time, more than 200 miles away from the center of Lichao Lake, there were a large number of real masters of Linghe sect who wanted to be fishermen. As the dominant force in Zhuanzhao and Heizhao, the people of Linghe sect directly set up the Cold Moon Ring Sky Array around the entire Lichao Lake. The Cold Moon Ring Sky Array is the Linghe sect's 4th level top-level formation. Birds are forbidden to fly in the formation, and people and ghosts below the level of God transformation are trapped. Unless there is a God transformation master who can force a breakthrough, everything will be trapped in the formation. At this time, more than 100 miles away from the direction where Chen Mo and his team were heading, Bai Jianfei was leading a group of disciples of Linghe sect to wait. The hairy-faced subordinate who had been staying with Bai Jianfei came to Bai Jianfei and said happily, "Daozi." The disciples in front sent a message of the flying sword talisman, saying that the group of people who entered the cave before are flying towards us. Bai Jianfei raised his eyebrows and laughed happily when he heard this. Oh. It seems that luck is on my side, ha ha ha. This time, his Linghe sect not only wants to be the Oriole, but also the fisherman, and catch all the opportunities in Lichao Lake. Huang Mao listened to Bai Jianfei's laughter and complimented him. That's right, Daozi can be ranked at the top of the sect's Daozi list, which must be favored by the world's luck. It is inevitable that he will ascend to the fairyland and become a great immortal. Regardless of the movements of all parties, Chen Mo adapted to the surging spiritual power in his body while silently calculating the distance from the center of Lichao Lake. Just after the flying boat continued to fly forward for dozens of miles, Chen Mo suddenly shouted, "Quick, stop. There is a large formation ahead. We will escape to the bottom of Lichao Lake for 50 miles. After speaking, Chen Mo suddenly pulled Wang Zan to control the flying boat to fall under the water of Lichao Lake. Suddenly hearing Chen Mo's warning, Wang Zan and Liu Di were a little confused. But at this moment, they did not dare to be careless. They quickly followed Chen Mo's instructions and quickly escaped into the underground of Lichao Lake. Chen Mo, how did you know there was a big formation ahead? After escaping underground, Nongjin couldn't help but ask. SHH. Don't talk, use your mind to transmit the sound. Hearing this, Chen Mo quickly used his mind to transmit the sound to stop Nongjin from opening the conversation. Then he found an excuse to explain to everyone. He was born with supernatural powers, and sometimes he could sense and calculate some dangerous things in the future. Dive into the ground and continue to move west for 50 miles. Then he transmitted another sentence to everyone. Everything was strictly in accordance with the instructions of the Golden Finger. After saying this, Chen Mo quickly calmed down. In fact, the blood in his chest was still boiling, and he was going to make a wish again. This time, Chen Mo not only wanted to return to Zhuangherong City safely, but he also wanted to kill the masters of the second level of Linghe sect who were besieging them, so as to cultivate the sea of consciousness. Make a wish. I want to know how to safely kill the second level encirclement and suppression experts of Linghe sect. The information of this world is being analyzed, and the wish is being analyzed. Path 1, after sneaking 50 miles to the west, continue to fly west for 400 miles to encounter a natural Hufang Valley. In this valley, because of the natural strange stones that match the four formations of Jin, Kun, Zhen, and Sun, and the help of the Hufang Valley's returning wind, a natural life and death amaze formation is created. Before entering this formation, you can look for a 5-orifice bell sound stone that emits a whistling sound around the valley. Holding this stone can avoid the disaster of being lost in the life and death amaze formation, lead the people of Linghe sect into the inside, and kill the 2 Jinden masters and a group of foundation-building monks of Linghe sect one by one. Passage 2, after sneaking 50 miles to the west, continue to fly west for 500 miles to encounter the encirclement and suppression experts of Linghe sect. Before meeting the enemy, persuade Wang Zan to take the soul-devouring pill to burst out the Yuanying combat power, and sneak attack by Jianfei to death with him, so that you can kill the encirclement and suppression experts of Linghe sect. Route 3, after sneaking 50 miles westward, continue flying westward for 200 miles. Use Wang Zan's power to remove the mark of the shadow bug left on your body by the monks of Linghe sect. Hide for 6 days and you will meet a Jinden master from the Blue Star military who comes to investigate the disaster of Lichao Lake. You can work together to kill the master who is besieging Linghe sect. Chapter 108 Return to Wind Valley, waiting for the rabbit. 2 Jinden, a group of foundation-building cultivators. Sure enough. After digesting the information in his mind, Chen Mo combined the previous cold moon ring sky array and the disaster of Thundertide Lake with these fragments, and instantly deduced the plan of Linghe sect. As the saying goes, the mantis stalks the cicada, while the oriole is behind. Linghe sect not only wants to be the oriole, but also wants to be the fisherman who fishes. They took advantage of the opportunity of the cave house to set up the cold moon ring sky array to intercept more than 200 miles away. No matter who wins the opportunity of the cave house this time, I am afraid that they will not be able to escape their interception in the end, and they can also take advantage of the chaos to catch all the low-level cultivators who come to Thundertide Lake to search for treasure. Linghe sect, it's really a good plan. I don't even know when they planted the mark of the shadow bug on their own people. No wonder it was previously suggested that they would be chased after flying 500 miles, even though they had avoided the cold moon ring sky ray. Chen Mo recalled everything that had happened during this period of time, and sighed in his heart. There really is no simple chance in the world of cultivating immortals. However, this calculation has come to an end. Who made them run into this cheating king? After figuring it out, Chen Mo instantly made a judgment in his heart. Choose path 1 directly. Soon, with the support of Wang Zon's magic power, the flying boat that Chen Mo and his companions were riding quietly escaped to the west for 50 miles underground, and then they rose to the ground again and continued to fly west at full speed. Major General, let's continue to fly west. After coming out, Chen Mo hurriedly reminded him with his mind. Although Wang Zon had some doubts about Chen Mo's so-called induction and calculation ability, he did not ask now. This kind of thing, whether true or false, must involve some of Chen Mo's secrets. At present, they should follow Chen Mo's instructions to escape from danger. They didn't know that during the distance they escaped from the underground, they had actually quietly avoided the invisible forbidden formation set up by the Linghe sect. At this moment, behind them, Bai Jianfei looked towards the direction of Li Chao Lake with a sinister look. Why hasn't the other party come yet? Although his voice was calm, it was not difficult to hear a hint of anger and suspicion in it. Hearing this, the hairy-faced monk under Bai Jianfei did not dare to delay. He immediately ran to the hands of the disciple in front, took out a bee-like shadow insect and cast a spell to activate it. However, as he cast the spell, the shadow insect that was originally facing the direction of the formation suddenly struggled and flapped its wings, and turned around and flew in the direction where Chen Mo escaped. Seeing this scene, the hairy-faced monk was suddenly shocked. Not good. He quickly stretched out his hand and called back the shadow insect to come to Bai Jianfei and hurriedly reported. Daozi, according to the direction pointed by the shadow insect, the other party may have avoided the cold moon ring array and fled to the west. Bai Jianfei frowned when he heard this. He stared at the hairy-faced monk coldly. To the west. How did they escape the cold moon ring array? His voice was cold, and at the same time he was repeatedly speculating in his mind. The cold moon ring sky formation was set up along the Thundertide Lake, blocking all the passages above and below. Unless a cultivator knew the weakness of this formation, he could only escape from the depths of this formation. But this secret was unknown to most disciples of the sect. How did the other party break through? At this time, the hairy-faced monk replied carefully, could it be a sect disciple, or a hidden master of transformation among them? Impossible. According to the information sent by the previous disciples, if it was a master of transformation, there would be no need to go through so much trouble. Bai Jianfei said decisively. Then he turned to the hairy-faced monk. Where is the shadow bug? The hairy-faced monk quickly understood and carefully cast a spell to activate the shadow bug. Looking at the direction indicated by the shadow bug, Bai Jianfei's eyes flashed with hesitation, but he finally gritted his teeth and said, notify Kang Yan. Chase? After saying that, he cast a spell and chased in the direction indicated by the shadow bug. After a while, the flying boat traveled more than 300 miles away. Chen Mo and his companions finally flew away from the border of Li Chao Lake and came to a valley full of various strange mountains and valleys. There were jagged rocks in the valley, flying sand and rocks, and sometimes there were ghostly whistling sounds. Returning Wind Valley. Life and Death Wind Formation. Chen Mo's heart moved, and he quickly told everyone to stop. After landing, Chen Mo did not rush into the valley, but stood silently around the valley and released his divine thoughts, and began to look for the 5-orifice bell sound stone mentioned in the path. At this time, everyone had already become accustomed to Chen Mo's various strange and magical things along the way. They all stood aside and did not disturb Chen Mo. Soon, Chen Mo's majestic spiritual power swept the foot of the mountain around the valley entrance inch by inch. After a few breaths, as expected, he found a strange stone with 5 orifices at the foot of a mountain. The wind passed through the stone holes and made a whistling sound. Chen Mo quickly found this stone and explained to everyone the reason in his ambush plan. Wang Zon and his companions then understood Chen Mo's plan. Then, Wang Zon checked them and found that they had been planted with hidden tracking marks by the Linghe sect. They probably encountered the secret actions of the Linghe sect monks when they broke out of the siege of Li Chao Lake. After a discussion, everyone decided to act according to the plan. The 7 people held the 5-aperture bell sound stone and went deep into the Hufang Valley to experiment. It was just as Chen Mo said. Because of the natural strange stones in this valley that match the four formations of Jin, Kun, Zhen, and Sun, and the help of the Hufang Valley's returning wind, a natural life and death wind formation was created. Without the 5 aperture bell sound stone in hand, they entered the valley and walked along the stone valley road to the depths for a few times. They were soon confused by the flying sand and rocks, and even the divine mind lost its effect here. When they held the 5 aperture bell sound stone, they could identify the direction by the same whistling sound and wind direction of the mysterious wind blowing into the stone hole. After a test, everyone entered the Hufang Valley and found a corner to hide. After half an hour, Bai Jianfei and Kang Yan, who was also at the Jinden stage of Linghe sect, led a dozen foundation-building disciples and finally followed a trail of the shadow bug to this place. Brother Bai, there are flying sand and rocks in this valley, and there are ghostly wind whistling sounds coming from it. Is there something strange? Could the shadow bug have made a mistake? Kang Yan landed in front of Hufang Valley and looked at the situation in the valley with some hesitation. Hearing this, Bai Jianfei landed around the valley, carefully explored it, and then spoke. This sound of wind is because there are many strange rocks and corners in this mountain, and because it is located in the position of Hufang, it seems a little strange. I just checked it out, and there is no sign of man-made formations here. It is naturally formed. Let's go in and check it out. Bai Jianfei clapped his hands after carefully checking around Hufang Valley. With his strength in the late Jinden stage, this small valley is not enough to scare him away. What's more, the enemy is just ahead, and with their strength, it is impossible to give up. After listening to Bai Jianfei's words, Kang Yan thought about it for a while and agreed with his opinion. Bai Jianfei is the 29th ranked Xianjia Odaozi of Linghe sect. The other party thought it was no problem. What could he, a giant and early stage cultivator, see? So the Linghe sect group, led by Bai Jianfei, quickly entered the depths of Hufang Valley. But just as they walked along the valley for several miles, they suddenly encountered a strange wind and sand that blocked their sight. Woo woo. The strange whistling sound tore through the air in the valley, like a series of soul-stirring sounds. For a while, the Linghe sect monk team was dizzy and lost their direction by the life and death wind of Hufang Valley. The originally neat team was blown away by the wind after walking dozens of steps. What's even more strange is that when they wanted to use their divine thoughts to identify the direction at this time, but they found that the surroundings were gray and vast, with flying sand and rocks and ghost winds, and they couldn't see the direction at all. They wanted to rise into the air but were blocked by a series of formations. At first, Bai Jianfei and his team just had a little alert in their hearts, thinking that it would be fine once the wind and sand passed. Then they would find Chen Mo and his traces. But they soon realized how wrong their guess was. The steep rocks and peaks in the valley naturally formed a superimposed formation, and even the first-level formation masters among them could not find the direction for a while. Bai Jianfei never thought that this mistake would lead to his death. Someone is coming. At this moment, Wang Zan, who had been hiding aside, suddenly reminded him. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 109, Divine Thoughts Rise Again, Killing Jinden. As expected, Chen Mo and his companions heard a slightly flustered sound of footsteps amidst the sound of the wind and sand. It's a foundation-building cultivator from the Linghe sect. After a few breaths, everyone saw a foundation-building cultivator wearing the decorations of the Linghe sect, hurriedly walking out of a sandstorm in a corner. Let me do it. Chen Mo, who had been waiting for a long time, shouted in a low voice. His figure rushed out at the first moment like a flash of lightning. This time he wanted to kill all the cultivators from the Linghe sect who were chasing him. Bang! Chen Mo raised his strength, stepped on the ground with his left foot, and his figure turned into a dragon rushing towards the opponent. The cultivator from the Linghe sect had just walked half a body out of the sandstorm, and before he could react, he saw a fierce aura like a dragon attacking him. You! He urged the spiritual power in his body and was about to fight back. A majestic and sacred golden energy fist shadow had already hit him in the face. Puff! Chen Mo's fist suddenly smashed down, directly breaking the spiritual defense of the opponent, and then blasted the opponent's head. One punch, the foundation-building cultivator died. The body-refining cultivators are so powerful, not to mention that Chen Mo practiced the earthly evil art to refine the power of the dragon bone relic and a drop of Liling's blood. In the same realm, as long as Chen Mo gets close, unless you have a powerful defensive magic weapon that can avoid Chen Mo's thunder attack in front of you. Otherwise, it's a dead word. So fierce. Seeing Chen Mo's move, Liu Di and others hiding behind Chen Mo were secretly shocked. They secretly compared their late foundation-building cultivation with Chen Mo, and found that they had no chance of winning. No matter what Liu Di and others thought in their hearts. After killing the foundation-building cultivator, Chen Mo immediately used the soul-devouring magic with his back to Liu Di and others. Soul-devouring. Two vortex-shaped deep black holes appeared again in Chen Mo's deep eyes. A faint shadow of a soul was swallowed by Chen Mo into his spiritual sea of consciousness. The furnace of divine thoughts gathered countless thoughts and burned up. I don't know what level my spiritual thoughts will break through after this time. With a hint of expectation in his heart, Chen Mo put away the other party's storage bag and calmly walked towards Wang Zan and others and said, "Major General, Brother Liu, now the monks of Linghe sect have been dispersed by the maze in Hufang Valley. In order to avoid more trouble, how about we take the initiative to kill them one by one?" Hearing this, Wang Zan and others thought about it and agreed. However, Liu Di added a reminder. "Don't act so quickly next time. We can catch one person and interrogate the other party's situation." Chen Mo thought this made sense, so he nodded and responded. "Okay, next time we meet a monk of Linghe sect, let Brother Liu take action first." As Chen Mo and others took the initiative to attack, they soon relied on the convenience of the 5-orifice bell sound stone to stay together, and then found the scattered monks of Linghe sect one by one and killed them. In addition to obtaining a lot of storage bags and storage rings, Chen Mo also took the opportunity to use his soul-devouring ability to devour several foundation-building souls for refining. After killing one of the foundation-building cultivators, Wang Zan learned through interrogation that there were two giant cultivators, Bai Jianfei and Kang Yan, in the tracking team. This news made everyone even more excited. Bai Jianfei had hunted down Blue Star cultivators some time ago, and I don't know how many people wanted to kill him for revenge. Now, the new and old grudges are just settled together. Moreover, Bai Jianfei is a Jinden Xianjiao of the Linghe sect who has been hanging in the mission hall for many years. Once he's hunted down, not to mention the generous mission rewards and military merits, just to get rid of this anger, they will try their best to kill this person. After half an hour of hunting, Chen Mo and his team finally ran into Bai Jianfei head-on when they passed a steep stone mountain pass. Bai Jianfei, Wang Zan. Wang Zan and Bai Jianfei called each other's names as soon as they met. As the saying goes, enemies are jealous of each other. As the Jinden Xianjiao of their respective forces, the two had fought more than once in the past and were familiar with each other's attack methods. Naturally, they began to concentrate and be on guard when they found each other. Chen Mo and others also quietly retreated behind Wang Zan, leaving the main battlefield. In the past battles, Bai Jianfei was slightly better than Wang Zan in terms of overall strength. So Bai Jianfei easily saw the cultivation of everyone, but he did not retreat at all. 1 Jinden late stage, 6 foundation building. This strength could not bring him a threat. You must know that in the battle of the late Jinden period, every move can bring about earth-shaking changes. Ordinary foundation-building cultivators can't intervene in the battle of the late Jinden period. What made Bai Jianfei a little curious was how Wang Zan and others avoided this natural formation and came together. His eyes turned and soon noticed that when the 5-aperture bell sound stone held by Chen Mo and others was blown by the valley wind, the holes on the stone emitted a whistling sound of the same wind direction. At this time, he understood. Bai Jianfei showed a sinister sneer. "Oh, so you use this stone to identify the direction. So, you are waiting here on purpose." Wang Zan sneered. "So what?" "Bai Jianfei, this valley has a natural barrier of strange rocks. It is not an insult to you, a Taoist disciple of Linghe sect, to use it to bury you." After hearing Wang Zan's confident words, Bai Jianfei laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha. A defeated general. You are a bunch of little bugs from the outside world, are you qualified to kill me?" At this point, his voice suddenly changed and became cold and crazy. "Wang Zan, if you can hand over the opportunities you got from the cave, maybe I will leave a few heads for you, Blue Star. Otherwise, I don't mind taking away your souls. At this point, the verbal confrontation between the two sides was obviously not enough to interfere with the other's Taoist heart momentum. Wang Zan didn't mean to waste any more time talking to Bai Jianfei, and started to fight directly. Swish! Wang Zan's mind moved. The spirit sword in his hand suddenly slashed towards Bai Jianfei with a sword force that could cut through everything. It just so happened that after he had comprehended a little bit of the Green Lotus Sword Dao, he was worried that no one would let him test the sword. Bai Jianfei was not to be outdone. He activated the spell to cast a strange phantom and instantly attacked Wang Zan. At the moment when the two sides started to fight, Chen Mo, Liu Di and others quietly retreated, leaving the open space in the valley for Wang Zan to perform. The Battle of the Golden Elixir was just right for them to see some spell comprehension. Facing Bai Jianfei's attack, Wang Zan stood still. The spirit sword in his hand turned, and the sword shadows were crisscrossed, instantly breaking Bai Jianfei's phantom. Bang 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 spells, sword light rolled, violent spiritual power vibrated, and the wanton spiritual power rolled up the flying stones all over the sky. In an instant, the two had fought for dozens of moves. Chen Mo quietly hid aside, and at this moment he concealed his own breath to almost nothing. He was silently preparing to give Bai Fijian a fatal blow. Other foundation-building cultivators would be concerned about the gap in the Golden Core realm, but with his current comprehensive combat power, he would not be afraid of a sneak attack. Suddenly, a thunderous roar sounded. A blue lotus sword shadow that covered the sky and the sun burst out with a sharp edge that could cut through the stars. Bang! The magic sword in Bai Jianfei's hand was suddenly cut off by Wang Zan. Puff! Bai Jianfei spurted out a mouthful of blood. His body was also severely injured by Wang Zan's sword strike at this moment and flew away. Seriously injured. Good opportunity. Looking at Bai Jianfei flying backwards towards him, Chen Mo's eyes flashed with an astonishing cold light. Ice Sword Domain. In a moment, the fairy bone rune in his body flashed with spiritual light, and an extremely cold power surged out. Bai Jianfei, who fell around Chen Mo, was instantly covered and frozen by an extremely cold world. A bone-chilling coldness slowed down his injured mind. But this is not the end. Almost at the same time, Chen Mo used his body refining magic and the demon fighting boxing technique, doubling his combat power. Fight, fight, fight. At this moment, Chen Mo seemed to have transformed into a great wizard of the wilderness, and used all his strength to punch at Bai Jianfei's back. Bang! A sharp pain came, and a huge force of the wilderness attacked his body. Blood-red icy blood spurted out. Bai Jianfei felt a big hole in his back. What kind of power is this? Where am I? What happened? He only had time to send out an unbelievable thought in his mind. Pa! Chen Mo's second punch blasted Bai Jianfei's body from behind. Take your life while you are sick. Immediately afterwards, Chen Mo caught up with another punch and directly blasted his head. The Taoist ranked 29th on the Linghe sect Taoist list. Die? Golden pill. Just at this moment, Chen Mo found a faint soul shadow wrapped in a dim golden pill as big as a pigeon egg from Bai Jianfei's shattered body, trying to struggle out. Go to hell. Chen Mo's eyes turned cold, his spiritual power surged, and he slapped with his palm. Pa! Cracks appeared on the surface of the golden elixir. Immediately afterwards, Chen Mo summoned the soul melting bottle and immediately sealed Bai Jianfei's soul into the soul melting bottle. On the other side, when Wang Zan used the green lotus sword art to seriously injure Bai Jianfei and blasted him away, he was about to step forward to kill Bai Jianfei completely, but was suddenly attacked by another golden elixir cultivator. It turned out that Kang Yan of Linghe sect was not far away from Bai Jianfei. After hearing the sound of Bai Jianfei and Wang Zan fighting, he circled around a few times and finally rushed here. When he came over, he saw Bai Jianfei was seriously injured. So Kang Yan attacked Wang Zan without hesitation. All this happened in a short moment. But no one expected it. The dignified Linghe sect giant Din Daozi, after being seriously injured, did not have time to resist and died in the hands of Chen Mo, who was in the foundation building stage. While Chen Mo was using the soul melting bottle to refine Bai Jianfei's soul, Wang Zan also overwhelmingly killed Kang Yan, who was in the early stage of the Golden Core. With the end of the two battles, Hufang Valley became quiet again. Seeing the Golden Core cultivator being killed by Wang Zan, Chen Mo quickly put the soul melting bottle into his body and continued to refine it when he returned to Zhuanghuang City. Then he found the storage ring left by Jianfei and threw it to Wang Zan. "Major General, this is by Jianfei's storage ring. I give it to you." Wang Zan took the light blue storage ring thrown by Chen Mo, looked at it for a few times, and finally gave it back to Chen Mo, saying with some sighs, "You killed the person, so this combat item is naturally yours." After saying this, Wang Zan really felt a little emotional. He had to marvel at Chen Mo's decisiveness and combat power. Killing the golden core Xianjiao with the strength of the Foundation establishment realm, although it was because he had seriously injured by Jianfei first, this opportunity was not something that everyone could grasp. Moreover, the combat power displayed by Chen Mo was totally unlike that of a newly promoted foundation building cultivator. Even cultivators in the late stage of foundation building were probably far inferior to Chen Mo in combat power. Otherwise, how could Chen Mo seize such a good opportunity when even the experienced kamikaze squad did not seize it? Thinking of the vision of the rising moon over the sea that condensed when Chen Mo was building his foundation, Wang Zan felt that it would not be long before a real demon would rise in the Ninth Army. A demon who could truly compete with the Taoists and saints of the ancient major sects in the Blood Netherworld. Chen Mo took the ring that Wang Zan threw back and said a little unkindly, "Major General, although I killed Bai Jianfei, I just picked up a loophole. This combat power item should be returned to you." Facing Chen Mo's words, Wang Zan waved his hand to stop Chen Mo from speaking. He raised his finger, showing the ring he got from another giant of Linghe sect, and said with a smile, "Okay, I have this ring, it's enough. Your reminder is indispensable for us to escape the pursuit along the way. Just accept it with peace of mind." At this time, Liu Di and others standing aside also advised, "Yes, since Major General Wang has agreed, Chen Mo, just accept it with peace of mind. Our military department has a rule that whoever kills the main credit will get it, so don't refuse. If you really feel embarrassed, you can transfer the military merit of killing Bai Jianfei to the Major General later. I see that the Major General is about to advance to the nascent soul realm, and he needs a lot of military merit to exchange for nascent soul treasures. It's just right for you to take what you need, haha." After receiving Liu Di's reminder, Chen Mo immediately understood and said firmly, "Okay, then remember to apply for the military merit of killing Bai Jianfei later." After hearing what Chen Mo said, Wang Zan wanted to refuse, but he thought that Liu Di's words were not unreasonable. So he agreed. "Okay, I owe you a favor. But Chen Mo, don't call me Major General anymore. It seems strange. You can call me Brother Wang or Old Wang." After that, he said to Liu Di, "You two, we are all friends who have met along the way. There is no need to address each other by military positions." "Okay, Brother Wang," Chen Mo replied with a smile. Then everyone cleaned up the battlefield and quickly rushed to Zhuanghuang City. When they arrived in Zhuanghuang City and refined the soul of the foundation building pill, Chen Mo believed that his mind would definitely undergo a transformation. There was also the storage ring that he had found along the way. After he had dealt with it, he wondered how much more it would bring him. It really came true. No corpses for building bridges and paving roads, but a golden belt for killing and arson. Chapter 110 Surprise Harvest, Transaction. One day later, on the way back to Zhuanghuang City, Chen Mo finally accelerated the refining of all the foundation building souls in the sea of consciousness through the method of visualizing the inner scene of the soul. As the furnaces of divine thought spread out one after another, pools of pure soul liquid quickly merged with Chen Mo's sea of consciousness. At this moment, the spiritual power in his sea of consciousness instantly set off a stormy wave, and the spiritual sea of consciousness, which was originally 18 feet wide, quickly expanded to 30 feet wide. And the radiation range of his divine thoughts extended to 30 miles away. From the strength of the soul alone, Chen Mo has exceeded the limit of the divine thoughts in the late stage of foundation building. But Chen Mo has never regarded ordinary immortals as his goal. What he wants to do is to become the strongest immortal and condense his own soul golden body in the way of refining the soul. Although it is still a long way from this goal, this is just the beginning for Chen Mo. The road to immortal cultivation, don't rush, take it slowly. Develop steadily. With a golden finger on his body, his cultivation speed is already many times faster than those around him. One day he will become a giant of the immortal way. After the souls in the sea of consciousness were refined, Chen Mo also stood up and opened his bright eyes. At this time, Everyone on the flying boat was using their spiritual thoughts to erase the original marks on the storage rings they had picked up. At the foundation building stage, the spiritual mark is much more stable than that of the key training stage. Even if the original owner is dead, it is not so easy to erase the remaining marks of the other party in a short time. So everyone is working hard to open these harvests. Chen Mo, stop practicing. Hurry up and open the storage rings you have harvested. While we are still on the road, we can exchange what we need with each other. Seeing that Chen Mo stopped practicing, Liu Di reminded him. They were busy escaping from the pursuit of the monks along the way, and they didn't have time to check the many storage rings they had harvested. At this moment, they are close to the sphere of influence of Zhuanzhao Blue Star. The safety has been greatly improved, and it is a good time to check the harvest. Yes, Chen Mo, you have obtained Bai Jianfei's storage ring. He is the 29th ranked AOZ of Linghe sect. There may be a lot of good things in it. Hurry up and open it. Nongjin beside him also urged happily. Okay, let me see. Chen Mo nodded, and immediately took out the storage rings he had picked up along the way. In addition to the opportunities he gained in the cave of Nanming Dazan, Chen Mo got a total of 8 storage rings and 3 Kyankan bags. One of the 8 storage rings belongs to Bai Jianfei, a giant and cultivator, and the other 7 belong to foundation building cultivators. The 3 Kyankan bags were all obtained by Chen Mo from key training cultivators. Looking at the harvest in his hand, Chen Mo couldn't help but show a trace of joy on his face. The wealth of 11 cultivators, this is definitely another wave of resources. In addition to obtaining the 9 transformations of the golden body art during this trip to Lichao Lake, it was his biggest harvest ever. Thinking back to the past, he had to fight hard for a portion of Tiger Demon Bone forging paste, but now he has easily gained the entire fortune of so many foundation building cultivators. Chen Mo sometimes really felt like he was dreaming. 2 days later, under the impact of Chen Mo's abnormal divine thoughts, he finally opened all the storage instruments, and all kinds of spiritual medicines and treasures instantly appeared in Chen Mo's divine thoughts. Seeing this, Chen Mo's face unconsciously showed a hint of surprise. First of all, there are treasures from Bai Jianfei. A 3rd level storage ring. The storage space inside is as big as 2 rooms, which can just replace the original storage ring on Chen Mo's body. In addition, there are 150 high-quality spiritual stones and a broken 3rd level middle-grade spiritual sword. A 3rd level Hao-Iden pill. This is a precious spiritual pill for giant stage cultivators to break through bottlenecks and improve their cultivation. Chen Mo has learned about it before 6 3rd level Union pills. This pill is a pill for giant and cultivators to replenish the spiritual essence in their bodies. Chen Mo took a quick look at the Bukzingayu Helhundeofa. This is a special type of yin-yang dual cultivation method. He saw that there were many cultivation moves in it, such as embracing the moon in the blue sky and catching turtles in the 9 oceans. It made him feel eager to try. There are 3 volumes in it, the upper, middle and lower volumes. The upper volume is about collecting yin to replenish yang, the middle volume is about collecting yang to replenish yin, and the lower volume is about yin-yang dual cultivation. In addition to these, Chen Mo also found a very precious top-level spiritual medicine Bu Shiansi in Bai Jianfei's storage ring. Bu Shiansi is a kind of purple Ganoderma lucidum. Eating it raw can improve decades of hard practice. After checking Bai Jianfei's ring, Chen Mo was secretly happy. As expected of a giant in Xianjiao, although there are not many things, each one is worth a lot. Then Chen Mo set his sights on the storage rings of those foundation building cultivators. There are many things in it, including skills, elixirs, spiritual medicines, magic tools, materials, spiritual stones, and a lot of things. Finally, Chen Mo sorted and counted them. There are 7 2nd-level storage rings and 3 1st-level storage Kyankan bags, 220 top-grade spiritual stones, 23 1st-grade spiritual medicines, 4 2nd-grade spiritual medicines, and 1 3rd-grade spiritual medicine. Among them, there is a 2nd-grade spiritual medicine, Fire Dragon Grass, which is exactly the spiritual medicine he needs for body refining. This medicine grows in the land of Red Sun, absorbs the essence of Hori, contains rich pure yang spiritual power, can be taken raw, and can also be used to make pills and medicine. After Chen Mo refines it, it is expected to help him open 2 more divine treasures. Refining materials, Wuling Gold, Dragon Bloodstone, Platinum, Huangshanhua Jadestone, and many other exercises that he doesn't like. According to the level classification of Blue Star, Most of them are at the level of exercises and methods, and there is not even one classic level exercise. Then package them together and sell them to one Bayo pavilion. Roughly speaking, excluding the few precious treasures he picked up, this pile of foundation building and key training monk's harvest, if exchanged for top-grade spiritual stones, there will be at least more than 1,000. After counting the harvest in his hands, Chen Mo was overjoyed. This is my first fortune since I came to the blood underworld. He looked at Liu Di, Wang Zan and others, and said with a smile, I have gained a lot here. Looking at the expressions on your faces, you must have gained a lot of treasures. Brother Liu, you are almost unable to close your mouth. Hearing Chen Mo's ridicule, Liu Di couldn't help laughing. Haha, not bad, not bad. Although this trip is a little thrilling, the gains are really more than our kamikaze team's 2 years of hard work in the blood underworld. Speaking of which, I have to thank you, Chen Mo. After hearing Liu Di's words, Yu Quan and Wang Jin couldn't help showing happy smiles on their faces. In addition to these treasures, the more important thing for this operation is that each of them gained a Xianli Dan in the cave. After converting these gains into their own strength, their kamikaze team should be able to start to impact the Jinden realm. Once they advance to the Jinden realm, they can be regarded as middle-level cultivators in the Blue Star Immortal cultivation world. Whether it is the extension of lifespan or fighting, the power of self-preservation can be greatly improved. Seeing the joy on everyone's faces, Wang Zan nodded and said happily, everyone has gained a lot. We are almost at Zhuanghuang City. Next, everyone should report what they need and start trading. Some can be bartered, or settled with spirit stones. If there are more than 2 people who need it, the one with the highest bid will win. After explaining the trading rules, Wang Zan was the first to demonstrate. I need spiritual medicine above level 3. If there are spiritual medicines with water or wood attributes, it would be best. If you don't need any pills or materials above level 3, you can also tell me. This kind of trade fair between small groups of immortal cultivators was also the first time Chen Mo participated in it. He was very interested in it and immediately reported what he needed. I need spiritual medicine that can assist in physical training. No matter what level it is, it will be fine. Physical medicine is also fine. Chapter 111 Sword comes, the middle stage of the barbarian army. After some discussion and trading, Chen Mo used the 3rd level Hao-In pill and Yun-In pill to exchange for a 4th level top-level spiritual medicine Shengyang True Water from Wang Zan. This Shengyang True Water is made from the sun's fire and cold marrow as the main raw materials. It can grow flesh from bones, repair the body infinitely, and improve the body's talent. It also has a prolonging effect on life. Chen Mo just used it to open the body's divine treasure. In addition, Chen Mo used some other spiritual medicines and materials to exchange a 3rd level earth level spiritual medicine Zuanbing flower with Yu Quan. This flower only grows on the 10,000-year black ice, and it is difficult to transplant and preserve. It is the main raw material for refining Zuanbing pill, but taking it raw and refining it can also increase the spiritual power of water and ice attributes in the body. Chen Mo plans to save the Zuanbing flower and save it for refining Zuanbing pill or refining it to improve his own spiritual power. Chen Mo didn't value the other things in the hands of the people. On the contrary, because the 5 members of the kamikaze squad all have 6 arts, many of the miscellaneous things in Chen Mo's hands were picked up by them. This added hundreds of top-grade spiritual stones to his income. After the transaction, everyone was very happy. In addition to the Xingyu Helhun Daofa, Fire Dragon Grass, and the top-grade spiritual medicine Butian Zhi that Chen Mo left behind, he also got a 4th level top-grade spiritual medicine Shengyang Zhenshu, a 3rd level spiritual medicine Zuanbinghua, and hundreds of top-grade spiritual stones. Once he digested these spiritual medicines, his cultivation would also usher in a major breakthrough. 2 days later, everyone finally returned to Zhuanghuang City safely. At this time, a looting war initiated by the Linghe sect was taking place in Lichao Lake, 8,000 miles away. The death of Bai Jianfei, a Taoist disciple of the Linghe sect, also began to ferment in Zhuangzhou. But these were none of his business. After returning to Zhuanghuang City, he hurried to Qilin Mountain Range to collect the 1st level spiritual pets Xianai and Red Gold Ant that he had released earlier. The Xianai had been cultivated and developed for several months. The number of bee colonies had already reached more than 100, and a new queen bee with fairy wings had been differentiated. The 1st level spiritual honey produced more than 300 kilograms. After Chen Mo came to the mission hall to hand in the mission, he hurried back to his cave and began to retreat completely. Even Liu Di's invitation to him to go to the Purple Flower Pavilion in Xiansheng Renjian to appreciate flowers was rejected by him. Compared with the love affairs in the world, Chen Mo prefers the improvement of strength brought by the breakthrough of the realm of immortal cultivation. Of course, it is not to say that he does not like love affairs, but the timing is not right. Back in the cave, Chen Mo first summoned the soul melting bottle. Big. With the influx of Chen Mo's spiritual power, the layers of formations in the soul melting bottle were quickly activated by him. Waves of mysterious refining power quickly refined Bajie Anfei's soul. After he sealed Bajie Anfei's soul inside, he was afraid of attracting Wang Zan's attention, so it was not convenient to open the formation to refine. Now that he is in his own cave, he can finally let go and do it. Chen Mo was looking forward to refining a soul of a late giant, and how much his soul would increase. Time passed slowly. Under the urging of Chen Mo's spiritual power in the foundation building realm, one day later, Bajie Anfei's soul was finally refined. It's done. When Chen Mo projected his divine thoughts into the inner space of the soul melting jar, he saw 4 drops of pure transparent liquid lying at the bottom of the soul melting jar. 4 drops, so little. After refining the soul of a late giant and genius, there were only 4 drops of soul liquid, which was less than the last time he refined a trace of Wuxin's soul clone. With a trace of doubt in his heart, Chen Mo swallowed the 4 drops of soul liquid into his stomach. When the soul liquid entered his mouth, a familiar clear air rushed into his mind. Huh? Chen Mo was surprised. After absorbing Bajie Anfei's soul liquid, Chen Mo's sea of consciousness quickly transformed in brew. This did not surprise him. What was surprising was that at this time, a feeling of cultivation about foundation building and giant poured into his mind. Mysterious. Mysterious and mysterious, the door to all wonders. These mysteries are the insights of Bajie Anfei's practice during his lifetime, but there is no trace of human consciousness and thought, just a simple understanding of the origin of the Tao. Half a day later, after absorbing this understanding, Chen Mo felt that his understanding of the foundation building stage of the Hanhei Changsheng Sutra had deepened by several points. It's amazing. Chen Mo sighed in his heart. The soul refined by the soul melting bottle actually still has a trace of the deceased's understanding of the Tao, which is more refreshing than the soul refined by the half-style soul swallowing magic. However, the soul liquid refined by the soul melting bottle did not seem to expand the sea of consciousness as much as he imagined. Originally, his spiritual sea of consciousness was 30 feet wide, but now it is only 31 feet wide. Although the larger the sea of consciousness, the larger its area will be, but Bajie Anfei is a genius in the late giant stage. Then Chen Mo extended his divine consciousness to see how far the farthest distance can be. Swish! In an instant, his divine consciousness rushed over 30 miles. No. The degree of condensation and speed of this divine thought is definitely several times faster than before. Chen Mo soon noticed the changes in the expansion of his divine thought. Sword. Chen Mo's mind moved. A small golden sword condensed by divine thought flew in the air and finally landed in his hand. Fuck. Feeling the golden sword with a sense of reality in his hand, Chen Mo was shocked. Divine thought turned into sword. Turning the virtual into the real, divine thought into sword. What kind of change is this? Can the divine thought of the giant stage do this? It seems not. After absorbing Bajie Anfei's soul liquid, his divine thought was actually condensed several times more, and he could reach the level of divine thought turning into sword. It was really amazing. If he used the divine thought sword to attack the opponent's sea of consciousness, it was equivalent to him having an additional means of attack that others could not defend against. Since ancient times, the attack of divine thought has been the most feared, not to mention that if his divine thought was condensed into one or even several small swords, the attack power would undoubtedly be many times greater. He could imagine that in a split second, a sword would come. 10,000 swords would fly together. What a scene that would be. Disperse. Chen Mo's mind turned, and the golden sword in his hand once again turned into an invisible spiritual force. Seeing this change, Chen Mo couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth. Okay, I have one more trump card after today. Chen Mo looked at the soul fusion bottle beside him with emotion. His eyes were full of praise. What a good thing. In his opinion, this thing is far more valuable than the Changguang immortal sword lying in his spiritual sea, pretending to be dead. After experiencing the attack method of the mind-turned sword, Chen Mo began to break through the realm of body training. The practice of earth evil art is different from the practice of ki training. It is the inheritance of the barbarian practice of the ancient Wushan sect. Every move and style reflects the spirit of the barbarian witch. Whether it is the title of the realm or the practice method, it is very rigid and not fancy. Therefore, the advancement of the earth evil art is to constantly temper the body to sense the divine treasure, open the door to the divine treasure, all the way to tap the divine treasure power in the body. Each time you advance to a higher level, you open the power of the 9 great divine treasures to temper your body. The last time Chen Mo broke through to the barbarian soldier realm, he opened the Mingmen divine treasure and the Shenshu divine treasure, reaching the 2nd level of the barbarian soldier. This time, with the fire dragon grass and Shengyang true water, Chen Mo is ready to take the opportunity to open the 5 great divine treasures in one fell swoop to break through the late barbarian soldier. Begin the breakthrough. After getting ready, Chen Mo first stuffed the fire dragon grass directly into his mouth. After chewing it several times, the years of Hari essence and rich pure yang spiritual power in the fire dragon grass instantly turned into a scorching sun-like energy that exploded in Chen Mo's body, as if to ignite Chen Mo's entire body into a torch. After feeling this burning energy, Chen Mo was not panicked at all. He calmly activated the Dishiju technique and quickly guided this energy towards the Zuanji and Shantu acupoints in his body. Here are the 2 divine treasures of the human body, Zuanji and Shantu. Zuanji, the voice of the master of Shantu, is also the place where people cough and wheeze. Therefore, there are also martial artists who practice line roar and sound wave in ancient martial arts. These 2 acupoints must be cultivated differently from ordinary people. In ancient times, there were warriors who roared and shook the mountains and rivers, and roared and shook the world. There were also legendary ancient witches who exhaled thunder and breathed clouds, and roared and shook the world on the battlefield. Whenever Chen Mo used the battle demon fist, the image of the ancient witches fighting the sky and the earth in his mind made his blood boil. Therefore, for the 3rd and 4th levels of the barbarian soldier, Chen Mo's first choice was Zuanji and Shantu. These thoughts flashed through Chen Mo's mind like lightning. And the rich pure yang power in the fire dragon grass also rushed towards Zuanji and Shantu Shenzang under Chen Mo's guidance. Bang! Bang! Half an hour later, the sound of 2 Shenzang doors being knocked open suddenly came from Chen Mo's body. The 4th level of the barbarian soldier broke through, and the realm was the middle stage of the barbarian soldier. Yan. Yan. At this time, 2 sounds of heaven and earth rang in Chen Mo's body. The transformation began. Behind the shattered gates of Zuanji and Shantu Shenzang, endless golden energy surged towards Chen Mo's body. Roar. Receiving this energy, Chen Mo couldn't help but let out a long roar, and a majestic sound wave swept out. Fight. Chapter 112 17 God's Treasure, Wishing to Fuxin. Golden energy surged from the depths of the divine treasure, surrounding Chen Mo's body and constantly transforming. However, this time he would never be content with opening up only 2 divine treasures. Continue to break through. Chen Mo's desire to break through became stronger and stronger. In one go, he once again poured the Shengyang true water that he had traded from Wang Zan into his mouth. A gentle and soft spiritual water entered his stomach, and suddenly a long-lasting pure yang divine power burst out in Chen Mo's body. Shengyang true water is a secret medicine made from the sun's essence fire and cold marrow as the main raw materials to repair the body and improve the body's talent. Therefore, its medicinal power is not as fierce as the fire dragon grass, but it is thick and long. This pure yang divine power is constantly repairing the deficiencies of Chen Mo's body and nourishing the foundation of Chen Mo's body. However, Chen Mo's body was first transformed by the innate gourd vine, and then took the dragon bone relic, the Lilang essence blood and many spiritual medicines. In terms of foundation, it is far beyond the transformation level of Shengyang true water. So Chen Mo used all the power of Shengyang true water to continue to break through the God's treasure. One day later, Chen Mo used the power of this level 4 spiritual medicine to open up 4 more God's treasures. Huge God's treasure, Tanzhuang God's treasure, Jiuwei God's treasure, and Shangwen God's treasure. So far, Chen Mo has opened up 8 God's treasures in the barbarian soldier realm and advanced to the late barbarian soldier realm. He only needs the last 2 God's treasures to break through the 3rd level barbarian general realm. That corresponds to the current body refining cultivators in the Jiandin realm. In addition to the God's treasures he opened up before, there are already 17 God's treasures in his body. However, during this breakthrough, Chen Mo had a feeling that the next breakthrough of the God's treasure would be more difficult than before. Just like when he broke through the second level last time, he broke through with the power of the Liling Essence blood. After this breakthrough, Chen Mo's physical strength has once again undergone earth-shaking changes. Chen Mo checked the time. It has been 136 days since he came to the Blood Netherworld, which is also the date when the life fruit of the Ascension Valley matures. Thinking of this, Chen Mo has to consider returning to Mars. But on this trip, he not only had to pick the fruit of life, but also had to make some preparations for his previous plan to restore the Duxan flag. Make a wish. I want to know how to subdue the soul of Wuxin with my current strength and let him recognize the master, and enter the Duxan flag to become a weapon spirit. This world information is being analyzed, and the wish is being analyzed. There is an unknown existence interfering with the failure of the wish. Seeing the prompt in his mind, Chen Mo was a little unwilling. Originally, he thought that with his current skyrocketing strength, he could take the incomplete Wuxin, but he didn't expect it to fail. But Chen Mo was unwilling to give up. After coming to the Blood Netherworld, he often felt that his strength was too weak, and Chen Mo could only watch many opportunities. For safety reasons, 3 months ago, Chen Mo had secretly set a goal, that is, he must never easily leave Zhuanzhao before he has the combat power of the nascent soul level. The Duxan flag will be the fastest way for him to improve his own strength, and it is also the greatest life-saving ability for him to fully display the golden finger later. Otherwise, in this world of immortal cultivation full of high-level bosses, Chen Mo would not dare to expose some opportunities casually. Once he attracted the attention of some people, he would be in big trouble. Wuxin and Wanggugu, 2 places in Yinghao Star where immortals exist, are the first targets in Chen Mo's mind when he got the Duxan flag. Continue. Chen Mo continued to make wishes without giving up. Make a wish. I want to know how to subdue the real demon sealed in Wanggugu with my current strength and let him recognize the master and enter the Duxan flag to become a weapon spirit. In the analysis of this world information, the wish analysis failed to make a wish, and there was an unknown interference. Damn, it failed again. Could it be that the golden finger wish will be interfered once it involves the immortal level original body? Or is it because my strength is too low? The doubts of 2 consecutive failures made Chen Mo feel resentful. Could it be that he can only go to the Bitter Mountain Woodcutter and trade with the 10,000-year green god bamboo to restore the Taoist weapon-level Duxan weapon? No, try again. Chen Mo was unwilling and continued to make wishes. Make a wish. I want to know how I can, with my current strength, subdue a true immortal soul in the 10,000 worlds and restore the immortal spirit of the crossing immortal flag. In the information analysis of this world, the first way in the wish analysis is 15 years later, go to the ancient battlefield of King Jezer and use the Crossing Man Sutra to awaken a seriously injured and sleeping true immortal iron-eating beast soul. On the premise of helping it recover its cultivation, you can conclude a Dao contract with it to let the iron-eating beast soul recognize its master. Way 2. At the Mars Star Sky University, find Master Bian Chen, and in exchange for a spiritual object that can extend your life for 100 years, buy a broken seal of the Sea King halberd in the Starry Sky Pavilion. There is a sealed true immortal soul of the Nether Dragon in this halberd. Take this halberd to the Evil Wind Valley in the Chilin domain, and ask him to help unlock the seal of the Sea King halberd with clear clues in the Panlong Formation Sutra. Then take this halberd to Baolianai village to find the Bitter Mountain Woodcutter. On the condition of helping him find 2 pieces of fairy gold, he will refine the unsealed soul of the Dark Dragon into the Duxan flag to restore it to the level of a low-grade fairy weapon, and let the fairy weapon recognize you as the master. Path 3. The wishing time is too long and the wish fails. As lines of handwriting appeared in Chen Mo's mind. After reading the message this time, Chen Mo was overjoyed. Although Path 3 failed later, it provided 2 options for completion, Path 1 and Path 2. The ancient battlefield of King Jezer mentioned in Path 1 is exactly the place he mentioned when he made a wish to let the blood of the red gold ants return to their ancestors last time. Chen Mo recalled the last prompt information. There is a heavenly arm under the ancient battlefield of King Jezer. The red gold ants devour the heavenly arm and can evolve into a 6th-level spirit beast and awaken the divine blood of the sky horned ants. Well, this path takes a long time, so I can leave it for later. This time, choose Path 2 first. It just so happened that the Sea King Trident of Path 2 was at Starry Sky University, and he could meet all the prerequisites. The result of this wish made Chen Mo very happy, which meant that he would have an extra life-saving immortal weapon on him soon. No time to lose, act now. Soon, Chen Mo came to the Military Logistics Department of the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall to go through the leave procedures. In the Blood Underworld, although the military disciples can complete their tasks every month without combat orders, their general actions will not be restricted, but the premise is that they do not leave the Chilan domain, because once they leave the Chilan domain, they will not be able to receive orders from the military, let alone cross the world. Therefore, Chen Mo must report to the Military Logistics Department to leave the Blood Underworld and obtain approval. Soon, Chen Mo came to the Military Logistics Department of the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall to fill out the application. The person who received Chen Mo was a female foundation-building cultivator named Li Miao who looked to be in her 20s. After hearing Chen Mo's application, she immediately retrieved Chen Mo's information. Chen Mo, 3 months ago, the military specially recruited a disciple. Military merit. Identity information, first level confidential. After seeing Chen Mo's information, Li Miao was secretly shocked. Who is this Chen Mo? He is a new student who has only been in the military for a few months. Why are his military achievements and identity information kept confidential? But Chen Mo himself obviously didn't know this information. He only knew that when he met with a military leader Hong Tong and handed over the humane golden body technique, Hong Tong told him that he would record a great merit for him. Li Miao looked at Chen Mo and secretly memorized Chen Mo's face in her heart, but she didn't show any expression on her face. Instead, she asked calmly in a businesslike manner. Reason. When? Chen Mo thought for a while and responded. Go back to the Mars Star Sky University to do business. 10 days. After listening to Chen Mo's answer, Li Miao checked the latest military combat plans and tasks, and found that there was no impact, so she quickly handled the procedures for Chen Mo. Chapter 113, Fruit of Life, Poseidon. 5 minutes later, Chen Mo received a message on his military watch that his leave request had been approved. An hour later, Chen Mo boarded a space battleship bound for Mars. Every time he sat in a space battleship and saw the vast universe and galaxies outside the protective window, Chen Mo would feel a sense of how small humans are and how small immortals are. Especially after the space battleship Chen Mo was riding on passed through an interstellar black hole, he saw the pillar of creation of an Eagle Nebula in the distance. Chen Mo still remembered the scientific records when he traveled through in 2024. The pillar of creation is about 6,500 light-years away from the blue star. It is rumored that there are countless star worlds being born and destroyed around it. The pillar of creation is the pillar of life in this universe and the source of all things. But now in Chen Mo's view, this is obviously not the case. There are tens of thousands of known world information in blue star's possession today. There may be countless big worlds hidden in any small and colorful nebula in the universe. In addition to the blue star, there are also high-level worlds such as the Blood Underworld and the Ksitagarbha world, as well as the legendary Immortal world. If the pillar of creation is the pillar of life, then what about the legends of Pangu opening the sky, Nuwa creating humans, the heavenly court of the Immortal world, and the netherworld in the blue star? What is the relationship between the ancient legends of the blue star and the creation of the world and these worlds? Why did the ancient great powers in the blue star go to the Blood Underworld? Why are there the same legends in many worlds? Do they all have the god of creation? Can you really live forever after becoming an immortal? There are too many secrets waiting for Chen Mo to explore. He looked at the galaxy and the universe outside the window, his mind was full of thoughts, and he finally sighed. The world is too vast, and I only need to practice steadily to become an immortal, step by step to become the most powerful immortal. I will eventually be able to solve the secret of the origin. The interstellar journey to Mars takes 4 or 5 days to reach, even if you take the fastest black hole jump. Therefore, during the journey, Chen Mo spent time on some miscellaneous records of the 6 arts of cultivating immortals. Pills, weapons, formations, talismans, beast control, spiritual plans, puppets. A few days later, the Starry Sky battleship successfully landed on Mars. After Chen Mo got off the plane, he determined the direction and flew directly to Dengxin Valley. Mars had entered the cold winter season at this time. On the way to Dengxin Valley, Mars showed Chen Mo another magnificent beauty. White snowflakes were dancing in the air. The thousands of peaks between the mountains became more steep in the ice and snow. There was always melted ice water flowing between the gullies, but it was dead silent in the depths of the ice and snow. A few hours later, Chen Mo came to the foot of the snow-capped mountain thousands of feet high. Chen Mo swept away the snow on the leaves from the place where he picked the leaves of lonking last time, and quickly picked a handful of lonking leaves. Looking at the bright green leaves in his hand, Chen Mo was delighted. Fortunately, the leaves of lonking are evergreen all year round, otherwise he really doesn't know how to get over the soul-stirring miasma on the mountainside. Chen Mo took a few leaves of lonking leaves and held them in his mouth, and then quickly climbed along the top of the mountain. Not long after, Chen Mo stood quietly on the familiar mountain top. There was a biting chill in the air, exhaling white air, but it made him feel refreshed. He looked up at the mountain covered with ice and snow and came to the valley in the depression. At this time, the surface of the cold pool had completely condensed into a thick layer of black ice. Chen Mo quickly untied the hidden formation he had set up last time. He focused his eyes on the tree of life covered by snow. Sure enough, among the thick ice and snow leaves, he saw 9 fruits of life with a hint of ripe red on the surface. Haha, the fruit of life is finally ripe. Chen Mo was delighted. He flew into the air and quickly picked and sealed the 9 fruits of life in the jade box he had prepared earlier. 1 fruit of life can replenish the essence and extend the lifespan for 15 years. Although each person can only take 2, which can make up for 30 years of life, it is amazing enough. In the hands of those immortal cultivators who are about to die, I don't know how many treasures they can get. After picking the fruit of life, Chen Mo looked at the tree of life with nostalgia. He shook his head. It's a pity that he didn't use a movable cave world for such a sacred tree, otherwise he really wanted to take the tree of life away. Forget it, let it continue to grow here for the time being. It's hard for anyone to find it anyway. I'll come here to transplant it when I have the chance in the future. The thought of pity flashed through his mind, and Chen Mo quickly went down the mountain and rushed towards Star University. On the way, Chen Mo began to contact Master Bian Chen. Speaking of which, Chen Mo was still half a student of Master Bian Chen. After seeing Chen Mo, Master Bian Chen looked at Chen Mo in shock. Chen Mo, have you been promoted to the foundation building stage? Chen Mo nodded modestly, saluted Master Bian Chen, and responded with a smile. I encountered a little opportunity. Luck. Master Bian Chen shook his head seriously. There is no such thing as luck in the foundation building stage. After praising him, he went straight to the point. You said you wanted the Sea King Halberd in the Starry Sky Pavilion. Chen Mo nodded and explained. Yes, I checked the information at school and found that there is a broken Sea King Halberd in the Starry Sky Pavilion. Although the body of the halberd is broken, the material used is a very precious 7th level top grade material. The student is still short of a suitable spiritual weapon, so I want to trade it and ask the weapon refiner to refine a suitable spiritual weapon. After listening to Chen Mo's explanation, Master Bian Chen finally solved the doubts in his heart. It is possible to use the materials of the Sea King Halberd to refine a spiritual weapon, but do you know the origin of the Sea King Halberd? Chen Mo shook his head. Seeing this, Master Bian Chen continued. Although the Sea King's halberd is broken, it still has the seal of the ancient strange array. At the beginning, one of our Starry Sky University's nascent soul elders was also attracted by the strange array and spent a lot of money to find it from the high-level market in the Blood Nether realm. Although he was unable to unlock the array later, it is not something that can be exchanged for a simple thing. At this point, he paused and continued with a smile. Even the nascent soul elder couldn't do anything about it. Do you still want to exchange it now? Hearing this, Chen Mo nodded affirmatively. Master Bian, just ask what you need to exchange it. Seeing that Chen Mo was still not giving up, Master Bian Chen directly stated his request. This thing does not belong to the school. It was handed over to the school for safekeeping by Shen Jians Hao, a veteran of Starry Sky University. Old Shen has long stated that if you want to exchange it, you need a spiritual object that can extend your life by 100 years. When he stated the request, he did not think that Chen Mo could take it out, but just wanted Chen Mo to give up. Who would have thought that after hearing this, Chen Mo took out 6 fruit of life sealed in a jade box. This is the fruit of life. One can replenish more than 15 years of life and also strengthen the essence. Master Bian, can this be exchanged? Chen Mo opened a jade box and showed it to Master Bian Chen, saying confidently. Fruit of life? How did you get such a treasure? Seeing the fruit of life in Chen Mo's hand, Master Bian Chen was shocked and stuttered for a while. With his knowledge, of course, he could see that this thing was extraordinary. What shocked him even more was that Chen Mo seemed to have guessed what he wanted and had prepared the life-extending spiritual object in advance. Hearing Master Bian Chen's question, Chen Mo smiled but said nothing. He naturally would not explain this opportunity secret to the other party. Master Bian, can this be traded? After a few breaths, he urged again. Master Bian Chen looked at the fruit of life in his hand, his eyes hesitated, and finally he replied, if it is true, it is okay. Okay, then please ask Master Bian to verify it. Chen Mo finished speaking. The two came to a high-level spiritual medicine research room in the school and invited a third-level alchemist to use the X5th-generation spiritual medicine scanning analyzer to analyze it, and finally prove that what Chen Mo said was true. Master Bian Chen then led Chen Mo to the depths of the Starry Sky Pavilion and took down the Sea King halberd with a broken halberd tip. Chen Mo took over a Sea King halberd made of non-gold, non-jade, and non-wood materials, similar to a triangular harpoon, from Master Bian Chen. There is a layer of mysterious sealing patterns on the body of the Sea King halberd that seals the halberd, making the Sea King halberd look like an ordinary harpoon, and even the power of a spiritual weapon cannot be exerted. They only used 6 precious fruits of life for themselves to exchange for an unusable abandoned Sea King halberd. But how could Master Bian Chen and his men know the secret of this halberd? I'm afraid that except for Chen Mo, no one else in this world knows that there is a true immortal level underworld dragon soul sealed in the Sea King halberd. After taking the Sea King halberd, Chen Mo breathed a sigh of relief. I finally got the immortal level dragon soul. After putting away the Sea King halberd, Chen Mo hurriedly said goodbye to Master Bian Chen and returned to the blood underworld. Chapter 114 Panlong Formation Sutra. On the last day of his leave, Chen Mo finally returned to the blood underworld as scheduled. But when he entered Zhuangherong City, he felt that the atmosphere around him was a little tense. There were many more hurried figures in the city, and he even met several powerful people with giant-level aura on this street. Why are all these people who usually go on missions back? Chen Mo noticed something wrong with a hint of doubt in his eyes. But he did not stay for long, but quickly returned to his cave residence. At the entrance of the cave, Chen Mo happened to meet Song Yihan and Li Wu, who came back together. Since entering the blood underworld to practice, Chen Mo has had less and less contact with several familiar classmates. There is no way, it is really that Chen Mo's cultivation has improved too fast. With Song Yihan's cultivation, they can't keep up with his pace, and the gap will become larger and larger. Chen Mo, what are you busy with recently? I haven't seen you for a month or two. Seeing Chen Mo, Song Yihan took the initiative to greet him. Nothing, just went to Yinghuaxing to do something, just came back. Chen Mo stopped and responded. Mars. Seeing that Chen Mo had just returned, Song Yihan kindly reminded him, fearing that he was unaware of the recent situation. Then you have to be careful recently. Zhuangzhou has been in chaos these days. With their current cultivation level, it is better to go out less. Hearing this, Chen Mo's heart moved, and he asked curiously, when I came back, I saw that there were many more people in the city. What happened? Song Yihan nodded and explained. Yes. You know what happened in Lichao Lake a few days ago. Hearing this, Chen Mo nodded lightly without saying a word, thinking that the things there were caused by himself. Song Yihan continued to preach. I heard that a few days ago, the disciples of Linghe sect set up the sect's cold moon ring sky sealing array in Lichao Lake, robbed and killed some of the sect's independent disciples, and seized the opportunity of a cave in Lichao Lake. I don't know how the matter was exposed. Now many cultivators want to unite to find the Linghe sect to settle accounts, making the whole Zhuangzhou very chaotic. In addition, the 29th Taoist Bajai Anfa of Linghe sect also died at the hands of our military. Linghe sect has now stepped up its efforts to snipe our Blue Star geniuses. So many people who went out on missions have returned for safety reasons. After listening to Song Yihan's explanation, Chen Mo finally understood. I see. Chen Mo responded casually. Yes, in my opinion, the battle between us and Linghe sect is not far away. Chen Mo, if you have time in the next 2 days, let's form a team to practice together, so that we can have a response when we really go to the battlefield. At this point, Song Yihan made his own judgment on the recent situation and extended an invitation to Chen Mo. Hearing this, Chen Mo shook his head. I'm sorry, I have other things to deal with these days. I'll talk to you when I'm done. Song Yihan smiled and said, okay, then you go ahead and talk to me when you have time. After being rejected by Chen Mo for the second time, Song Yihan was not angry at all. Instead, she became more curious about Chen Mo. She always felt that Chen Mo was becoming more and more mysterious, and his strength was getting stronger and stronger. Well, then I'll be busy first. So Chen Mo greeted the two of them and entered his cave. Looking at Chen Mo's disappearing back, Li Wu, who had been silent beside him, suddenly sighed. I feel that Chen Mo is improving faster and faster, and his strength seems to have far surpassed us. Song Yihan nodded and sighed. Everyone has his own opportunities. After that, she turned to Li Wu and encouraged him. We don't have to feel frustrated. The resources in the blood underworld are so rich. Soon we can get the inheritance from the Wushan sect and practice successfully. At this point, a glimmer of confidence appeared in her eyes. No one knew that she had obtained another top-level cultivation secret method of how to shen in the secret realm of Wushan sect, and she was about to learn this secret method and enter a realm comparable to foundation building. At that time, she was confident that she would not be weaker than any of her peers. After returning to his cave, Chen Mo felt a little bit of urgency in time. Originally, he wanted to go to Zhou Pavilion to experience the auxiliary training of Xingyu Hou and Daofa, but now it seems that he must improve his strength first. The matter of Lichao Lake, in fact, after he killed Bai Jai and Fei that day, he guessed that Zhuan's Hao might not be peaceful, but he didn't expect things to happen so quickly. Now that Blue Star has the human Dao Golden Body method to solve the problem of world consciousness, the shortage of manpower on Blue Star has been slightly alleviated, and more cultivators will enter the blood netherworld later. I'm afraid that if it's really as Song Yihan said, it won't be long before the Blue Star military will have a big battle with Linghe sect. No, before the war, I must have at least the combat power of Yuanying level. Chen Mo secretly warned himself in his heart. Once the war begins, he will never allow himself to become an ant that can be easily bullied. Make a wish. I want to know where I can safely find the Panlong's Henjing. In the information analysis of this world, a stream of information in the wish analysis instantly rushed into Chen Mo's mind, and the handwriting emerged into his consciousness. Path 1. In the market of Yanding Mountain, Zhuan's Hao, Qilin Domain, there is a casual formation master Yandoran who is in the early stage of foundation building. This person has the first volume of the Panlong's Henjing in his hands. Find him in Yanding Mountain within 2 years, and you can get the first volume of the Panlong's Henjing with your own strength. Path 2. In Panzhao, Qilin Domain, behind the ruins of Panlong Xianzong, there is a back mountain cemetery called Chaoshan Peak. This cemetery is buried with the predecessors of Panlong Xianzong, but in fact, under the 72 tombs in the cemetery mountain, there is the entrance to the tomb of the real core figure of Panlong Xianzong. Before going to the ruins of Panlong Xianzong, go to Zifang Valley to find the master of Zifang Valley, Ling Zifeng, and you can break the entrance of the formation under the 72 tombs and enter the 78th and 92nd tombstones in the Wonbi Forest, where the inheritance of Panlong's Henjing is hidden. Path 3. Failed to make a wish beyond this world. After reading the information in his mind, Chen Mo's eyes lit up. I didn't expect the path to Panlong's Henjing to be so simple. And the first volume of Panlong's Henjing can be found in Zhuan's Hao. But this is too low level, so you can give up directly. Path 2. Pan's Hao, Panlong Xianzong. Chen Mo searched in his mind, but it seemed that there was no description memory of this sect. So Chen Mo quickly flipped through the Book of 10,000 Worlds. 14,000 years ago, there was a Panlong immortal sect in Pan's Hao, Qilin territory, which dominated the Qilin territory. It is said that this sect was passed down by the Panlong Immortal. The Panlong Immortal sect used formations to enter the Tao and evolved the rules of heaven and earth to practice the Panlong Formation Sutra to become immortals. 14,000 years ago, this sect was suddenly attacked by heaven and was punished by heaven. The aura of heaven's punishment enveloped the Panlong Immortal sect for 100 years. At that time, millions of cultivators who practiced the Panlong Formation Sutra were suddenly punished by heaven and none of them escaped. The Panlong Immortal sect has been cut off since then. After reading this description, Chen Mo was silent for a few seconds. A sect that has been extinct for more than 10,000 years. I didn't expect the Panlong Formation Sutra to have such a great origin. But how did the Panlong Immortal sect, which dominated the whole region, suffer heaven's punishment? Whether it was heaven's punishment or immortal punishment caused by offending a powerful immortal, Chen Mo didn't know and was too lazy to guess. He just knew that he had to get this Panlong Formation Sutra. A method of entering immortality through formations is definitely an extraordinary immortal scripture. Let's go to Evil Wind Valley. Chen Mo's mind moved, and he decided to act immediately. Chapter 115 Lingzi Fen, 10,000 Steel Forest. Evil Wind Valley 800 miles away from Zhuanghuang City. Chen Mo made several wishes and this place appeared, but there was no rumor about this valley among the Blue Star cultivators. Obviously, the master of the Evil Wind Valley is a hidden master who practices formations, and he doesn't want to be disturbed by ordinary people, so his reputation has not spread. Spirit stones, talismans, Sea King Halberd. After Chen Mo checked his belongings, he quickly set off for the Evil Wind Valley. The master of the Evil Wind Valley is Lingzi Fen. I don't know if this person is a Blue Star cultivator or a native creature of the Blood Netherworld. It stands to reason that Nangguangqi should have noticed it at such a close distance from Zhuanghuang City. I don't know if the other party has a high level of formation cultivation or has no ill will towards Blue Star to hide here safely. Not long after, Chen Mo followed the instructions on the map and came to a quiet valley. This valley is surrounded by vast green mountains, and the valley is shrouded in clouds and mist, as if it is isolated from the world. However, when Chen Mo arrived at the valley, he found an ancient formation in the valley, which was made up of ingenious runes and natural rocks and trees. The formation in the valley could change at any time, making it difficult for him to grasp and unable to step into it. After several attempts, Chen Mo had no choice but to stand outside and shout, "I am Chen Mo, a cultivator from Zhuanghuang City. I request the master of the Evil Wind Valley to come in and see me. I am Chen Mo, a cultivator from Zhuanghuang City. I request the master of the Evil Wind Valley to come in and see me." Chen Mo's loud voice echoed in the silent valley. However, the formation at the entrance of the valley still did not move at all. "I am Chen Mo, a cultivator from Zhuanghuang City. I request to come in and see Senior Ling." The valley was still surrounded by clouds and mist, and it was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop, as if there was really no one in the valley. In fact, at this time, there was an elegant courtyard in the valley. A man with a messy look and flowing white hair tied up with a cloth belt was tall and slender. He looked middle-aged, but his temperament was free and easy. An elusive evil spirit was revealed in the depths of his dark pupils. Hearing Chen Mo's call outside, Ling Zifang's deep eyes showed a hint of confusion. "A cultivator from Blue Star. Strange, how could this kid know my last name? Forget it, Nangguangqi and the old guys from Linghe sect will have a battle sooner or later, and I am too lazy to get involved in these disputes." After saying that, Ling Zifang ignored Chen Mo outside. Anyway, Chen Mo couldn't come in, so he retreated automatically after a few calls. "Senior, please meet and have a chat?" Chen Mo stood outside the valley and called a few times without getting a response, and he frowned. "Good fellow, you are pretending to be deaf and dumb, right? Wait till I call out the Panlong Formation Sutra, and see if you can see it." Chen Mo gathered his mind and said calmly, "Since the senior doesn't want to see it, it means that you have no chance to learn the Panlong Formation Sutra from me." After saying that, Chen Mo turned around and walked out of the mountain road. Panlong Formation Sutra? Ling Zifang's eyes suddenly widened. This kid has the Panlong Formation Sutra? Swish. Chen Mo felt that the scene in front of him suddenly changed. When he opened his eyes, he had arrived in an ancient courtyard. A white-haired monk with some evil intentions was looking at him deeply. "Boy, do you really have the Panlong Formation Sutra?" Ling Zifang stared at Chen Mo and said faintly. Chen Mo met the other party's deep eyes, clasped his fists and responded without any fear. "Yes, I have heard for a long time that the Valley Master is a senior who practices formations. Today, I got the clue of the Panlong Formation Sutra, so I came here to make a deal with Senior Ling." Hearing Chen Mo's serious words, Ling Zifang couldn't help but twitch his lips. "I have heard of that for a long time. He has been living in seclusion here for hundreds of years. Who among the people of Blue Star knows that he practices formations except for Nangguangqi, who has met him? However, although this kid is full of nonsense, he does reveal a sense of weirdness. How did he know that I was thirsty for the Panlong Formation Sutra?" Ling Zifang looked Chen Mo up and down. "Where is the Panlong Formation Sutra? Give it to me." Ling Zifang suddenly stretched out his hand to Chen Mo. "Senior, The Panlong Formation Sutra is not in my hands for the time being. As long as you agree to the deal, I can take you to get it immediately." Hearing Chen Mo's words, Ling Zifang's eyes suddenly turned cold, and an overwhelming momentum crushed towards Chen Mo. "How dare you? Are you teasing me? Aren't you afraid of death?" Feeling the solemn aura surrounding him, Chen Mo was not afraid of danger. Since this person was chosen by the Golden Finger, he would not harm him. Therefore, Chen Mo did not hesitate anymore and directly took out a broken Sea King halberd and explained his intention. "Senior, as long as you promise to help me unlock the seal of this halberd later, I will take you to find the Panlong Formation Sutra immediately." Looking at the broken Sea King halberd in Chen Mo's hand, Ling Zifang's eyes suddenly condensed. Ancient sealing method. This halberd is not simple. But he did not rush to take the Sea King halberd in Chen Mo's hand to check, but asked back, "Boy, do you know what the Panlong Formation Sutra is?" Hearing this, Chen Mo nodded. Of course. More than 10,000 years ago, the fundamental practice of the Panlong Immortal sect that dominated the Chilan domain was the Panlong Formation Sutra. Senior is looking for this thing. Chen Mo's voice fell to the ground with a sonorous sound. This made Ling Zifang have to take it seriously. You should know that he has collected countless array books and practiced array for many years. He is just short of obtaining the Panlong Array Sutra to comprehend the last step of leaping from mortal to immortal. He will never let go of any clue. Shua. The spiritual power in his hand moved. The Sea King halberd that Chen Mo was holding had fallen into Ling Zifang's hands. Ling Zifang's mind invaded the seal of the Sea King halberd. After being silent for dozens of breaths, he suddenly said, "This is the ancient 9-nether soul sealing array. I can help you unlock it in 1 month." After saying that, he threw the Sea King halberd back to Chen Mo and continued. "The premise is that you have to take me to get the Panlong Array Sutra first." After hearing the other party's request, Chen Mo did not hesitate at all. "Okay, it's a deal. Then I will take you to find the Panlong Array Sutra first, and you must follow me to Baolianai village to unlock the seal of this halberd as soon as possible." After hearing Chen Mo's request, Ling Zifang thought about it for a while and agreed. Deal. Seeing the other party agreed, Chen Mo felt relieved. We are one step closer to restoring the crossing immortal flag. Moreover, Chen Mo did not see any covetousness from the other party's eyes. This made Chen Mo feel more relieved. In this case, let's set off now. Ling Zifang nodded and asked with concern, "Where's the Panlong Formation Sutra?" "Pan's how, Panlong Immortal Sect Ruins." Hearing Chen Mo's answer, Ling Zifang's face changed slightly, and his voice became much colder. "Boy, I have searched the Panlong Immortal Sect countless times. Are you kidding me?" Chen Mo shook his head and said seriously, "How dare I? You will know when you get there." After saying that, Chen Mo turned around and walked out of the valley first. Looking at Chen Mo's confident back, Ling Zifang was half believing and half doubting. "Humph, I don't think you dare. Otherwise, not to mention you, the entire force of your Blue Star in Zhuanzhao will pay the price for your reckless behavior." After a fierce threat, Ling Zifang took a few steps forward and grabbed Chen Mo's arm. Without waiting for Chen Mo to resist, he used his teleportation ability. "Let's go, you are too slow." Chen Mo felt his left hand being grabbed by Ling Zifang after hearing the other party's disdainful voice. Then he felt a wave of energy surrounding him, and then the familiar valley and forest around him disappeared instantly. The entire forest seemed to be disturbed by a strong airflow at the moment he disappeared, and there seemed to be an invisible energy twisting in the air. A moment later, Chen Mo was grabbed by Ling Zifang and appeared in another place again, surrounded by an open plain. Immediately afterwards, the environment around Chen Mo changed again, and this time a large lake appeared around him. He moved again and again. Chen Mo didn't know how long it had been. This time they landed in a huge ruins of a sacred mountain. Here is a mountain that rises from the ground, with steep cliffs and waterfalls. The surrounding spiritual energy is rich, but there is no trace of human beings. Only some broken stone halls on the mountain and some traces of artificial excavation on the boulders can judge that this place must have been a magnificent sex-blessed land in the past. When they arrived here, Ling Zifang released Chen Mo's hand and said with a little complexity, "We have arrived at the ruins of the Panlong Xianzong. Now you can tell me where the Panlong's Henjing is." Chen Mo nodded and responded, "Let's go to the cemetery on the back mountain of Chaoshan Peak. The Panlong's Henjing is there." After saying that, Chen Mo took the lead in controlling a flying sword and soared into the air. But it was obvious that Ling Zifeng was very familiar with this place. When he heard about the Chaoshan Peak Cemetery, the other party pulled Chen Mo to move again and came to the mountainside of a giant peak, facing the sky. This mountainside is relatively flat and happened to be used as a cemetery by the Panlong Xianzong in the past. Although it has been thousands of years, you can still see the moss-covered stone tablets and ancient tombs on the mountainside. We're here. This is the 10,000 steel forest of Chaoshan Peak of the Panlong Immortal Sect. But there aren't many steelies left to be found now. After landing, Ling Zifeng's voice was full of emotion. After that, he turned his eyes to Chen Mo, to see where this kid dug out the Panlong Formation Sutra for him. Chen Mo nodded, his eyes fixed on the ancient tomb steelies that appeared one by one 1, 2, 3, 72. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 116, The Opportunity of the Great Tomb, the Immortal Scripture is obtained. When he counted to 72 stone tablets, Chen Mo quietly came to the stone tablet covered with moss. The stone tablet was 1 meter high and about half a meter wide. Chen Mo used his spiritual power to carefully clear the weeds and moss on the stone tablet, and found that the traces of the inscription had long been eroded and weathered, and the handwriting could not be recognized. What are you doing to this stone tablet? Is the Panlong Formation Sutra in this stone tablet? Ling Zifeng looked at Chen Mo's strange movements and teased Chen Mo. Unexpectedly, after hearing this, Chen Mo nodded and shook his head. Suddenly, I saw Chen Mo gathered the strength in his body and stepped on the ground of this tomb. Boom! The ground cracked. As Chen Mo stepped down, the mound behind the stone tablet suddenly rumbled and cracked a few dozen meters deep underground crack. Senior Ling, please break this underground crack formation, and you can find the hiding place of the Panlong Formation Sutra. Ling Zifeng frowned. He looked along the cracks in the ground and thought to himself that there was actually a very sophisticated formation under this tomb. You know, since the demise of the Panlong Immortal Sect, countless people have come here to search openly and secretly but have not found it. Unexpectedly, this kid found it. Could it be that this kid got the clue of the inheritance of the Panlong Immortal Sect? Ling Zifeng looked at Chen Mo strangely, and doubts arose in his heart. But he did not waste time. After observing the underground formation for a while, he began to crack it. After a while, as Ling Zifeng broke the formation, Chen Mo followed his footsteps and finally entered a huge underground mausoleum from one of the entrances of the formation. The walls of this palace are covered with traces of time, which looks ancient and profound. Under the dim spiritual light, thousands of tombs can be vaguely seen. They are arranged in an orderly manner. In front of each tomb, there is a stone tablet in a stone niche offering plaque. The stone tablet is engraved with ancient runes, which adds a touch of mystery and solemnity to the mausoleum. Walking into the mausoleum, one can feel a strong yin energy coming towards them, as if it can devour one's soul. Although it is dark and damp inside, there is no smell of mold and decay in the air. The 7th generation leader of Panlong Xianzong, Long Yi's spiritual transformation. The 11th generation guardian elder of Panlong Xianzong, the tomb of Yu Huan's golden body. The 19th generation leader of Panlong Xianzong, the place where Lin Daonan's feathers were transformed. The 23rd generation leader of Panlong Xianzong, the tomb of Yizhun Xianrun. The 51st generation leader of Panlong Xianzong, the spiritual transformation of the first ancestor. The 79th generation elder of Panlong Xianzong, the tomb of Ling Xianzi. Approaching these tombs, one can see the introductions written on the offering plaques and stone tablets. Not only Chen Mo, but even Ling Zifeng, who was only one step away from becoming an immortal, was greatly shocked. It turned out that this was the real wonderful forest of Panlong Xianzong. Every tomb here is the burial place of a powerful figure of the Panlong Xianzong, who was once Gai. Some are cenotaph, some are remains after overcoming the tribulation, and some are golden bodies. Anyone familiar with the vast history of the Panlong Xianzong will know that any figure in this tomb group would have made the Chilan domain tremble in the past. 10,000 years ago, no one knew why the Panlong Xianzong would make a tomb and tomb layout here. Ling Zifang put away the shock in his heart and secretly used his huge divine consciousness to quickly explore the underground palace, but unfortunately he did not find the Panlong's Henjing he wanted. Looking at the scene in the depths in front of him, Ling Zifang now believed in Chen Mo a little more, and had to place his hope on Chen Mo, so he urged him. "Boy, where's the Panlong's Henjing you mentioned?" Chen Mo was not in a hurry after hearing this. He recalled the reminder of the golden finger and began to scan the tomb at the edge. The inheritance of the Panlong's Henjing is hidden in the 78 horizontal and 92 vertical tombstones. As he walked, found it, here. The tomb of Yizhangxianren, the 23rd generation leader of Panlong Xianzong. So it was him, the leader of Panlong Xianzong's revival. No wonder. Any sect will rise and fall until it dies, and there will always be some amazing people who lead the sect to the top. Obviously, Yizhangxianren is the extraordinary person who once revived and expanded Panlong Xianzong. Looking at the tombstone of Yizhangxianren, Chen Mo was in awe. But for the sake of his immortal way of longevity, he had to offend today. "I'm sorry, Senior. Today, I offended you and obtained the Panlong's Henjing. One day, I will find a successor to continue the Panlong Xianzong." Chen Mo bowed seriously to the stone tablet of Yizhangxianren and said silently in his heart. Then, Chen Mo suddenly used the barbarian-level body refining power and slapped the tombstone of Yizhangxianren. The tombstone shattered, and a 3-finger-wide jade slip fell out of the rubble. Seeing this, Chen Mo did not hesitate to pick up the jade slip and put it on his forehead before Ling Zifang could react, and immediately poured his mind into the jade slip to accept the inheritance of the jade slip. The Panlong Formation Sutra was obtained from the Panlong Great Immortal. It is divided into 9 volumes. The general outline is that this sutra uses the heaven and earth as the formation plate, and all things can be used as formations. It evolves the rules of the formation, deriving death, deriving immortality, and deriving all things. In an instant, the information of the 9 volumes of the Panlong Formation Sutra in the jade slip that directly pointed to the realm of immortals poured into his mind. The Panlong Formation Sutra is in hand. From now on, he will have another cultivation method scripture to the immortal way. 10 breaths later, Chen Mo picked up the jade slip and handed it to Ling Zifang respectfully. "Senior, the Panlong Formation Sutra is presented to you." Ling Zifang took the jade slip from Chen Mo's hand and raised his eyes. The corners of his mouth showed a meaningful smile. "Boy, you're pretty quick." After teasing, he did not blame Chen Mo for secretly reading the jade slip beforehand, but rather poured his thoughts into the jade slip with some anticipation and trepidation. "It's really the Panlong Formation Sutra? My path is complete." After confirming the inheritance of the Panlong Formation Sutra in the jade slip, Ling Zifang suddenly couldn't help but laugh heartily. After thousands of years of hard training, he had no real sutra to read, even though he had an unparalleled talent for formations. Now that the Immortal Sutra is finally in his hands, Ling Zifang finally has the hope of leaping into the Immortal Gate with it and striving for immortality. How could he not be excited? Chen Mo also congratulated him at the right time. "Congratulations, Senior, from now on you will become an immortal and live forever." You're a good boy. Help me get the Panlong Formation Sutra today, I owe you a favor." Facing Chen Mo's congratulations, Ling Zifang was indeed more grateful to Chen Mo in his heart. At this time, he looked at Chen Mo again with an extremely satisfied look in his eyes. After saying that, he could not wait to sit cross-legged on the spot and began to comprehend the inheritance of the scriptures. "Thank you very much, Senior." It was also a pleasant surprise for Chen Mo to get an extra favor from a big boss. However, at this moment, he looked at this underground mausoleum with a burning gaze. Since the Panlong's Henjing can be obtained from the tombstone of the Yizhan Immortal, are there opportunities hidden in the tombs of other ancestors? There are so many Panlong Xianzong tombs here. How many treasures can I get? Hurry up and make a wish. Chapter 117, Enlightenment Tea, Drought Fire. Make a wish. I want to know how to safely obtain the remaining opportunities in the tomb in front of me. During the analysis of the information in this world, a stream of information from the analysis of wishes instantly rushed into Chen Mo's mind. Path 1, in the 10,000 Steel Forest, the 9th and 81st Horizontal Ancestor's tombstone has a piece of 3rd generation enlightenment tea. Break the tombstone to get it. This tea is boiled with the water of the spiritual spring. Drinking this enlightenment tea can comprehend the realm of Taoism in the late stage of foundation building. Path 2, In the 36th and 72nd horizontal ancestor's tombstone in the 10,000 steel forest, there is a 6th level psychedelic array disc hidden in the tombstone of Lingzhenzi. Break the tombstone to get it. This array disc is carved by Lingzhenzi with the spirit of the ancestral wood and the butterfly of the dream. Just inject spiritual power to start immediately. Path 3. In the 9th horizontal ancestor's tombstone in the 10,000 steel forest, there is a glass bottle hidden in the tombstone of Taoist Lian. This bottle is sealed with a wisp of drought fire from the Cheyenne Red Valley. Break the tombstone to get it. After reading the information in his mind, Chen Mo's pupils dilated slightly. What a great opportunity. The enlightenment tea of the first ancestor, the level 6 psychedelic array plate of Lingzhenzi, and the Hanba strange fire of Lian Taoist. They are all heaven-defying treasures. More importantly, these opportunities are all standing quietly in front of him and within his reach, without taking any risks. Chen Mo has never felt that picking up opportunities is so easy. He raised the corner of his mouth slightly, turned his head and glanced at Ling Zifeng, who was comprehending the Panlong Array Sutra. Quietly came to the 81st tombstone. Looking at the tombstone of the first ancestor, Chen Mo bowed seriously towards the other party's mausoleum. I have offended the first ancestor. Today, I disturb the rest of the senior in order to seek the immortal way. When I succeed in my cultivation, I will definitely let the Panlong immortal sect pass on. With a guilty voice in his heart, Chen Mo smashed the tombstone of the first ancestor with a palm. Suddenly, an unknown fragrant small wooden box fell out. Chen Mo carefully opened the wooden box, and a 2-finger-wide green tea tree leaf came into view. Chen Mo confirmed it and immediately closed the small wooden box again, fearing that the spirituality of the enlightenment tea would be lost. Enlightenment tea. There's hope for the late stage of foundation building. This opportunity. Enlightenment tea is a very famous spiritual object in the world of immortal cultivation. The tea brewed with it, after drinking, the realm of enlightenment and breakthrough is the same as the breakthrough after years of hard practice, not at all empty. Chen Mo's nose wings expanded slightly, and he couldn't help getting excited when he thought of this. Putting away the small wooden box, Chen Mo then came to the tombstone with 36 horizontal and 72 vertical. This is the tomb of Lingzhenzi, the 79th generation elder of Panlong Xianzong. Chen Mo touched the cold stone tablet with his hand and felt the traces left by the years on the stone tablet. Sighed in his heart. They are all good predecessors who left me such a good opportunity. When I succeed in my practice one day, I will definitely not let your array inheritance be buried. Chen Mo still bowed to Lingzhenzi's tombstone, and then spit out the spiritual power in his palm. Puff sounded muffled. The tombstone was shattered by Chen Mo's spiritual power, and a formation plate made of ancestral wood, which was larger than a palm, fell out. Chen Mo excitedly bent down to pick up the formation plate, and saw that there were unknown black lines on the formation plate with very complicated inscriptions, and there was a groove in the middle of the formation plate for inlaying spiritual stones. It was obviously to facilitate the inlaying of spiritual stones to keep the formation running. Chen Mo looked at the formation plate for a few times, and saw that the inscriptions on it were too complicated to be understood by his current formation cultivation. Even if he got the inheritance of the Panlong Formation Sutra, he would need to wait until his formation cultivation was raised to the 5th or 6th level before he could decipher it. Because no matter whether it is formation, alchemy, or refining equipment and making talismans, almost every level corresponds to a large realm of cultivation. Key training, foundation building, golden elixir, yuanying, transformation, refining ruins, and unity. The 6th level psychedelic formation plate has already corresponded to the formation attainments of the great realm of refining ruins. And this formation plate can be used as long as Chen Mo activates his spiritual power. Strictly speaking, the 6th level psychedelic array disc is the highest level spiritual weapon that Chen Mo can use at present. Chen Mo carefully put the psychedelic array disc into the storage ring in his hand. Then he came to the tombstone indicated by the third path. Lian Taoist. The opportunity hidden in this tombstone is similar to the name of Lian Taoist. It can also be seen from the name of Lian Taoist that this person must have been a great fire cultivator in his lifetime. A wisp of Hanba strange fire. Chen Mo's eyes lit up slightly. The Golden Finger Father really knows him well, and he will send a pillow when he is sleepy. Earlier, he obtained the magical power of the Burning Sky 9 refinements from the cave of the great venerable Nanming, and now the first wisp of strange fire has been obtained. After he refines the Hanba strange fire, he can master the magical power of the first level of strange fire. And this magical power does not conflict with his own spiritual power attribute. Chen Mo's mouth corners raised slightly, with a hint of expectation in his eyes. Then, he bowed to the tombstone of Taoist Lian, and then decisively smashed the tombstone. As expected, he got a 9-inch high glass bottle from it. There was a deep red flame burning in the bottle. Hanba's strange fire. According to ancient legends, wherever Hanba went, the land was scorched for thousands of miles, and Hanba was cruel and horrible. The goddess Hanba was born with the ability to control fire and could control the disaster of fire. The fire in this bottle has not been extinguished for 10,000 years. It must be the fire essence of Hanba's strange fire, which ranks among the top strange fires in the world. If he can refine this fire, I am afraid that the power of the first refinement will be better than the power of the ordinary strange fire of the third or fourth refinement. Chen Mo carefully put away the glass bottle containing Hanba's strange fire. Refining strange fire is very dangerous, and it is not the time to practice the 9 refinements of burning heaven. When he is done with the matter of the crossing immortal flag, he can practice with peace of mind, and his strength can be steadily improved at that time. As long as he keeps harvesting opportunities along the way, his strength will surely soar like a rocket. By then, Linghe sect and Wangxiang immortal alliance will be swept away by him. What Chen Mo has to do is to improve his strength as much as possible before the war between the two sides begins, and then use his golden finger to subtly solve the dilemma of Blue Star at the critical moment. Just like he reported the method of the human golden body before, and solved the problem of everyone being targeted by the consciousness of the blood underworld world in a short time. Now Chen Mo seems to be running for his own opportunities, but he is also getting to know some high-end combat forces for Blue Star. After Chen Mo put away the Hanba's strange fire, he looked back at Ling Zifang who was in retreat and saw that he was still sitting cross-legged on the ground with his eyes closed. As for what Chen Mo had just done in the Mausoleum Palace, he pretended not to see it, and neither stopped nor said anything. Seeing this, Chen Mo was of course very happy. After harvesting the opportunities of the 3 major paths, Chen Mo saw that Ling Zifang did not seem to leave temporarily. So he returned to the place where he had smashed the tombstone just now, and urged his spiritual power to fetch a few rocks from the underground palace to rebuild the tombstone in the shape of the original tombstone. Breaking other people's tombstones, gaining opportunities from the predecessors, and rebuilding the tombstones for them is the most basic morality of being a human being. Chen Mo is not a good person, but he is not a selfish villain. After erecting the 4 stone tablets, Chen Mo looked at the many tombs in the Mausoleum Palace, and his eyes began to flicker. Logically, since the immortal Yizhen, the first ancestor, Ling Zhanzi and others left opportunities hidden in the tombstones, others should also leave some. And why did they hide the opportunities in the stone tablets instead of in the tombs? Including the Panlong immortal sect, why did they set up a tomb in the tomb before destroying the sect? When Chen Mo gained the opportunity treasure and calmed down, his mind began to turn unconsciously. He couldn't help but feel a little puzzled and strange, and felt that the act of hiding treasures in tombstones seemed to hide some secrets. Suddenly, Chen Mo had an idea. Let's try another condition. Make a wish. I want to know how to get the rest of the opportunities in the tomb in front of me. In the information analysis of this world, the first path of the wish analysis, there will be interference from an unknown existence after 700 years. The wish failed. Huh? The wish failed. There was indeed something strange. This time he removed the safety condition in front of the opportunity. Through the half sentence of the information in Path 1, he could guess that there should be other opportunities here, but they failed due to interference from an unknown existence. Seeing this hint, Chen Mo's heart became more serious. Obviously, the remaining opportunities here have already involved the existence that he cannot touch at present. Chen Mo stared at the tomb in the distance with deep thought. Come again. Make a wish. I want to know why the senior of Panlong Xianzong hid the opportunity in the stone tablet of Wunbi Forest. In the information analysis of this world, the first path of the wish analysis, beyond the information of this world. The wish failed. Failed again. It actually exceeded the information of this world. It seems that there is a big secret here. Chen Mo's mouth trembled slightly, and a trace of uneasiness emerged in his heart. Forget it. Since I can't know for the time being, I'll just ignore it. I'll digest the enlightenment tea first and then break through my cultivation. Chapter 118, Late Stage of Foundation Building, The Woodcutter in the Bitter Mountain. Even though he guessed that the mausoleum here still hid the great secret of the Panlong immortal sect, Chen Mo did not try to crack it by force. After entering the world of immortal cultivation, Chen Mo has always been adhering to the safety tips of the Golden Finger. Senior Ling. Chen Mo returned to Ling Zifang and called out, but the other party ignored him. He saw Ling Zifang sitting cross-legged on the ground, his eyebrows slightly wrinkled, his eyes revealing a trace of contemplation, and he was obviously immersed in the key to comprehending the Panlong Formation Sutra. That's good, then I will take this opportunity to break through first. Chen Mo's thoughts turned, and he went outside by himself, took the spiritual spring from a mountain stream in the mountains and forests to start making tea. The utensil for making tea is a first-level portable full-set stove that Chen Mo carries with him. This is a utensil he prepared specifically for outdoor travel. Not long after, the spring water in the kettle gurgled and bubbles of boiling water emerged. The water boiled, and Chen Mo took out a small wooden box that exuded a faint fragrance, pinched the enlightenment tea leaves and put them directly into the boiling kettle. The verdant Wudao tea leaves rolled up and down with the clear and boiling spring water. Gradually, the fragrance and Taoism of the Wudao tea leaves were released and blended with the spring water. The color of the tea leaves gradually deepened when they met water, as if blooming pieces of emerald green in the water. The water in the pot gradually turned into tea color, clear and transparent, exuding a unique fragrance and Taoism. Taoism. Inhaling a wisp of clear tea fragrance, Chen Mo seemed to be able to hear a kind of innate Taoism in his mind preaching to him. Many obscure and profound Taoism in Hanhei Cheng Sheng Jing were solved in Chen Mo's mind at this moment, and a wisp of perception continued to burst out. It really deserves to be the legendary Wudao tea. Although it is the third generation of Wudao tea, the effect also amazed him. At this point, Chen Mo hurriedly used his spiritual power to control the kettle and poured the Wudao tea into the 2 teacups prepared in advance. After the tea was boiled, Chen Mo also poured a cup for Ling Zifeng, just taking the opportunity to get closer. If there is a benefit, it can be given in person, and it can also add a favor to the transaction. A great power close to immortal is worthy of him sharing half of the enlightenment tea. Senior, this tea is the enlightenment tea obtained by chance in the underground palace, and it may be helpful for you to comprehend the Panlong Formation Sutra. Please. Chen Mo invited Ling Zifeng, who was in deep thought, and then stretched out his hand and used his spiritual power to cover a cup of enlightenment tea and sent it to Ling Zifeng through the air. Looking at the light green tea in front of him that exuded a strong Taoist connotation, Ling Zifeng moved his eyelids and raised the corners of his lips. This kid is quite good at dealing with things, not bad. He is not a person who forgets his principles when he sees profit. Although he was immersed in the contemplation of comprehending the Panlong Formation Sutra, in fact, everything Chen Mo did in the underground palace was reflected in his eyes. If Chen Mo really thought he knew nothing and drank the enlightenment tea alone, then he would look down on Chen Mo. Although he might not think highly of this cup of enlightenment tea, the act of sharing it with him must be there. With a thought, Ling Zifeng picked up the enlightenment tea cup, drank the enlightenment tea in one gulp, and then the cup flew back to Chen Mo. Boy, this enlightenment tea is different from ordinary tea. You can't savor it carefully. You need to drink it in one gulp for better effect. Don't waste it. Ling Zifeng kindly reminded Chen Mo after drinking the enlightenment tea, and then continued to comprehend the mystery of the Formation Sutra. Okay, thank you for the reminder, Senior. Chen Mo nodded slightly, picked up the cup of enlightenment tea in front of him and swallowed it in one gulp. Suddenly, a strong sense of Tao spread in his stomach. Suddenly. In his mind, it seemed that there were immortals in the sky knocking on the morning bell and evening drum, making a sound of Tao sound collision. A wisp of Tao perception kept emerging with the Tao sound. Chen Mo quickly gathered his mind to accept this Tao sound perception, and quickly comprehended the bottleneck of Tao method in the foundation building realm of Hanhei Cheng Sheng Sutra. The Dao cup, but it is not full when used. It is deep like the ancestor of all things, blunting its sharpness, resolving its conflicts, harmonizing its light, being the same as dust, and being as clear as existence. Soon, many bottlenecks about the foundation building realm were broken through with the help of the Dao sound. Soon, Chen Mo's Dao realm rose rapidly and quickly reached the bottleneck of the middle stage of the foundation building realm. After the realm was comprehended to the middle stage, the Dao sound of the Dao tea had not stopped. Chen Mo hurried to continue to comprehend, and after digesting all the Dao tea, he finally rushed to the late stage of the foundation building realm. the late stage of the foundation building realm. This feeling of listening to the sound of the Dao is so refreshing. Breaking through the realm is really as simple as drinking water. Next, as long as the spiritual power in the spiritual sea is improved, you can naturally enter the late stage of the foundation building realm. At this point, Chen Mo did not delay. He quickly took out the top spiritual medicine Butian Zhi from Bai Jianfei's hand from the stored ring. Butian Zhi can be eaten raw to improve decades of hard practice. Bai Jianfei should have prepared it for breaking through the Yuanying realm, but he didn't expect that it would be cheap for him now. The purple light of the Butian Zhi was flashing, about 5 or 6 inches high. The purple cap of the Ganoderma lucidum was covered with purple lines, exuding a unique fragrance. Chen Mo took a few glances and then put the Ganoderma lucidum into his mouth. Crack! The Xianshu Shenzang opened up by Chen Mo during his body refining also fully played a role at this moment. The powerful refining and absorption ability quickly refined the energy of the Butian Zhi in his body like a furnace. After chewing and digesting, the Butian Zhi turned into a rich spiritual energy and quickly melted in his body. Hoo-hoo! The new spiritual power quickly filled Chen Mo's spiritual sea like a wave, causing the spiritual power in his spiritual sea to surge rapidly. One day later, after refining the Butian Zhi and a small part of the elixir that increased spiritual power, Chen Mo finally broke through to the late stage of foundation building as expected. Refining the body and ki at the same time entered the late stage of foundation building, and in terms of refining the spirit, it was far beyond the foundation building and the level of the mind turning into a sword. Feeling the surging strength in his body at this moment, Chen Mo's confidence increased greatly. He had a feeling that if he faced a master in the early stage of Jinden, he could also defeat him with his hard power. Now he just had to wait for him to restore the Duxin banner. With the power of the immortal weapon, not to mention the Jinden, even if it was the Yuanying Huishin Chen Mo, he would have the confidence to fight hard. I hope that the trip to Baolianai village will go smoothly, so that I can reach the Yuanying level of combat power before the battle with Linghe sect, and have more self-protection power. After breaking through the late stage of foundation building, 2 more days passed. Ling Zifang finally finished his perception, got up and followed Chen Mo to Baolianai village. Baolianai village is located in a mountain shaped like a treasure lotus in the Middle Earth domain, and Baolianai village is located in the center of the mountain. It is also known as the back garden of the gods. In fact, in ancient times, this place had another name called the Heavenly Soldiers' Divine Pool. It is rumored that in ancient times, there were gods here to smelt heavenly soldiers and artifacts, so there are many scraps of immortal gold discarded by the gods after smelting. Therefore, since ancient times, many top weapon refiners have regarded Baolianai village as a holy place for weapon refiners. Many weapon refiners who find this place will live in seclusion in the village. One is to comprehend and improve their own weapon refinement here, and at the same time, they want to find the legendary fairy gold and divine materials here. However, there has always been a legend of Baolianai village in the Blood Underworld, but in reality, no one knows how to get to this hidden village. When Ling Zifang heard that Chen Mo wanted to go to Baolianai village with him, he wanted to persuade Chen Mo to give up. But when he used his teleportation magic to come to the lotus leaf-shaped mountain in front of him under Chen Mo's repeated insistence, he was really shocked. The mountain is like Baolian, and the peak is like a leaf. Is this really the legendary Baolianai village? Chen Mo looked at the mountain village in the center of the lotus and nodded indifferently. He raised the corner of his mouth and said easily, "Yes, that big mountain village ahead is it. Let's go, find the bitter mountain woodcutter who can help me forge the immortal weapon." Chen Mo exhaled lightly and flew towards the depths of the mountain. To find this place, Chen Mo made countless wishes along the way, and even exhausted his mental strength several times. He rested for a long time in the same place, and could only continue to move forward by making another wish. Soon, Ling Zifang and Chen Mo flew to the village in the center of Lianshan. After landing, the scene of Baolianai village was like a simple painting. The houses in the village were built of bluestone and rough wood. There were simple wine shops, farmhouses, and chickens and dogs. Children were playing and laughing happily in the village road, and adults were working in the fields. They were wearing coarse cloth clothes and straw hats. Their hard sweat revealed simplicity and diligence. This is Baolianai village, the holy land of weapon refining. The back garden of the gods. Seeing this scene, Chen Mo's eyes flickered with a hint of hesitation. The scene here is really different from the Baolianai village he imagined. If it weren't for the golden finger's hint, he really thought he had come to Peach Blossom Spring. At this moment, there was a song coming from the back mountain at the end of the village. Watching the chess pieces being rotten, the clinking of woodcutters, walking slowly at the edge of the valley, selling firewood and wine, laughing wildly and intoxicated. The autumn is high in the blue river. I pillow on the pine roots facing the moon, and sleep until dawn. Recognize the old forest, climb the cliff and cross the ridge, hold the axe to cut the dead vines. Collect them into a load, sing in the market, and exchange them for 3 liters of rice. There is no more competition, the current price is average, there is no scheming, no honor or disgrace, and a peaceful life. Where we meet, either immortals or Taoists, sitting quietly and talking about Huangting. The woodcutter's song suggested by the golden finger. This person must be the woodcutter of Kushan. Hearing this, Chen Mo was certain. It's just that the lyrics seem a little familiar. Chen Mo feels like he has heard it somewhere before. But Chen Mo didn't think too much, and turned to Ling Zifeng. Senior Ling, the weapon refiner I'm looking for is just ahead, let's go together. After saying that, Chen Mo walked towards the singing. After entering the village, the villagers were not curious to see Chen Mo and his friends. When they met Chen Mo, they just nodded and smiled. Only some children followed Chen Mo and his friends from a distance. They seemed to want to come forward to talk but were a little shy, so they could only whisper and chirp behind them. Not long after, Chen Mo and his friends came to the village and ran into a thin old man in coarse clothes, carrying a load of firewood and singing while walking. I am Zuanzhao cultivator Chen Mo, and I would like to meet Senior Kushan woodcutter. Hearing the woodcutter's song humming from the other party, Chen Mo immediately determined that this person was the one he was looking for, so he quickly saluted and addressed the other party. When Ling Zifeng saw the other party, his eyebrows slightly raised, and the magic power in his body had already been stimulated. This man is very strong. This is a hidden great power whose cultivation is no weaker than his. Just as Ling Zifeng was secretly sizing up the bitter mountain woodcutter, the other party glanced at Ling Zifeng nonchalantly, then turned to Chen Mo and laughed. Ha ha ha, I've met a master. I didn't expect that I could be recognized at a glance after living in seclusion here for many years. I don't know how you recognized me, and what do you want from me? After saying that, the bitter mountain woodcutter looked at Chen Mo with a little curiosity. Hearing this, Chen Mo stepped forward and bowed. I was guided here by chance and destiny. Please help me restore the soul of a spiritual object. As he said that, Chen Mo took out the Immortal Crossing flag from his storage ring and displayed it in front of the bitter mountain woodcutter. The bitter mountain woodcutter glanced at the Duke's flag, and his eyes suddenly condensed. He hesitated and said, "This is a real immortal weapon. It is not easy to recreate the weapon's soul. Besides, I have been living in seclusion here for many years and transformed into a woodcutter. I have not refined weapons for many years. You should find another master." After saying this, the bitter mountain woodcutter wanted to avoid Chen Mo and continue to move forward. Seeing this, Chen Mo did not hesitate to intercept him and said, "With your ability, you must have something to ask for when you live in seclusion here. As long as you are willing to help me restore this fairy flag, just ask for anything." Oh. Hearing Chen Mo's loud tone, the bitter mountain woodcutter couldn't help but look up and down at Chen Mo while carrying firewood, but he couldn't see what was so magical about Chen Mo. Seeing this, he was too lazy to entangle and directly stated his request. It is said that Baolianai village is the heavenly weapon divine pond. In ancient times, a god once smelted a heavenly weapon divine artifact here and left behind a lot of immortal gold and divine materials. Little Taoist, as long as you can find 2 pieces of immortal gold for me here, I can help you restore the soul of this immortal artifact. Chen Mo smiled knowingly after hearing the other party's request. Okay, how difficult is that? Ling Zifeng, who was standing by, couldn't help but twitch his mouth when he heard Chen Mo's boast. Here we go again. This kid is just like a treasure hunting boy who knows the future. During this journey, everything becomes an extremely simple matter in front of him. When in Panlong Xianzong, Ling Zifeng suspected that Chen Mo got the clue of Panlong Xianzong's inheritance. After traveling together for a while, Ling Zifeng already suspected that Chen Mo was the reincarnation of a great immortal who was good at deduction and divination, otherwise it would be impossible to explain the many magical things on Chen Mo. When Chen Mo agreed, he had already made a wish in his heart. Make a wish. I want to know how to find 2 pieces of immortal gold for the Bitter Mountain woodcutter near Baolianai village. In the information analysis of this world, a stream of information in the wish analysis instantly rushed into Chen Mo's mind. Path 1. 300 miles east of Baolianai village, walk 3 miles up the waterfall cliff. There is a living spring. There is a stone pier beside the spring. Under the stone pier there is a listening spring stone with its own immortal gold aura. Cut the listening spring stone to get 1 or 2 days of cloud stone gold. Path 2. 99 miles north of Baolianai village, there is a piece of lightning-struck wood. Among the lightning-struck trees, there is a century-old locust tree that has revived its vitality and tender buds. 9 miles underground under the old locust tree stump, there is a diamond-shaped sky thunder immortal gold. This stone accumulates a lightning and electric catastrophe every 10,000 years. After 99 catastrophes, it can become a sky thunder immortal. After reading the information in his mind, Chen Mo looked at the Bitter Mountain woodcutter, and immediately sent a telepathic message to tell him the hiding place of the immortal gold mentioned in the 2 paths. Hearing Chen Mo's voice transmission, the Bitter Mountain woodcutter looked at Chen Mo in doubt. He didn't know whether what Chen Mo said was true or false. If it's false, I don't think Chen Mo, who knows his name, would have the courage to come all the way here to play tricks on me. But if it's true, the immortal gold that I have been collecting firewood for 3,000 years in Baolianai village as a woodcutter has been pointed out by a young boy in front of me in the blink of an eye. That's really a big joke. Chen Mo looked at the doubtful eyes of the Bitter Mountain woodcutter, as if he guessed what he was thinking, so he urged, if you don't believe it, go and check it out to see if it's true or not. Seeing Chen Mo's firm look, the Bitter Mountain woodcutter's hesitant eyes flashed. He finally gritted his teeth and said, okay, in this case, I will go to the place you said to take a look and see if it's true or not. If it's true, you wait here, I will restore the soul of the immortal weapon for you. As soon as the voice fell, his figure suddenly disappeared. Watching the other party disappear, Ling Zifang looked at Chen Mo with some amusement and said jokingly, boy, aren't you afraid that the other party will take the immortal gold and run away? Chen Mo understood that Ling Zifang was reminding him. But he shook his head confidently and said, this person won't run away. He thought in his heart that the credibility of the person designated by the golden finger can still be trusted, and he has never let him down along the way. It's not that he doesn't think about things. Isn't it good to use the 100% safety reminder of the golden finger? Okay. You kid. Ling Zifang was immediately helpless by Chen Mo's indifferent look. However, he still secretly used his spiritual sense of the Hedao realm to cover it, and kept an eye on the movements of the Bitter Mountain woodcutter at any time. This can be 2 pieces of immortal gold. If the other party really wants to run away, he will not sit idly by. Who said this kid looks pleasing to the eye? He drank his enlightenment tea and promised to owe him a favor. This Bitter Mountain woodcutter is really going to run away, so it's a good opportunity to take back the immortal gold and repay the favor. It was less than 2 minutes. Shoo! The figure of the Bitter Mountain woodcutter appeared in front of them again. The firewood he had originally carried on his shoulders was also thrown away by him. At this moment, his face was full of excitement, and there was a hint of gratitude in his eyes when he looked at Chen Mo. Obviously, the 2 pieces of immortal gold were really in his hands. Friend Chen Mo, you really did not speak nonsense. Old Taoist, I will do my best to restore the spirit of the immortal flag for you next. As he said, he thanked Chen Mo with gratitude. In response, Chen Mo nodded slightly and returned a salute. Then I'll trouble you, senior. Please follow me, both of you. Soon the Bitter Mountain woodcutter took Chen Mo and the others back to their residence. It was also a few bluestone and wooden houses in the countryside. However, when they entered the house, they saw the Bitter Mountain woodcutter wave his hand and a concealing formation was easily unlocked by him. It turned out that there was a different world in the room. A huge refining cave appeared in front of the 3 people. Refining array, spirit gathering array, earth fire array, quenching pool, furnace, cold pond, material room. All kinds of high-level refining equipment are available. From the equipment, it can be judged that the refiner's refining attainments are not shallow. Finally, I can restore the immortal crossing flag. At this moment, Chen Mo couldn't help but get excited. Chapter 119, Immortal Weapon recognizes its master, Yuanying combat power. In the weapon refining cave, the Bitter Mountain woodcutter solemnly took the immortal crossing flag handed over by Chen Mo and carefully examined it for a long time. After more than 10 minutes, He thought for a while and then carefully explained to Chen Mo. My friend, although this flag lacks the immortal level weapon spirit, the materials used and the formations inside are all of the true immortal level. With my cultivation and weapon refining attainments, at most I can subdue a 7th level mountain spirit ancient soul for you to make a new weapon spirit and embed it inside to restore the power of this flag to the level of a top level Taoist weapon. But my friend, don't worry, even if it is a top level Taoist weapon, after I refine it, this flag can also exert the power of a low-grade immortal weapon, and it will not damage the level of the flag itself. After checking, the bitter mountain woodcutter pondered for a moment and then told him his refining plan one by one. Chen Mo smiled calmly after hearing this. Senior can only restore this flag to a top-level Taoist weapon, but because it is impossible to subdue the immortal level soul spirit as a weapon spirit. The bitter mountain woodcutter nodded. Yes, our mortal beings are beyond the reach of our cultivation. The 7th level mountain spirit ancient soul is the highest level spare weapon soul that I can find. Hearing the answer from the bitter mountain woodcutter, Chen Mo no longer hesitated and immediately took out the Sea King halberd. This halberd is sealed with a true immortal level dark dragon soul. Senior, can you refine it into the immortal crossing flag as a new weapon soul? Chen Mo held up the broken Sea King halberd and handed it to the bitter mountain woodcutter. What? This halberd is actually sealed with a true immortal level dark dragon soul. Hearing what Chen Mo said, even Ling Zifang on the side was very surprised, which was far beyond his original expectation. True immortal dark dragon soul. Really? The bitter mountain woodcutter took the Sea King halberd in shock and looked at Chen Mo to confirm. Chen Mo nodded affirmatively. Huh? This halberd is actually made of bitter sea gold. After taking the Sea King halberd, the bitter mountain woodcutter looked at it and couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise. Bitter sea luan gold is a precious deep sea 7th level refining material. The main body of this halberd is almost entirely made of deep sea luan gold. The material itself is very valuable. However, when the bitter mountain woodcutter looked at the profound seal rune on the Sea King halberd, he couldn't help but frown, as if he was in trouble. He muttered to himself. What kind of seal formation is this? How come I have never seen it before? Seeing this, Chen Mo turned to Ling Zifang next to him and interrupted, Senior Ling, I will trouble you to unlock this seal formation now. Ling Zifang nodded, stepped forward, turned to the bitter mountain woodcutter and said, Dao Iao, this is the ancient 9 nether soul sealing formation. The seal of this formation can be left to me. 9 nether soul sealing formation. Hearing this, the bitter mountain woodcutter's eyebrows jumped, and he immediately looked up to Ling Zifang in his heart. This formation is an ancient formation. I didn't expect that this fellow Taoist is not only as good as me in cultivation, but also a master of formation. The bitter mountain woodcutter folded his hands and said, Then I'll trouble you. In that case, I will start to recast the spirit of this immortal weapon for you right away. Then, he looked at Chen Mo and comforted him, Don't worry, with this true immortal level dark dragon soul, it's easy to recast the spirit. This flag will definitely be able to restore to the level of immortal weapon. After saying that, the bitter mountain woodcutter's eyes condensed. Suddenly, an overwhelming momentum emanated from him, and this momentum oppressed Chen Mo and kept retreating. 9 flame soul casting formation. The bitter mountain woodcutter stretched out his hand and formed a seal, hitting a huge weapon refining formation in front of him. In an instant, the sky and the earth in the molten cave changed color, and deep red ground fires burst out from the underground formation. When the underground fire began to burn violently, the bitter mountain woodcutter threw the immortal crossing flag into the 9 flame soul casting formation, burning with crimson flames. The immortal crossing flag was suspended in the 9 flame soul casting formation, and gradually a mysterious light began to emit from the flag. Warm the device, wake up the formation, and return the scroll. The bitter mountain woodcutter's spiritual power was agitated. His majestic divine thoughts had already connected the many formations in the cave, and he had injected a series of refining seals into the formations and the immortal crossing flag. In Chen Mo's opinion, each of these methods was full of mysterious meanings that were difficult to fathom. After a cup of tea, the bitter mountain woodcutter suddenly said, Dao Iao can remove the seal on the Sea King halberd. When the seal is removed, please throw the Sea King halberd into the formation in front of me. Hearing this, Ling Zifang nodded and responded, Okay. The movement of removing the 9 nether soul sealing formation was not loud. Ling Zifang's fingertips emitted a burst of true array rune light, which was engraved on the body of the Sea King halberd. In an instant, some of the pattern nodes on the Sea King halberd were lit up by Ling Zifang's spiritual power. Suddenly, a distant dragon roar came from the Sea King halberd. The seal is about to be released. Hearing this dragon roar, Chen Mo was excited. At this time, the expression of the bitter mountain woodcutter also changed suddenly, as if facing a great enemy. His face was much more serious than before, and the spiritual power in his body was surging like a tidal wave. Summon the spirit, point the immortal, cast the soul. The bitter mountain woodcutter shouted out the names of several hand seals in succession. At this moment, his casting speed was like a phantom, and he instantly formed countless refining techniques and hit them into the Duxan flag. Chen Mo stood in the corner of the cave with concentration, and found that even with the cultivation of the bitter mountain woodcutter, after casting those complicated hand seals, drops of sweat oozed from his forehead. Obviously, casting those refining hand seals was extremely difficult. At this time, the bitter mountain woodcutter shouted and urged, "Hurry up and throw the soul of the dark dragon into the formation." Hearing this, Ling Zifang's speed of unlocking the formation suddenly increased. The dragon roars came louder and louder, as if an underground dark dragon was awakened from its deep sleep. Suddenly, Ling Zifang threw the Sea King's halberd into the burning formation. Almost at the moment when the Sea King's halberd entered the formation, suddenly, a huge dark blue real dragon phantom struggled out of the Sea King's halberd. The real dragon phantom that came out roared to the sky. The lion head, deer horns, shrimp legs, crocodile mouth, turtle neck, snake body, fish scales, clam belly, fish spine, tiger paws, eagle claws, and goldfish tail are really the real dragon shape in the ancient legend of Blue Star. Soul of the Dark Dragon. Chen Mo stared at the real dragon phantom, his eyes suddenly brightened. At this time, the bitter mountain woodcutter shouted 3 times. Lock the formation, insert the weapon, and calm the soul. He cast 3 weapon refining seals on the 9 flame soul casting formation. The shadow of the nether dragon, which had just separated from the Sea King halberd, seemed to be restrained by a huge invisible force and forcibly pressed into the crossing immortal flag. The soul of the nether dragon roared unwillingly. When its figure completely penetrated the crossing immortal flag, the crossing immortal flag suddenly flashed a blue light and rushed up to the sky, trying to pierce the sky. However, when this light rushed to the top of the cave, it was suddenly blocked by the formation and was tightly compressed in the cave. Seeing this, the bitter mountain woodcutter quickly ordered Chen Mo. "Chen Mo, hurry. Put 3 drops of blood essence with your divine thoughts into the crossing immortal flag. In this way, the crossing immortal flag can recognize you as its master again." Hearing this, Chen Mo quickly forced 3 drops of golden blood essence with his divine thoughts from his fingertips and shot them into the crossing immortal flag. Just as his blood essence was imprinted into the crossing immortal flag, Chen Mo suddenly felt that he had established a connection with the crossing immortal flag. And this connection became closer and closer as the bitter mountain woodcutter refined the crossing immortal flag, and in the end it even became as easy as a finger. At the same time, in this process, he gradually realized some of the mysteries of the formations in the crossing immortal flag and understood the role of the crossing immortal flag. There are many major formations in the flag, such as gathering spirits, calming souls, space, stability, 10,000 waters, sharpness, hurricanes, and strong winds. The crossing immortal flag can cross both life and death. Crossing life, this flag can be transformed into treasure for protecting the body and proving the Tao. Crossing death, destroying the enemy and burying the body, destroying all enemies. That's right. The biggest function of the crossing immortal flag is that it can be large or small, large enough to cover the sky and the sun, and small enough to be swallowed into the stomach like a mustard seed. Activating this flag can also roll up the 9-day strong wind to annihilate the enemy in front of you. Feel the power of the crossing immortal flag. The corners of Chen Mo's lips trembled slightly, and his heart was extremely excited. What a good treasure. After a while, the immortal crossing flag was finally re-refined, and the true immortal level nether dragon soul was completely integrated into the immortal crossing flag and became its weapon soul. Finally, the bitter mountain woodcutter let out a long sigh, and finally showed a trace of satisfaction and relief on his face. When the 9 flame soul casting formation was extinguished, the immortal crossing flag, which was emitting a brilliant light, suddenly turned into light and shadow and flew into the spiritual sea in Chen Mo's body. As soon as the immortal crossing flag entered his spiritual sea, It occupied the top center position of the spiritual sea. At this time, even the Changguang immortal sword and the soul-melting bottle in the body had to avoid it slightly. Haha, you are really domineering. Feeling the changes in the body, a satisfied look appeared at the corner of Chen Mo's mouth. When the immortal crossing flag entered the body, Chen Mo felt it very clearly. The immortal crossing flag has been restored to complete middle-grade immortal weapon. With a spiritual power in his body at this time, if he uses the immortal crossing flag, he can easily exert the combat power of the nascent soul level. Even when he has exhausted all the spiritual power in his body, he can still use 2 attacks of the power of the god transformation. As Chen Mo's mind moved, the immortal crossing flag turned into a normal-sized flag in his hand. The first mid-grade immortal weapon that he could truly refine and control was in his hands. Now I have finally obtained the combat power of the nascent soul level. After so long, it's time for me to leave Zhuan's Hao. Linghe Sect and Wangxiang Immortal Alliance, wait for me to harvest them. Chapter 120 I want to kill immortals and meet Tan Feng again. The next day, Chen Mo and Ling Zifeng said goodbye to the Bitter Mountain woodcutter and began to return to Zhuan's Hao. However, when leaving, Chen Mo had an additional jade-carved high-level communication talisman in his hand. This talisman was obtained by Chen Mo from the Bitter Mountain woodcutter. After refining the Duke's banner, Chen Mo gave the remaining materials of the Sea King halberd to the Bitter Mountain woodcutter to refine the weapon. The reward was that Chen Mo could use the communication talisman to contact him for help once. This was also Chen Mo's preparation for the next battle with the Linghe sect, and it was considered a trump card for him to make friends. With a great power like the Bitter Mountain woodcutter, even in the Linghe sect, the Wangxiang Immortal Alliance is definitely the existence of the sect's ancestor. There is the Bitter Mountain woodcutter and Ling Zifeng. This time Chen Mo is equivalent to pulling 2 strong reinforcements for the Blue Star military. And with the protection of the Duke's banner, he can also use the Golden Finger to harvest opportunities with more confidence. Looking at the communication talisman in Chen Mo's hand, Ling Zifeng joked, "You kids dragged Brother Kai Ofu into the water. You guys on Blue Star are preparing to have a big fight with Linghe sect." Chen Mo laughed when he heard this. "Yeah, Senior, are you interested in joining us? This time we're going to play a big one, and you'll definitely get a lot of rewards." Seeing the half-joking and half-serious look on Chen Mo's face, Ling Zifeng couldn't help but be aroused with a hint of interest. "How big?" Chen Mo narrowed his eyes slightly, and uttered 2 words coldly. "Kill the immortals." Hearing these 2 cold words, Ling Zifeng's pupils shrank slightly. "Kill the immortals? Do you guys on Blue Star have such a great ability? Just relying on that old guy Nangguangqi?" Facing Ling Zifeng's doubts, Chen Mo shook his head and didn't introduce himself in detail, but provoked him. "Senior, just say whether you are willing to join us, and whether you dare to." Hearing Chen Mo's provocation, Ling Zifeng was not fooled at all. He shook his head and sneered. "Don't try to provoke me, kid. Linghe sect is the Wangxiang Immortal Alliance behind it. The water is deep. Do you think it's in your little place of Langsing? I just got the Panlong Formation Sutra. The great way is ahead. I don't want to die." Hearing Ling Zifeng's refusal, Chen Mo was confident and a smile flashed across his face. He didn't rush to explain, nor did he insist on persuading. On the surface, Langsing's strength is not as strong as Linghe sect, but he has a cheat. When the war really starts, as the situation changes, he will naturally have a way to reverse the situation and make Ling Zifeng go. I'm afraid Ling Zifeng will have to rush over by then. You have to know that cultivating immortals is inseparable from the 4 words of wealth, friends, law and place. Even for a 7th level Hideo master like Ling Zifeng, it is the same. The higher the level of cultivation, the more intense the competition for some high-level resources and immortal fate. Even if Ling Zifeng got the Panlong Formation Sutra, it would not be so easy for him to pass the tribulation in the last step and become a true immortal. In the Chilan region, most of the high-level blessed lands and opportunities are controlled by forces like the Linghe sect of the Wangxiang Immortal Alliance. He doesn't believe that some other great powers have no complaints in their hearts. Seeing Chen Mo silent on the side, as if he was still thinking about how to plan to drag him down, Ling Zifeng frowned and couldn't help but remind him worriedly. "Boy, I remind you not to commit suicide. Although I promised to owe you a favor before, I will only help you once when your life is in danger. If you want me to get involved in your Blue Star and Linghe sex mess, don't even think about it." Hearing this, Chen Mo waved his hand casually. "Tisk, Senior, you think too much? It's up to you whether to end up or not. You will know how things turn out when the time comes. Ling Zifang shook his head and didn't want to discuss this with Chen Mo anymore. Then he stepped forward, grabbed Chen Mo and quietly activated the teleportation magic to rush towards Zhuan's Hao. 6 days later, Ling Zifang finally brought Chen Mo back to the Evil Wind Valley. Nearly 20 days had passed since this trip. Chen Mo said goodbye to Ling Zifang and hurried to Zhuanghuang City. I don't know what the current situation is. When Chen Mo left, he had heard from Song Yihan that Linghe sect had increased its efforts to hunt down Blue Star geniuses. If this confrontation continues, I'm afraid that the top leaders will end up in the end. As for the disciples of Linghe sect who are under the banner of revenge for Bai Jianfei, it is totally unbelievable. The real cause of this situation should be the change between the top leaders of the two forces. Chen Mo thought about these things while flying quickly. Just when Chen Mo had just flown a few hundred miles away and passed over a bamboo forest, suddenly, his divine sense detected the sound of fighting from dozens of miles away. This place already belongs to the core of Zhuan's Hao, which belongs to Blue Star. Why is there a sound of fighting? With a trace of doubt in his heart, Chen Mo quickly accelerated and flew in the direction of the sound. After a few breaths, Chen Mo's divine sense instantly covered the distance, and there were indeed 3 foundation-building cultivators fighting. Oh no, it's Teacher Han who is being hunted down. When his divine sense covered a battle location, Chen Mo suddenly discovered that the party being hunted down in the battle was Han Feng and the former teacher of Class 1, Qin Meng, whom he had not seen for a long time. At this time, both of them had advanced to the early stage of foundation building, but the one fighting against them was a Linghe sect cultivator in the middle stage of foundation building, wearing Blue Star decorations. The people of Linghe sect actually dared to hunt down all the way to the interior of Blue Star. Has the situation reached such a serious level? Chen Mo's heart condensed, and he accelerated to fly over there. At this time, the Linghe sect cultivator who was chasing Han Feng and the other person exuded a hint of pride on his face. Humph, these 2 Blue Star foundation builders will die after 5 more breaths at most. If I killed 2 foundation builders, I might be able to exchange them for a spiritual medicine that can break through the late stage of foundation building when I go back. The Linghe sect cultivator was proud and drove the spiritual sword, attacking Han Feng and Qin Meng with one sword after another. The spiritual sword lights turned into a 360-degree cage to prevent the 2 from escaping. At this time, Han Feng and Qin Meng were obviously in a critical moment. The 2 of them desperately urged the little spiritual power left in their bodies to protect their vitals. The 2 came to the Blood Nether battlefield. Although they also got a good opportunity to break through the foundation building stage, they were still far behind the Linghe sect's mid-stage foundation building cultivators. The 2 of them did not expect that they would be ambushed by the Linghe sect even when they arrived in the heart of Zhuan's Hao. Under the opponent's almost crushing attack, now they can only hope that a passing Blue Star cultivator will find them. It happened in a flash. Just when the 2 were about to be unable to resist, suddenly, a violent spiritual power fluctuation rushed over from a distance. Not good. The Linghe sect cultivator was the first to notice Chen Mo's spiritual power fluctuation. His face changed suddenly, and he wanted to kill Han Feng and Qin Meng with one blow even if he was injured. He had already sensed the strong dangerous aura coming. The cultivators who could be encountered in this place were very likely to be Blue Star masters. Just when he urged all the spiritual power in his body to fight desperately, Chen Mo suddenly shouted, "Stop, how dare you!" At this time, Chen Mo was still 6 or 7 miles away from the battlefield. It was too late to use spiritual power to stop the opponent. At this critical moment, Chen Mo directly used the attacking magic of Divine Mind transformed into sword. Die? Chen Mo's mind moved. In an instant, a golden sword shadow flashed by. Puff! I saw a small golden sword suddenly inserted into the forehead of the Linghe sect cultivator, but there was no blood wound on his forehead. Divine Mind transformed into sword, Divine Consciousness attack. The Linghe sect cultivator only heard a loud shout and saw a golden sword flashing. Then his sea of consciousness was suddenly shredded by a golden sword. The Linghe sect cultivator in the middle stage of foundation building glared, and his body suddenly lost control and fell to the ground. Die? This scene happened too fast. From Chen Mo's voice to killing the opponent, it was almost completed in an instant. When the opponent's body fell to the ground, Han Feng and the others reacted. At this time, Chen Mo's figure had already appeared on the battlefield. Chen Mo! Chen Mo! When they saw that the figure coming to help was Chen Mo, Han Feng and the others exclaimed almost at the same time. Two teachers, long time no see. Chen Mo looked at the familiar two people and greeted them with a little joy. It's really you. You have established your foundation. Hearing Chen Mo's voice, Han Feng turned his head to look at the body of the Linghe sect cultivator that fell in front of him, and then looked back at Chen Mo and asked in surprise with some disbelief. Not bad, the student has a chance and successfully established his foundation. Teacher Han, I also want to congratulate you on successfully establishing your foundation and continuing your immortal fate. Chen Mo nodded, and then congratulated Han Feng. Good. You are really amazing. You have actually established your foundation, and you can kill a cultivator in the middle stage of foundation building. When he said this, he seemed to react suddenly, his eyes lit up, and then he pulled Chen Mo to jump towards the body of the Linghe sect cultivator, and said anxiously, Chen Mo, we'll talk later. This is a mid-stage foundation building cultivator from the Linghe sect. Let's touch his body first. Maybe we can get something good. Before Chen Mo could react, Han Feng had already started to touch the corpse of the Linghe sect cultivator. His movement seemed very skillful. Chen Mo smiled and stood aside without saying anything. Chapter 121 Battlefield Situation. The boss wants to see me. Soon. Han Feng looted a medium-grade spiritual weapon sword, a storage ring, and a magic weapon-level defensive treasure robe from the Linghe sect cultivator. Because this cultivator was killed by Chen Mo, Qin Meng stood by and quietly restored his spiritual power. After a while, Han Feng, who had finished looting, looked up at Chen Mo who was standing aside and muttered, Why don't you do it? I tell you, the first thing to do after killing an opponent in the world of immortal cultivation is to remember to touch the corpse. There may be a great opportunity hidden in the corpse. Han Feng kindly reminded while preparing to hand over the few things he had touched to Chen Mo. Seeing this, Chen Mo quickly waved his hand to refuse. Teacher Han, this person is your enemy. After he dies, you and Teacher Qin should keep these things. To be honest, Chen Mo no longer cares about the things of an ordinary mid-stage foundation building cultivator. If it were someone else, he would certainly not give it up. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. But if this person is Han Feng, Chen Mo doesn't care about this. Chen Mo has always kept Han Feng's selfless help in his heart. After hearing Chen Mo's words, Han Feng's face suddenly became serious, and he taught him a lesson with some displeasure. What are you talking about? Put it away. You killed this person. Will the teacher covet your spoils? Seeing Han Feng's expression change, Chen Mo knew the character of this teacher. If he wanted Han Feng to accept this harvest, he had to show some strength. Seeing this, Chen Mo didn't say anything. But the spiritual power in his body moved, and a trace of the majestic spiritual power pressure of the late stage of foundation building suddenly spread to the surroundings. Suddenly, Han Feng and Qin Meng's faces changed suddenly. Late stage of foundation building. No, this is the ultimate pressure far beyond the late stage. What kind of cultivation speed and talent is this? When I left last time, Chen Mo was just in the early stage of key training. How come he is in the late stage of foundation building? Han Feng's eyes changed again and again when he looked at Chen Mo. He didn't expect that when they met again, Chen Mo's strength would be so much different. Chen Mo, how did you cultivate to break through to the late stage of foundation building? Han Feng, who always acted decisively, was shocked and stuttered when he spoke. Chen Mo smiled faintly and didn't explain, but persuaded, Teacher Han, you know my strength now, these things are really useless to me, you should put them away. After listening to Chen Mo's words, Han Feng hesitated, and finally put the things away and thanked Chen Mo. Then the few of them chatted about their recent experiences while rushing to Zhuangherong City, the military headquarters of Blue Star. It turned out that Han Feng had been trained in the Blood Underworld before, so he was exempted from the targeting of the Blood Underworld consciousness. After he came to the Blood Underworld, he took on several reconnaissance missions. During this time, he had been in the territory of the Linghe sect to carry out reconnaissance missions. So when Chen Mo and his team came to the 9th Army, they did not see him. Han Feng also got an opportunity during the mission and quickly entered the foundation building realm. Now the fights between the cultivators below the Yuanying level between Blue Star and the Linghe sect are becoming more and more frequent, and more cultivators from Blue Star appear in the Blood Underworld. After discovering this situation, the Linghe sect decided to attract more low-level cultivators from the Wangxiang Immortal Alliance to unite and enter Zhuanzhou to hunt down blue star cultivators. Han Feng and his team took the opportunity to come back and report some information about the movements of the Linghe sect, and the reason why they were ambushed by the Linghe sect cultivators in Zhuanzhou. This can only be said to be a bad luck. Now that the two forces are fighting again, not only will the Linghe sect cultivators come in to ambush and kill geniuses in Zhuanzhou, there are also often cultivators from the Blue Star military who venture into the territory of the Linghe sect to hunt down their disciples. After listening to Han Feng's introduction, Chen Mo instantly made a judgment in his heart. It seems that the two forces are still in the stage where the lower-level personnel are fighting fiercely. It will take some time before the real army-level full-scale war is launched. In this case, he can prepare more trump cards for the Blue Star military. Next, Chen Mo picked out some things about the trip to Nanming Cave Mansion and briefly described his experience and the opportunity to break through the foundation to the two teachers. An hour or two later, the three of them soon saw the familiar Zhuanghuang Immortal City in the distance. Just as they were approaching Zhuanghuang City, a lot of messages suddenly popped up in Chen Mo's military watch. This was because he was too far away from the signal of the Blue Star military. Now that he returned to the military, the watch quickly received the offline information sent before after sensing the signal. Chen Mo clicked on the message list and quickly scanned it. Among them, several were messages from Song Yan, Xiang Long and others inviting him to go on missions. Several were messages from the members of the Kamikaze Foundation building team, inviting him to go to Kaiyang Market. He quickly skimmed over them. Finally, Chen Mo stopped his eyes on the most core and important messages. Sergeant Chen Mo, you have not completed any of the basic tasks for this month. Please go to the mission hall as soon as you receive the message to receive the tasks for this month. This message was sent 10 days ago. Chen Mo looked at the time. There were only a few days left until the end of this month. He still had time. Sergeant Chen Mo, the Blue Star Military Department will start the hunting missions for each legion on December 20th. Any person in the Blue Star Military Department can reduce one basic task this month for every Linghe sect cultivator of the same realm they hunt. Sergeant Chen Mo, the Blue Star Military Department will start the Legion hunting mission on December 20th. Any person in the Blue Star Military Department will double their military merits for every cultivator of the Foundation establishment realm, inclusive, or above they hunt. Sergeant Chen Mo, the Blue Star Military Department will start the Legion hunting mission on December 20th. Any person in the Blue Star Military Department will double their military merits for every Linghe sect AOZ list master they hunt, and they can go to the Logistics Department to receive a top-level spiritual object of level 4 or above. Seeing this, Chen Mo's eyes condensed. The situation on the battlefield is really getting more and more intense. It seems that the human Dao golden body technique I presented to you at the beginning has played a significant role. Otherwise the Blue Star Military Department would not have so many cultivators to send out such a hunting mission. However, this is also a good thing for him. Now with his strength, it is not too easy to kill the masters behind the DOZ list. In this way, he can not only eliminate the enemy seed masters of the Linghe sect, but also obtain the military's 4th level and above spiritual objects. Prepare for the next breakthrough of the golden elixir. At the beginning, he got a Xianli Dan from the Nanming Cave Mansion. But what Chen Mo wants to condense is not a simple golden elixir. In the world of cultivating immortals, there is a saying of 9-turn golden elixir 7 turns and above our upper grade golden elixir, called genius 8 turns golden elixir is a top level genius 9 turns golden elixir is a demon legend. Chen Mo's goal is to condense the 9th turn golden elixir. Before that, he must break through the foundation building realm to the limit before being promoted. In this way, the spiritual objects he needs are naturally indispensable. And these things can still be found in a lot of them in the entire military logistics department. The premise is that he can get enough military merit. Thinking about this, he did not stop. Soon Chen Mo, Han Feng, and Qin Meng arrived at Zhuanghuang City. At this time, the immortal city of the military headquarters was bustling with people, and the number was more than 20 times more than usual. Chen Mo guessed that it would not be long before the Blue Star Federation forces would fully enter the Blood Netherworld. When they arrived in the city, Han Feng and the others had to rush to the operations center to report military intelligence. Chen Mo left the communication method and address with the two teachers and returned to his cave first. But just as Chen Mo returned to the cave, Before he had time to sit down, an elite disciple of the military foundation building level came to visit. Chen Mo had met this person before. He was a messenger beside the 9th Army Lord, named Malai, who was considered a close confidant of Hong Tong. Comrade Chen Mo, the Army Lord invites you to meet in room 1 of the operations center now. Please go immediately. As soon as the other party finished speaking, Chen Mo narrowed his eyes slightly and confirmed in confusion. The Army Lord Hong Tong wants to see me now. Malai nodded. Yes, right now. After saying that, he urged anxiously, if you have nothing else to do, follow me immediately. Seeing the other party's anxious eyes, Chen Mo was even more confused. I just landed, and he came right after me. What's so urgent? It feels like he's waiting for me here. In response to the other party's urging, Chen Mo nodded slightly to indicate that there was no problem. He picked up his feet and set off, and at the same time asked Malai, can you tell me what it is? Facing Chen Mo's curiosity, Malai turned his head and looked at Chen Mo with a little envy. He thought about it. Chen Mo was obviously not a simple person to be valued by the military leader, and he could reveal some information to him and make friends with him. Good thing. In fact, the one who really wants to see you this time is the one at the top of the Blue Star Federation. At this point, he pointed his finger upwards and hinted. Our old Zhu. Hearing the word old Zhu, Chen Mo's heart was shocked. This is the top leader of the human race after cultivating immortals. He has been active since he crossed over and passed through the era of spiritual energy revival and embarked on the immortal road until now. This old Zhu is also a respected and still alive leader that Chen Mo admires the most. His courage and determination to prepare a coffin for himself to fight against traitors still makes Chen Mo admire him. Soon, with a trace of admiration and uneasiness in his heart, Chen Mo followed Malai to the number 1 meeting room of the combat center. I saw a burly, muscular, and fierce 9th Army Commander Hong Tong sitting on a chair respectfully accompanying an old man with white hair but exceptionally clear eyes and shining spirit. The old man was wearing a simple gray dress, and there was no trace of exquisiteness. Just like his clean and simple character. The face of old Zhu was still the last gaunt look left when Chen Mo saw it on TV before crossing over. Military Commander. Chen Mo first addressed Hong Tong, and then bowed solemnly to the gaunt old man. Chen Mo, meet Mr. Zhu. Seeing Chen Mo saluting, Mr. Zhu quickly waved his hand to stop him. He looked at Chen Mo like an elder in the family, and praised him repeatedly. Good, you are Chen Mo. It's true that heroes emerge from youth. When I heard Hong Tong talk about you, I have been fascinated by you for a long time. Chapter 122, 1 million reward, the way to become an immortal. Mr. Zhu, have you heard of my name? Chen Mo couldn't help but ask after hearing what Mr. Zhu said. Yes, General Hong Tong had already told me about you when you reported the humane golden body method to him before. At this point, Mr. Zhu stopped talking, and then took out an ancient storage ring and handed it to Chen Mo. Chen Mo, this ring contains 1 million high-quality spirit stones. It's the reward from the Blue Star Federation for your last provision of the humane golden body method. Your method solved the problem of Blue Star people entering the blood netherworld being targeted by the world consciousness in a short period of time. I want to thank you on behalf of the entire Blue Star Federation. Take it. Our federation has always rewarded those who have made contributions and punished those who have made mistakes. These spirit stones can also bring some help to your subsequent cultivation. After listening to Mr. Zhu's explanation, Chen Mo understood. When he reported this method before, Hong Tong had said that if the method was successful, Chen Mo would be credited with a great achievement. It turned out that it should be here. Chen Mo turned his head to look at Hong Tong, only to see Hong Tong smile at him and nod encouragingly. Then thank you, Mr. Zhu. Chen Mo stepped forward and took the storage ring with a smile, and carefully put it away. 1 million high-grade spirit stones are not a small amount of wealth in the blood netherworld. If this amount of spirit stone resources were placed on ordinary cultivators, it would be enough for many people to cultivate from the key training stage to the nascent soul stage. For Chen Mo, today's reward was a windfall. In the days to come, he was sure that with these spirit stones, he could improve his body training to the level comparable to the core forming and nascent soul stages. After receiving the spirit stones, Chen Mo sat upright, waiting for the two big guys to speak. He knew that Mr. Zhu must have met him today not only to reward him with 1 million high-grade spirit stones, but also for more important things to come. Sure enough. At this time, Hong Tong glanced at Mr. Zhu, and after getting a hint, he spoke to Chen Mo seriously. Chen Mo, we invited you here today because we actually want to ask you for advice. Last time, you said that the humane golden body method was calculated by using supernatural powers when sensing danger. This time, can you calculate a more specific practice method for this method? Practice method. After hearing Hong Tong's question, Chen Mo frowned slightly and repeated a sentence. That's right. Hong Tong nodded affirmatively. Chen Mo really didn't expect that the other party came for this matter. For a moment, Chen Mo couldn't grasp the real thoughts of the two bosses. In fact, the calculation mentioned last time was just a reason he found to cover up his golden finger. Just like his nonsense to the outside world, he claimed that he was born with supernatural powers and could sometimes sense and calculate some dangerous things in the future. It seemed that he saw the doubt in Chen Mo's eyes. At this time, Zhu Lao spoke up. He didn't hesitate at all, but explained very frankly. That's right, Chen Mo. When the spiritual energy channel was opened and the remains of the blue star immortal Dao were revived, our country once obtained a fragment of a scroll at the Fengshan Terrace on Mount Tai, which contains many records of ancient immortal dynasties practicing with luck, condensing the golden body of luck, and becoming immortals with luck. In the past, we studied for a long time, but we never saw the so-called condensation of luck. But after you offered the human golden body method, half a month ago, I saw the luck of the human race from some cultivators who used the human golden body method, so I came here to ask you if you know the key points, or if you can deduce the key practice method of the human golden body. After listening to Mr. Zhu's explanation, Chen Mo suddenly realized it. So that's it. Hong Tong, who was sitting next to him, continued to add. Chen Mo, I don't need to introduce you to Mr. Zhu's identity. He has been here since before the rise of technological and immortal civilization. Mr. Zhu is the leader of our eastern country who is most loved by the people across the country. He cultivates himself and continues the legacy of the founding of the country. He always truly puts the people in his heart. After obtaining the Fengshan scrolls, only he can comprehend some of the methods of luck. And only he can see the luck condensed in the people. If you can help Mr. Zhu figure out the method of practicing luck, then Mr. Zhu will most likely create a method of becoming an immortal for my blue star in the lineage of the golden body of luck, and achieve a complete immortal of luck for my blue star in a short period of time. In this way, in addition to the ancient immortal Nangguangqi, our Zhuanzhao will have another clan foundation. This is more related to the future plans of the human race. Chen Mo, you must not ignore it. Do you understand? As soon as Hong Tong finished speaking, Chen Mo admired Mr. Zhu even more. Whether things in the world are good or not is not determined by some people themselves, nor is it praised by some people, but is recognized by hundreds of millions of people from the bottom of their hearts. Since ancient times, winners are kings and losers are bandits, and history is written by the victors. But distorted facts and history cannot stop the word of mouth of the masses. Through the information said by Hong Tong, Chen Mo quickly thought of some immortal dynasty novels he had read before about cultivating the destiny of the people. The fragments obtained by the Fengshan Terrace on Mount Tai are very similar to some fragmentary legends circulated in ancient times. The way of heaven controls the sky, the way of earth controls the earth, and the way of man dominates the destiny of living beings. Why is it that only Mr. Zhu can see the destiny of the people? Because only he puts the people in his heart and is loved by the people, so he meets some of the cultivation requirements on the Fengshan scroll. Thinking of this, Chen Mo's face straightened and decided to make a wish for Mr. Zhu to deduce the destiny cultivation method. Chen Mo stood up and said to the two of them seriously, Military Commander, Mr. Zhu, please rest assured. Although my deduction ability sometimes works and sometimes doesn't work, I can't guarantee that I can deduce it, but I will definitely do my best. At this point, Chen Mo did not make a promise, but laid the groundwork for his sometimes ineffectiveness, so as to avoid being accused of boasting. After speaking, Chen Mo turned to Mr. Zhu and said gently, Mr. Zhu, may I ask if you have the fragments of the Fengshan Terrace on Mount Tai? Mr. Zhu smiled when he heard this, and quickly took out a roll of golden silk cloth from his ring, which looked like an ancient imperial edict, and handed it to Chen Mo. Chen Mo took the golden silk cloth and slowly unfolded it. It was engraved with dense ancient seal characters as small as flies. At the top of the golden silk cloth, there were 8 relatively complete large characters that could still be recognized. Establish a destiny equal to heaven, and live forever. Huh? Chen Mo confirmed again and again, and it was indeed establish a destiny equal to heaven, and live forever. It is not a well-known receive the mandate from heaven, and live long and prosper. The difference between the two words is completely different. The former puts himself on par with heaven. The latter regards himself as the son of heaven, and lowers himself to a lower status. Seeing this, Chen Mo's heart moved, and he remembered some legends in ancient times. It is true that there is no human emperor after Emperor Xin. Chen Mo's eyes turned and continued to look at some seal characters at the back. However, he found that there were many damages at the beginning, middle, and end of the cloth scroll, and a lot of key information was lost. No wonder Lan Xing couldn't study the Qian Golden Body method after getting this fragment. Seeing the end of the silk scroll, Chen Mo had a clear plan in his mind. Make a wish. I want to know how to deduce the method of cultivating human Qian based on the fragment of the Fengshan Terrace in my hand. As Chen Mo's thoughts fell, a stream of information instantly rushed into Chen Mo's mind, and the handwriting flashed and emerged into his consciousness. The information of this world is being analyzed, and the wishes are being analyzed. Path 1, go to Luzhao on the Blue Star, find a 5-color soil, pure natural soil in 5 colors, blue, red, yellow, white, and black. On the top of Mount Tai, build a 5-color altar in the land of the human race on the Blue Star in Zhuanzhao, and build your own golden statue of humanity on the altar to broadcast to the human race, gain the faith of all people, and recite my name on the day of offering sacrifices to heaven and earth. Take a yin jade from the bottom of the yin mountain on the Blue Star, and a yang jade from the top of the yang mountain on the Blue Star. Then take a drop of blood from each of the 99 and 81 people of the Blue Star, men and women, old and young, rich and poor, lonely and widowed, and use the blood refining method on the silk scroll to condense the human seal and refine it. Take all the creatures domesticated by the Blue Star human race, the 5 grains of rice, millet, sorghum, wheat, and beans, the 5 colored fruits of green, red, yellow, white, and black, the 5 animals of cattle, dogs, sheep, pigs, and chickens, and the 5 animals of cattle, dogs, sheep, pigs, and chickens, and place 12,960 of each on the 5-color altar for sacrifice. Take a material that can bear 10,000 years of immortality and 10,000 years of immortality to refine the flag of the people. This flag is printed with the names of all the people of the Blue Star human race. It can be used to sacrifice to the people, to protect the people, and to be recognized and respected by the people. After everything is done, hold the seal of humanity and the flag of the people, choose a day when yin and yang meet, stand in front of the golden statue on the 5-color altar, let all the people recite my name together, sacrifice to the world and the earth, and sacrifice to the destiny of humanity. Practice the first part of the silk scroll for 1 year to get into destiny, and get the condensed destiny God image to absorb the destiny of the human race into the body. After 3 years, you can resist destiny and resist enemies. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 123 Human Plan, Honorary Lieutenant General. Path 2, find a 5-colored soil on the top of Mount Tai, and use the blood of all spirits to moisten and condense a destiny clone. Use this clone to open up a kingdom of faith in the void. If 129,600 people enter the kingdom of God with a sincere heart, they can obtain the destiny of this number of people. With the power of destiny of the kingdom of God, they can comprehend the fragments of the Fengshan Terrace of Mount Tai and obtain the power of the true immortal. Path 3, billions of miles away, there is a Shura kingdom in the depths of the blood sea of the blood underworld. The ruler of this country holds a scroll of great destiny technique obtained from ancient times. Practicing this technique can condense the destiny source seed. As long as the destiny source seed is injected into the body of a living being, the destiny in the body of the living being can be abused. Practice with a destiny entry method of the first part of the silk scroll, and the source seed is 108,000, and the destiny of the immortal can be condensed. A stream of complicated information emerged in Chen Mo's mind. By the time he had received the information of the path in his mind, more than 100 breaths had passed. While Chen Mo was digesting this information, Zulao and Hong Tong obviously noticed Chen Mo's abnormality and waited silently on the side. When Chen Mo saw the prompts of the first 3 paths, he was also very shocked. Humanity seal, common people flag, fortune statue. Open up the kingdom of faith, the fortune of the kingdom of God can obtain the power of the true immortal. Great fortune technique, fortune source seed, immortal fortune fruition. 3 paths, each one is more awesome than the other, and the cultivation method is more domineering than the other. The method of path 1 is the most cumbersome, but in Chen Mo's opinion, it is also the most likely method to be achieved on Blue Star at present. Path 2 requires 129,600 people to have a sincere thought, which is too difficult. Chen Mo doesn't know how high Zhu Lao's current cultivation level is, but in today's prosperous world, people's thoughts are turning around in an instant. It is somewhat difficult to get so many people with a sincere thought to open up the kingdom of God. As for the third path, going to Shur country to obtain the great fortune technique to condense the fortune source seed, it is nothing but a fantasy with the current strength of Blue Star. In Chen Mo's opinion, the only way that Zhu Lao could choose was the first one. However, how much progress this path could make in cultivating luck was obviously related to the strength of the luck of the human race. For a moment, Chen Mo's eyes flickered. Chen Mo, how is it? Can you deduce the method of cultivating luck from this fragment? Hong Dong was the first to break the silence and asked, noticing the strangeness in Chen Mo's eyes. Hearing this, Chen Mo looked up at Zhu Lao and Hong Dong. He hesitated for a moment and finally nodded. What made him hesitate was whether to tell the 2 people in front of him about this method, because this method might be able to bring a true immortal fighting force to Blue Star in the short term. But once it reaches the later stage, it will inevitably fall into internal division and struggle. At that time, the people might really become cattle and sheep in the hands of some people, and they were raised to produce luck. Who can resist the greed in their hearts and hold on to a method of becoming an immortal quickly without considering opportunities or spiritual roots, and only needing to gather a large amount of luck to open up a new path? So Chen Mo hesitated a little, whether he needed to tell the 2 people in front of him about this method. But soon, Chen Mo changed his mind. Forget it, why do I think so much? In the world of immortal cultivation, everyone has his own destiny and his own destiny. Since ancient times, who dares to say that the common people of Blue Star are not cattle and sheep? It's just that sometimes they change to grazing and harvesting in another way. Forget it. Now the immortal civilization of Blue Star is like a raging fire. If I offer this method, maybe in a short time I can get a true immortal to Blue Star to reverse the situation in Zhuwan's Hao, so that the civilization of Blue Star can truly integrate into this 9th level world and enter a new stage. What's more, offering this immortal method to Mr. Zhu, who really cares about the people, is not like building a golden beam for the jade pillar of the sky, giving ordinary people more opportunities. Thinking of this, Chen Mo stared at Mr. Zhu. Mr. Zhu, I did deduce the practice method of the human destiny method, but this method involves ordinary people of Blue Star. I hope Mr. Zhu will treat it with caution. After Chen Mo finished speaking, his lips were pursed, showing his concerns. Chen Mo finished speaking. At first, Zhu Lao's fingers trembled slightly in surprise, but when Chen Mo's voice fell, his expression became serious. This method concerns the lives of the people. Zhu Mu should remember it in his heart. Zhu Lao's voice was sonorous and powerful, and his eyes looking at Chen Mo were more appreciative. Hearing Zhu Lao's answer, Chen Mo smiled and replied, Zhu Lao, your character is naturally respected by me. After that, Chen Mo did not hesitate anymore, and directly told him all 3 ways by telepathy. Be a good person to the end, and send the Buddha to the west. As for how Zhu Lao specifically operated later, that was not his concern. After receiving Chen Mo's voice transmission, Zhu Lao was stunned for a moment, and then his pupils dilated slightly. Obviously, the method Chen Mo taught him made him very excited and surprised. But soon his forehead showed a wrinkle, revealing a trace of deep thought. After a while, after Zhu Lao digested these memories, he looked at Chen Mo and praised him suddenly. Thank you, Chen Mo. If this method succeeds, our Blue Star may completely defeat the Linghe sect, gain a foothold in the Blood Netherworld, and make the entire civilization leap. Chen Mo smiled at this. I am also a Blue Star person, and it is my duty to help everyone. At this point, Chen Mo changed the subject. From what Mr. Zhu said, this method can be used to achieve the Ki and True Immortal in a short period of time and reverse the high-end combat power gap between us and the Linghe sect. Mr. Zhu nodded. He explained directly to Chen Mo. The first method you gave is indeed easier to succeed in my opinion. If it works, plus Nangong Ancient Immortal, then we will have 2 true immortal combat power, and we should be able to completely occupy the entire Zhuanzhao, and even the Linghe sect's Heizhao. Hearing the conversation between Chen Mo and Mr. Zhu, Hong Tong was excited and couldn't help but interrupt. Mr. Zhu, does the method this kid gave really work? Mr. Zhu turned his head and nodded to him lightly. The chance of success is very high. Seeing this, Hong Tong clapped his hands excitedly, without any trace of the steadiness and seriousness of the leader of an army. He was surprised. Great! When Elder Zhu succeeds, it will be the time for us to counterattack Linghe sect. Over the years, how many Blue Star soldiers and comrades under his command have died at the hands of the people of Linghe sect? If there is a chance, he would like to kill directly to the lair of Linghe sect. After saying this, Hong Tong looked at Chen Mo with more appreciation. Counterattack Linghe sect. Hong Tong's words clearly revealed a hint of important information. Chen Mo also wanted to take the opportunity to understand the strength and plan of the human race, so that he could make more preparations for the Blue Star side. Therefore, he did not care about his identity and asked the doubts in his heart directly. Old Zhu, the commander of the army. As far as I know, the entire Wuxiang Immortal Alliance is behind the Linghe sect. I'm afraid we can't solve the Linghe sect with just one more true immortal. Facing Chen Mo's question, this obviously involved military secrets and plans, which Chen Mo's current level did not allow him to know. Hong Tong was silent for a second, then turned his eyes to Old Zhu. In response, Old Zhu nodded silently. After receiving his signal, Hong Tong explained to Chen Mo. Chen Mo, you don't know something. There is also competition among the Wuxiang Immortal Alliance, otherwise Linghe sect would not have occupied Zhuanzhao all the time and prevented other forces from intervening. They just want to dominate Zhuanzhao, and at the same time let the disciples of Linghe sect kill our Blue Star cultivators to gain luck and improve their cultivation. Now our Blue Star military has Nangguang Guxin in charge and is confronting the true immortal patriarch of Linghe sect. The top leaders of both sides dare not take action easily. Basically, it is the middle and low-level disciples who fight, but if Elder Zhu has the true immortal combat power, then we can catch him off guard and completely overwhelm the ancestor of Linghe sect in terms of immortal strength. Hearing this, Chen Mo understood something in his heart, which was similar to what he had guessed from the information he had learned before. But if the ancestor of Linghe sect is defeated, the Immortal Alliance behind him will definitely intervene. With the current strength of our Blue Star, we can't resist it. Then Chen Mo expressed his doubts. Hong Tong shook his head and said, so the key is still Zulao. If Zulao can become a true immortal with human destiny, according to the method recorded in the fragment, we just need to gain a foothold in Zhuanzhao first and establish a place of human destiny in a state. As long as our personnel are on Zhuanzhao, they can be protected by human destiny and avoid being targeted by the world consciousness of the blood netherworld. In this way, all the strength of our Blue Star can be stationed here, and we can also invite some true immortal level helpers from outside the world that we have met among many allies to enter Zhuanzhao at the same time. At that time, we will have enough foundation to resist the subsequent attacks of the Wuxiang Immortal Alliance. Once we gain a foothold in Zhuanzhao and completely integrate into the blood netherworld, everything will be easy to arrange later. After hearing Hong Tong's explanation, Chen Mo finally understood the general plan of the human race. The key to the plan lies in Zulao. If he cannot master the method of destiny and establish a state of human destiny, then Blue Star can only fight a tug-of-war with the Linghe sect and slowly accumulate strength. At this point, Chen Mo was clear in his mind, and his actions later were simple. He had originally planned to use the Golden Finger to cheat and kill the true immortal ancestor of the Linghe sect. Now he just needs to ensure that Zulao succeeds and bring more high-end combat power to Blue Star, and then he can find a route to victory through the Golden Finger. With help, his plan to kill the immortals will be easier to succeed, and he will be more confident to deal with some unexpected events. I see, I understand. After listening to Hong Tong's words, Chen Mo responded to Hong Tong. These are military secrets, you just need to know them, and you must not spread them. Especially pay attention to hiding yourself, don't run into an immortal master who is good at refining souls and get caught. Chen Mo nodded to Hong Tong's reminder, indicating that he understood. Then he talked to the two big guys about some things about cultivation, and then he left tactfully. Because he knew that Zulao would prepare to refine the human Dao seal, the common people period, and the 5-color altar. There are probably many things to discuss between Zulao and the Hong Tong army master. After Chen Mo left, Hong Tong closed the door of the conference room, frowned and thought for a while facing Zhu Lao, then said carefully, "Zhu Lao, in your opinion, this deduction ability that Chen Mo mentioned is..." He hadn't finished speaking yet, but Zhu Lao waved his hand to interrupt him. Zhu Lao seemed to have guessed what Hong Tong was going to say next, and he said seriously, "Whether the deduction ability that Chen Mo mentioned is true or false, or whether he has already obtained the method of cultivating immortality with luck, this is his personal opportunity. He can selflessly offer the secret method, which shows Chen Mo's loyalty and selflessness to Blue Star. We must not let people do such a despicable thing." As soon as Zhu Lao finished speaking, Hong Tong nodded and echoed, "Mr. Zhu, that's what I mean. But once the Kian cultivation method is implemented, I'm afraid some people in the Federation will still have thoughts that they shouldn't have. Do you think we should take some preventive measures?" Hearing this, Mr. Zhu nodded silently and said solemnly, "Protect him well. Perhaps Chen Mo's existence is the greatest opportunity for the human race." At this point, Mr. Zhu suddenly sighed. This world of cultivation is too vast. There are too many incomprehensible and unpredictable existences. But there are always some people who want to oppress others and control all resources in their own hands. Such people are shameful, ignorant, and hateful. They often overlook a problem. The world has already cultivated immortals. Who is more stupid than who? Take Chen Mo's case. Since he is sure to tell the secret method, wouldn't he have considered these things? Don't let those shameless people in the Federation offend such an excellent talent. There was Wu Dao before, and I don't want another Chen Mo to appear later. After listening to Mr. Zhu's sigh, Hong Tong deeply understood. In just 50 or 60 years, Blue Star has evolved from a local planetary science and technology civilization to the present. He has seen too many dark things of conspiracy, killing and plunder. He hesitated and said in a deep voice, "Old Zhu, how about we arrange a divine transformation cultivator to protect him secretly?" Old Zhu did not answer Hong Tong's suggestion for a while. He recalled Chen Mo's performance along the way. Genius, mysterious, and fast cultivation. Finally, Old Zhu shook his head and sighed, "No need. Give him the authority of an honorary lieutenant general in secret. No one can easily transfer and arrange Chen Mo, so that Chen Mo can view the military's top secrets. The best protection for Chen Mo is to give him freedom." After Old Zhu finished speaking, Hong Tong thought about it and felt that this method might indeed be the best. So he nodded in approval. "Mr. Zhu, how about I apply for it based on the merits of the humanitarian golden body technique that Chen Mo offered before?" Mr. Zhu, "Sure, this matter has already been made public, and the merits are enough. In the future, you can tell me directly about anything related to Chen Mo. Unless he asks for it himself, anything that has a major impact on him must be kept low-key." Hong Tong, "Okay, then I'll do it myself." Chapter 124 Kaiyanyangfang City, Liwang Day. Chen Mo returned to his cave, drank a few cups of tea, and felt that he had finally stolen a moment of leisure. After a short rest, Chen Mo came to the mission hall. There were only a few days left in this month, and he had not yet completed the 3 hard tasks of this month. He must complete the tasks before the end of the month, otherwise he will be punished. Mission 1. Cultivate a second-level fairy-winged female queen bee. Mission 2. Release a second-level spirit beast Yanayan sheep in Kilin Mountain for 15 days. Mission 3. There is a second-level female spirit cow in estrus in the beast control hall. Take it to the wild mountain to find a second-level or higher wild cow to conceive successfully. The above are all tasks related to the beast control hall in the mission hall. Chen Mo glanced at them and then turned to other places. Next are the tasks of the Science and Technology Hall: alchemy, refining, talisman making, puppet, formation, spirit plant and other halls. Chen Mo has a general understanding of them, so he can have a judgment on the strength of the first and second level monks of the Blue Star Military Department. With his current strength, it is naturally impossible for him to take on such a time-consuming task. Finally, Chen Mo's eyes came to the battle hall tasks. Now, as long as he hunts down a Linghe sect cultivator of the same realm, he can reduce one basic task this month. Killing a master on the DOZ list will also reward him with a 4th level spiritual object. This is his goal this time. Task: kill Wang Yu, who ranks 98th on the DOZ list of Linghe sect, and reward a 4th level spiritual medicine, Bai Yaodan. Task: kill Chu Nangsing, who ranks 32nd on the DOZ list of Linghe sect, and reward a 4th level spiritual medicine, Zixing breaking barrier fruit, and a Huodi pill. Task, kill Pu Ling, who ranks 10th on the DOZ list of Linghe sect, and reward a 4th level spiritual medicine, Yuhan fruit, and 2 Shuling pills. After reading the hunting tasks related to Linghe sect, Chen Mo's eyes turned, and these tasks were what he wanted. As long as the Linghe sect masters on the DOZ list are at least rewarded with a 4th level spiritual medicine, this is not to mention the treasure opportunities that can be harvested from them after killing them. Well, let's kill these 3 people first this time. By the way, kill a few more foundation building monks to complete the basic hard tasks for this month. Chen Mo's mind moved, and he quietly took on the task of killing Wang Yu, Chu Nangxing, and Pu Ling, and then turned and left the mission hall. Of course, such killing tasks are public tasks, and anyone can accept them. Anyway, in the end, the reward will be collected based on the identity and mark of the head. After leaving the mission hall, Chen Mo turned and flew towards Kaianyang Market. Before hunting these 3 people, Chen Mo planned to take some time to refine the Hanba's strange fire into the magical power of burning heaven, 9 refinements. Because he is not a fairy bone spiritual root of fire attribute, to practice burning heaven 9 refinements, he needs to use a spiritual object called crystal flame marrow. Crystal flame marrow is a strange object like liquid crystal. It can contain all kinds of fire in the world and enter the human body without hurting the flesh and merging with the body. People with non-fire attribute spiritual roots need to use this object as a medium to practice burning heaven, 9 refinements. Chen Mo learned from the news that there was a crystal flame marrow for sale in the Wanbao Pavilion in Kaianyang Market. So Chen Mo planned to go to Kaianyang Market first. It was a famous trading center for immortal cultivation items in Chilan domain, where many sects, independent cultivators, and interstellar wanderers appeared, and there were many good things. At the same time, it was very easy to find out the traces of the Linghe sect cultivators there. Moreover, Chen Mo came to the Blood Nether realm and had never really appreciated the prosperous style of the 9th level immortal cultivation world. The Kaianyang Market in Biao Mountain was his best choice at present. Kaianyang Market was a large immortal cultivation market, formed spontaneously by immortal cultivators, with a large number of middle and low-level cultivators. The normal order in the market was managed and maintained by the current Kaianyang city lord Chilan Laozu. 2 days later, Chen Mo quietly came to Kaianyang city where the market was located. After paying the entrance fee of a high-quality spirit stone, Chen Mo successfully came to the city. The bluestone streets in the city are paved with all kinds of attics, stalls and shops, which are dazzling. Here, you can buy all kinds of spiritual medicines, magic tools, talisman paper and books, and you can also participate in various activities. After Chen Mo came to the market and got familiar with it, he first found the Wanbao Pavilion. After spending nearly 1,000 of his top-grade spiritual stones, he finally successfully bought the Jinggiant Sui. He planned to find a secluded place to start practicing the 9 refinings of burning heaven magical power. After buying the Jinggiant Sui, Chen Mo began to wander around the city. Before, he had always heard Liu Di bragging about how fascinating the Zihu Pavilion in the market was, which made him eager to move. Now that he came here in person, he really wanted to see it. See what the difference is between this legendary female cultivator and an ordinary woman. You have to know that in the world before crossing, there were still many concerns about men and women. In addition, Chen Mo had no money and no means of flirting. In the whole half of his life, he only tasted a few middle-class people. What about Da Mimi, Shi, Zhizhi, Shan Shan? Chen Mo could only think about them after dinner. He had no way to measure how deep their water was, so he just kept talking about it in his mind. This was also a regret of Chen Mo in the past. But now he has come to the world of immortal cultivation to make up for this regret. As a female immortal cultivator, whether in appearance or figure and temperament, she must be far ahead of those mortal women. And in addition to cultivating to become stronger, Chen Mo knew that sometimes it was necessary to combine work and rest, and the harmony of yin and yang, so that the state of mind of the immortal cultivator could be kept more stable and healthy. Otherwise, it would be easy to get into trouble if a string was stretched too tight. At this time, Chen Mo recalled some cultivation postures and secret techniques in Xingyu and Daofa in his mind, and his eyebrows raised slightly. Speaking of which, the immortal cultivators are still good at having fun. I hope I won't be disappointed. Not long after, Chen Mo crossed a street in the city and came to a very lively attic, Purple Flower Pavilion. Chen Mo looked up and saw a signboard of Purple Flower Pavilion written in elegant font hanging on the attic. Moreover, these 3 words seemed to have a special charm. When his eyes touched them, there was a kind of magic that tempted people to explore. However, after Chen Mo noticed it, his spirit was only slightly shocked and he got rid of this influence. But this experience also aroused his interest in finding out more. Chen Mo's mind moved, and he followed the flow of people towards the gate of Purple Flower Pavilion. At this moment, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind Chen Mo. Chen Mo. It's really you. Chen Mo heard the voice and saw that it was Liu Di who called him from behind. Brother Liu, what a coincidence, meeting you here. Chen Mo stopped and responded with a smile, thinking that this was really a coincidence. What a coincidence, haha. Liu Di greeted with a smile, stepped forward and patted Chen Mo's shoulder. Brother Chen Mo, I couldn't contact you before, I thought you were out and didn't come back. Oh, I just came back too. Last time I heard you talk about the prosperity of the market, this time I plan to come here to see it when I have time. Chen Mo explained with a smile. Liu Di smiled meaningfully after hearing this. Then he suddenly approached Chen Mo with a smile on his face, whispering, Brother Chen Mo, are you also here for the Luang Day of Zihu Pavilion? After saying that, Liu Di stared at Chen Mo with a smile. Luang Day? What Luang Day? Hearing such an unfamiliar term, Chen Mo shook his head and asked back. Seeing that Chen Mo's expression was really confused, Liu Di hugged Chen Mo and explained while walking. Come on, it seems you really don't know. The so-called Luang Day is the first night day, understand? In Zihu Pavilion, new jade girls will come from time to time for everyone to practice dual cultivation. Some of these women were sold to Zihu Pavilion and trained to make money for the first time. Some are female cultivators who practice the way of love and come here specifically to study. I tell you, this is a good opportunity. If you meet a suitable woman on Luang Day, you have to see if you have a chance to fight for her. I heard that a cultivator chose the right jade girl here before, and practiced dual cultivation overnight and improved his cultivation by 1 realm. Listening to Liu Di's introduction, Chen Mo scratched his head and thought to himself. There is also this matter, then he really came here by chance today. I'd like to see it for myself. Chapter 125 Xiangling, Xiaoxio. Inside the Purple Flower Pavilion. After Chen Mo and Liu Di came in, they found that there was a different world inside, and the space was much larger than outside. Inside, there were exquisite and elegant courtyards scattered in an orderly manner, pavilions, towers, and waterside pavilions, surrounded by the sound of fairies playing the piano. Whether it was the environment or the style, it really opened Chen Mo's eyes. Moreover, the spiritual energy around here was much richer than that of the outside world. It was obviously arranged by a master. When Chen Mo and his friends entered the hall, a beautiful and plump female cultivator immediately came to greet them. Welcome to the Purple Flower Pavilion. I am Heiyu, the madam of the Purple Flower Pavilion. I wonder if you two are here to listen to music or arrange flowers. Seeing the other party's self-introduction, Chen Mo guessed that the other party should play a role in the Purple Flower Pavilion similar to that of the madam and mother in ancient brothels. Liu Di was obviously very familiar with the routine. He took the lead and said, Miss Heiyu, I have heard that the Luang Ri of Zihu Pavilion is famous in Chilan region. Today is a good day. My 2 brothers are here specifically for Luang Jade Girl and flower arrangement. Please introduce her to us, Miss Heiyu. After saying this, Liu Di also winked at Chen Mo, and the meaning was self-evident. Okay, Zihu Pavilion will never let you 2 Taoist friends down. The girl who called herself Heiyu said to the 2 with a smile. Then she waved her hand, and a palm-sized jade slip appeared in her hand. You 2, here are the photos and prices of the 360 jade girls prepared by Zihu Pavilion this time. You 2 Taoist friends can use your divine sense to enter and take a look. After you have chosen, you 2 must be the first to get it. First come, first served. As soon as Heiyu finished speaking, Chen Mo used his divine sense to pour the jade slip into her palm. Suddenly, I found myself standing on a peach blossom fairy island. There were many female cultivators with fairy-like faces everywhere on the island. They were dressed in various fairy clothes. They exuded a strong peach blossom scent in their light dance steps, and there was a hint of charm in their eyes, just like fairies dripping into the mortal world. When Chen Mo looked over, some fairies introduced themselves to him shyly with affection. My name is Yunian, I have met you. My name is Liang Meng. I have met you. Hello, my name is Xiaoyu. Good guy. This group of female cultivators really have looks that shame the moon and the flowers. Each of them is plump and thin, and each has its own merits. The space here is full of their pre-photographed clones, which are no different from other places. People in the world of immortal cultivation know how to play. Seeing this, Chen Mo was greatly enlightened, and he couldn't help but stir up a ripple in his emotion. He really wanted to have countless clones to taste them one by one. Unfortunately, Zihu Pavilion also has their own rules in Luang Day, that is, here, each male cultivator cannot choose more than 2 fairies to spend the night. Which one should I choose? In theory, every female cultivator here is a first time, and he can choose anyone who can make him feel comfortable enough. But there are differences among these people. Some are just ordinary female cultivators. But some are actually female cultivators of Hehun sect, taking advantage of this environment to practice dual cultivation and breakthrough. Chen Mo had heard Liu Di introduce the female cultivators of Hehun sect before. They have various methods of cultivation. Some of them sink into the Jade Sea to practice, and regard their bodies as a light boat to cross the sea to seek the Tao. There is a lineage that hides their identity and uses this first time to break through a male-female barrier, seeking a perfect yin and yang in the realm of Tao and then pursue the Tao. In the Hehun sect, female cultivators who practice this kind of practice are often required to have a natural charming physique but a cold appearance, and give people a natural ice and fire experience in bed. Chen Mo naturally didn't want to miss this opportunity. His thoughts swept over the beautiful figures one by one. Make a wish. I want to know which fairy in front of me is the most charming and can make me the most harmonious and happy female cultivator. The information of this world is being analyzed, and the wish is being analyzed. Path 1. Choose Xiangling, who has a natural charming body, on the left, under the fairy peach tree 150 meters ahead. Path 2. Choose Xiaoxio, who has a pure body, on the right, under the fairy peach tree 150 meters ahead. The prompt text flashed in Chen Mo's mind. Chen Mo looked up. Sure enough. Xiangling and Xiaoxio are the top fairies in the appearance, and the two of them are actually staying together. The key is that these two women look like they are thousands of miles away from people, but from their eyebrows, they can faintly exude a natural charm, as if they are covered with a layer of looming gauze, which makes people unable to stop. Seeing this, Chen Mo's big sword has been erected. Way 1, Way 2. Only children make choices, I want both. I'll choose them, while they haven't been chosen yet. Chen Mo made up his mind, and his mind withdrew from the jade slip. Seeing the change in Chen Mo's eyes, Miss Heiyu smiled and said, Dao, what do you think? Chen Mo nodded calmly. Not bad, this time I'll choose Xiangling and Xiaoxio. As soon as Chen Mo finished speaking, Heiyu's eyes lit up slightly, and she praised him repeatedly. Dao have a good eye, these two girls are first-class beauties. Hearing this, Chen Mo's mouth curled up slightly. Where are Xiangling and Xiaoxio? The two fairies are resting in the fairy spirit courtyard. Dao only need to pay 50,000 high-quality spirit stones, and I can take you there. Hearing Heiyu's offer, Chen Mo hadn't said anything yet, and Liu Di on the side couldn't help but exclaimed. 50,000 high-quality spirit stones. Fuck, so expensive. Is it inlaid with diamonds? Upon hearing this, Heiyu was not angry, but just smiled and explained briefly. Dao, you may not know that these two fairies are not our girls from Zihu Pavilion, but fairies from Hehun sect who have come here to the mortal world. Liu Di shook his head and muttered, that's too expensive, 50,000 top-grade spirit stones. Even if he emptied his storage ring, he couldn't get so many spirit stones. Liu Di patted Chen Mo's shoulder, as if worried that Chen Mo would be embarrassed for not being able to take the spirit stones. So he took the initiative to comfort him. Forget it, brother, they are just two women, let's just change one. With this money, we can buy a set of top-grade defensive spirit armor. Chen Mo smiled when he heard this. It's okay, I just got an opportunity recently, and 50,000 top-grade spirit stones are still affordable. After that, Chen Mo directly handed over 50,000 top-grade spirit stones to Miss Heiyu. Then please lead the way, Dao. Taking the spirit stone from Chen Mo's hand, Heiyu's eyes flashed with surprise. Okay, then please come with me, fellow Taoist. After that, she led Chen Mo to the fairy spirit courtyard. As for Liu Di, she arranged for another girl to receive him. Not long after, under the guidance of Heiyu, Chen Mo came to a quiet boudoir in the fairy spirit building to meet the two girls. Seeing the two girls' appearance with his own eyes made Chen Mo feel astonished. The words beautiful enough to shame the moon and the flowers, and beautiful enough to make the fish sink and the geese fall were not enough to describe them. In the room, Chen Mo looked at Xiangling and Xiaoxiao, and introduced himself. I am Chen Mo, and I'm honored to meet the two fairies. Xiangling. Xiaoxiao. The two girls said their names shyly after hearing Chen Mo's introduction. There was no frivolousness in their expressions, but they were particularly shy. This might be the reason for their charm. Chen Mo looked at the two girls and couldn't help but want to draw his sword. Fairy, the good time has come, are you ready? After saying that, he stepped forward and hugged the two girls. He wanted to help the two beauties untie their restraints, but he didn't expect that they were hiding weapons. Dao. Xiangling blushed and reminded softly. After being attacked, Xiaoxiao blushed and broke free from Chen Mo's big hand, and shrank directly into the quilt next to her. Soon, there was a rustling sound in the room. At this point, Chen Mo didn't care about anything else and started to act directly. Dao, you. Woo. Chen Mo ignored it. Anyway, they're all cultivators. For a while, a sound of murmurs rang in the room. The moonlight was deep and the night was hot. Too rough. Xiangling and Xiaoxiao watched with their eyes wide open, their eyebrows slightly frowned. Originally, they wanted to use the skills of their sect to repair and clean the wound. Fellow Taoist is really, No, let Xiangling slow down. Xiaoxiao, you go. Faced with Chen Mo's super gold making ability, Xiangling and Xiaoxiao had no choice but to take turns. P.S. It has been reviewed and revised many times, and it can only be like this. Some typos in it are deliberately replaced by homophonic typos. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.